Chat!
Uh,
I didn't tell Ender I was back. That's what I unmuted to do. I got up to get water.
see.
And I was like,
Thanks
while
for the
I'm
jump
up...
scare.
Yeah, get bingled, nerd. And then while I was up, I was like, alright, I'm gonna go grab my shitty mouse so that I have a working scroll wheel for this. I don't know where I put it after I got this one. So I don't have a scroll wheel, so I have to use the fucking trackpad to scroll. Chat, we're making some tier lists today.
Can't you just click on the thingy like
Not while I am dragging items on a tier list, no. Uh-huh. And I also can't make a tier list while I have no... my cursor has vanished.
what?
Hey, could you just, like... Hold on, wait, you don't have to, never mind. Oh, there we go. I figured out that that's a Discord bug relating to opening and closing Discord windows. Because when you screen share, I have a separate window. But I guess I can fix it by attempting to start a screen share. Not even starting. Anyway, so we have 9 tier lists lined up. 8 of which Ender and I are going to make together. 1 of which I'm going to make on my own. Although if Ender has input by some chance on that one, I'll be shocked. But it will be valid. We are ranking... I would like to say all of the G4 ponies, but that is a much longer list. This is the longest list I could find on Tier Maker, and we're still missing some, like, relatively important characters on it. So, you know, we'll see. But we got a lot. And then on top of that, it was only G4, so I literally just rattled off in my head every G5 character that I could think of. My image for Allura seems to have disappeared. And then I also added Minty from G3.
Yeah.
Let me just add that in. There we go. So this is every G5 character that I thought of immediately off the top of my head in the span of, like, 10 minutes. And also Minty from G3. So we're going to go through this one. If you're wondering what the later ones are, we're going to be ranking every My Little Pony season. Then we're going to be ranking every My Little Pony song. Then we're going to be ranking every Sonic game. I'm going to be ranking every Need for Speed game. Then we're going to be ranking every kart in the history of Mario Kart. Then we're going to be ranking every playable character in Mario Kart. Then we're going to rank every Mario game. And then we have what we're pretty sure is the longest one of the bunch. For now, though, we got some horses to rank.
Let's go.
Are these being ranked by who's more likely to eat sand? No?
Are you sure, though?
I don't think so. Okay, so starting things off, we have the Daring Do villain, whose name I don't remember.
You get a screen share?
Oh, shit. I knew there was another reason I wanted to start a screen share, and then I got distracted by the fact I was trying to make my mouse appear. Okay. So we have the Daring Do villain, whose name I don't remember. I would imagine it starts with an A, given that it... Yeah, that. I was going to say, I'm imagining it starts with an A, given, you know, where he is on a seemingly alphabetically ordered tier list. Oh my god, chat's just talking about which horses would eat sand.
Okay, fine. Which ones would eat sand?
I don't know any of them if Cozy Glow had 10 minutes to convince them, let's be honest.
I think Owly Zoto will eat sand.
Also, for anyone wondering what D's nuts tier is and what makes it different from D tier, it's not a D-. It is literally just F tier, but Ender and I have something stupid about them or some in-joke that makes them slightly more tolerable. You'll understand when we get to the key example that goes in D's nuts tier. C tier is just kind of like, yeah, they're okay. B tier is good. A tier is great. S tier is... I mean, let's face it, this is a better name.
Yeah.
There, now it's more accurate. And then yeah, D tier is bad, F tier is. I feel like Oizoto's like, he's fine, he does his job. He's not annoying. He does what he needs to. It's fine.
I feel like they shouldn't have reformed him. Like, that's a little dumb, but
Okay, yes. But the semi-rushed shenanigans of season 9 aren't entirely the most impactful thing. And honestly, it doesn't really take away anything that he's done.
yeah.
Is probably fine. One of the spa horses.
Is that the spa horse that pronounces Applejack's name as Applejack?
I thought they both did.
Well, I find it funny, so I'm gonna put I would say B tier because Applejack is a funny name.
Sure, yeah, we'll tell that to. But is it funnier than Adge though? I guess that depends on her reaction. See, Applejack, I have to, like, I'm going to feel terrible about where I put Applejack because, and we're going to get to her soon. I'm going to feel terrible because, you know what, we'll come back to Apple Bloom later. I'm going to feel terrible about where we put Applejack because I don't want to put her in S tier. Because this is not about the horses living in my brain.
Yeah. So,
Applejack is not an S tier.
A for Applejack.
A for Applejack. I was watching a video earlier. I was watching it yesterday, but it was 2 fucking hours long. I literally fell asleep with it on. And it was ranking every configuration of every track that F1 has ever run on. Not every config, comma, of every track that F1's run on. It's every config that F1's run on. Yeah. And it had the old Vegas track, and he had an E tier in the video, and I'm like, dude, just put it in E tier because it is shaped like an E. Yeah. Just put it at the bottom of E tier because the track is shaped like an E. I don't know. Like, I feel like A tier is probably a good place. I feel like most of the main 6 are going to end up in A tier.
Yeah, she had, like, a lot of really good episodes, in my opinion.
Yeah, and, like, you didn't have to wait for her to be as good of a character as she ended up being. Like, a certain other member of the main 6 that everyone, actually a lot of people still hate because of the first few seasons. Yeah, I think A tier's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's nothing outstandingly horrible about her. There's nothing really bad about her.
Yeah.
Aside from her element.
Here we go with this debate.
There are so many more episodes that put Rainbow Dash's honesty and AJ's loyalty, and it's like, oh my fucking god. But we also know that the elements conceptually are vague, so it kind of makes sense lore-wise why they wouldn't, like, 100% have issues relating to their...
Just play the bit of, just to play the friendship is witchcraft bit where it's just like,
where they have the lines voiced over.
Yeah.
Yup.
That's the bit that I'm imagining right here.
Yup.
Buy some apples.
Buy some apples.
Well, unfortunately, that's not a line in Friendship is Magic, so...
No. I still think... I don't know. Where do you think we should put Apple Bloom here?
Trying to think of I feel like Apple Bloom doesn't really do a whole lot. Besides, I don't know. Trying to recall if there were like any outstanding episodes that involved her.
I mean, there was we got huge lore dump in an episode that revolved solely around, well, narratively revolved solely around her.
Yeah.
I don't think there were any big ones, but I think a lot of the CMC episodes were just good watches, especially. Yeah.
They're all definitely
Hold Why is no one taking sand into consideration? Because that would probably move them all down on the tier list, not
We
up.
haven't gotten to Sandbar yet.
True. Well,
Be
no.
patient.
Well, no. Actually, more accurately, if we wanted to be taking sand into consideration, and we were using sand as a stand-in for Sandbar, that would be when we get to when we get to Yona. When we get to Yone from League of Legends.
Exactly.
Like they don't do a lot, like as far as pushing the narrative forward. But to be fair, so do 99% of the episodes. I like Apple Bloom.
I like Apple Bloom too. I
Feel,
just
okay.
don't know where to put her.
Okay, so here's I'm floating between A and B tier. And I think that it depends. I think this is one that I'll come back to after we have some more ponies on the list. One important thing that I want to get out of the way is, do we want to attempt, and I want to decide this for each tier list, because obviously, well, for the bigger ones. For the smaller ones, I'll definitely do it, but do we want to attempt on these big tier lists to put them within orders in each tier? Because I feel like that would make it more fun, but that might make it take longer. Okay, so wherever we put Apple Bloom, it's going to be somewhere between Applejack and Spa Horse. What a small range that narrows it down to. I'm gonna put her at the top of B for now. Depending on who else ends up in B, who else ends up in A, I might move her up later.
Yeah, that seems fair.
We have Old Horse, whose name I don't remember, followed by Old Horse, whose name I don't remember, and I'm pretty sure they're both from that one episode where Granny Smith.
They only appear in one episode.
Yeah. I don't know who they are, so, like, if we don't know who they are, should we make, like, a tier below C called Literally Who, where it's, like, they're not bad, but who the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the follow-up question is, do you think that's where they go? Because that's where I think, but, like, if you have input, then, like, sure.
Yeah.
Why are they called little ponies when they're, like, 9 feet tall? Because ponies are small horses. So they're small horses. They're small.
There are horses in Equestria, just
well, only if you use magic on mice.
Yeah.
So yeah, do we throw these two into Literally Who tier, or do you know anything about them? All right, cool.
No, I don't.
Speaking of Literally Who, Babs. No, I'm kidding. I like Babs a lot, but I don't think she's going.
She barely appears.
I think she's literally in 3 episodes, aside from like background cameos. Because if we count those, I think even if we count those, she's in like 6.
And that one time where the one of the episodes proudly announced, "Oh, she got a cutie mark," never shows a cutie mark, and then
I hate
she appears after.
She should have gotten her cutie mark with the CMCs helping her do something, and that's how and when they should have gotten theirs.
Yeah, but
that should have literally been the CMCs getting 2 back-to-back episodes where it's that and the Diamond Tiara one. Those should have been the ones.
Yeah. But no, we can't even get the satisfaction of her getting a cutie mark.
Yeah. I think like, because of how little screen time she has, I feel like she has so much more potential than Apple Bloom, but with what we actually have, I feel like yes, no?
Back of B tier, that I'd say.
I don't know if I want to put her above Spa Horse, though.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Spa Horse didn't. Spa
Horse just has Applejack. Like, it's not like it's a background pony that has some. You know, we're not dealing with Lyra. We're not dealing with Bon Bon. We're not dealing with Derpy. We're not dealing with Big McLarge Huge, which I know isn't his official name, but it's the better name.
Yeah, I guess B tier is fine. That spot in B tier.
Speaking of B, Big Mac.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he also goes in B tier. Babs was left in the attic by Hasbro for like a decade. True.
I do think there are some really good episodes with Big Mac.
I think all of them where he's a major part are good episodes, but I don't know
Yeah.
that I like, he definitely leans more into the good territory. We're definitely above C, but for me, it's like, I don't know if the reason that his episodes are good are because I like him as a character, or if it's because they use his character well to make a good episode. If that makes sense.
I think.
I don't know if you feel the same, though.
I don't know. Heck. I guess B tier. B for Big Mac is fine.
Probably above Babs, just because we've had more screen time to enjoy Big Mac.
Yeah.
I think I might prefer Babs a little bit, but that could easily have been better or worse if she had more screen time. And like, Big Mac is safely like, we have a good idea of how to feel about him. But
Yeah.
I think below Apple Bapple.
Here's this horse.
Now, speaking of stallions, here's the gay horse.
the one where the fandom established.
I planned on making this joke later, and I still will, but I have to do it because I forgot that Brayburn existed when planning this joke. Here's what all the porn artists do when they see this character.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, but like in the show, Brayburn doesn't do a whole lot.
Nah, he barely does anything.
I feel like we make like a juice box and put him in high C.
But high C is orange juice.
Juice, yeah, but the joke was juice box. High C is a juice box. We're making like a juice box.
I see. I don't know. The fact that he barely does anything, I'm not sure if I'm confident in putting him in C tier, but
Well, but C tier is just like, yeah, they're fine.
yeah, I guess
Like it's
fine.
above literally who, because it's like we know who they are, and they're not a bad character, but they're not like in any way a standout. Spa horses have Applejack.
Yeah.
Right? And everything above that is like, they have a thing.
They do have a thing.
And then we have a dead horse.
Oh boy.
We only got one episode with these two.
It was such a beautiful episode though.
I really want to put both of them in A tier. I know we
Yeah.
only got one episode, but they used it really well for both characters, and there's an argument that we could put them both in literally who, because the only versions of them that we ever saw were versions of memories that could have been tainted, but obviously cartoons are never written that way, and they're written to actually be lore accurate.
Yeah.
Especially in a kid's show. So, it's fair to assume, I think, that those were accurate depictions of the historical parents
Yeah.
that aren't technically confirmed dead, but everyone cries when talking about them. So, thinking. And they're also not confirmed not dead.
They probably went to Hawaii, obviously.
True. Yeah, like
What is the
Scootaloo's
horse
parents that
equivalent?
were confirmed not dead. Dude, it's probably just Horse Y, okay?
Horse-
They live in a world with fucking Shikoltko. It's probably just Horse Y. Maybe it's actually, no, maybe it's Horsey. But with
Horse.
two I's instead of an EY.
Now the real question is Horsey also an island?
Well, no, it's
And-
probably 4 islands. Hawaii's 4 islands, right?
Well, yeah, 4 islands, but if it is 4 islands, how do the Earth ponies get there? How do the unicorn get there? Is it Pegasi only?
Boats! Hot air balloons!
I mean,
That's gonna be.
sure.
It's probably a long flight for Pegasus anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I think Primac, yeah, A tier.
Chunky boy.
Both, D for D's nuts, not.
Every time I hear about AJ's parents, I think about the Hasbro Mother's Day post where her parents are shown as ghosts. What are you talking about? And please DM me it. I'm scared.
Oh no. Oh no.
Also, wait a minute. This tier list is in alphabetical order based on their names. His official name is featherweight, but he's in with bees. Oh my god, the person making this calls him Big McLarge Huge. Oh no.
That's his canon. No. That's his canon name from now on.
Dude, I wish it were. Imagine if Derpy were on here 3 times, once for each of her 3 names.
Imagine. Could happen.
That'd be hilarious.
I don't know. He's there for one joke, and then the joke gets tiring afterwards. So,
like if you're feeling nice, I am perfectly fine with C tier, but that's my gut instinct.
Yeah, I think D is kind of.
All right, I'm waiting because I have a feeling that we're eventually. Oh my fucking god!
He was funny. He was funny for the first time, but then after that, it just got really tiring.
Oh my god, she's literally transparent. Yeah, like it's fine. I think that like they do it in a less annoying way in that the one Rainbow Dash episode where Derpy's also there.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that's probably his best episode, but he's so irrelevant in the background, and his only joke is just it just kind of gets, I don't want to say grating, but tiresome. Here we have
Chancellor, no.
Hun, what's the name of the president of EA? Like the CEO of EA. I should have Googled this for. Hold on, CEO of EA.
I'm
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Wilson, yeah.
So here we have Andrew Wilson. See, I would love to put him in D's nuts tier, but I actually kind of like him as a villain.
Yeah, the main problem I have with him is that we don't really get a motivation for why he's a flagrant racist.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like
he's literally just a pony supremacist, and it's like so blatant and bad. And he's genuinely, though, I think he's one of the first characters. Him and Starlight are probably the 2 biggest examples of characters later in the show, and also the entire Kieran race, of the show tackling more mature themes in its later seasons to be more in line with the audience that is a significant amount of the show's following than they were doing in the early seasons. Especially because as shows like that go on, and you probably have less viewership from the target audience, especially when it's the same show. Which is why historically My Little Pony has, I mean, not just My Little Pony, but like you'll go through big changes every few seasons to try and get newer chunks of kids in at the target age, as older viewers will fade out for the most part. Whereas with this, the show had just the fandom running the whole way. I've been here for 3 minutes and have more questions than from the watch party. I mean, ask away.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, it's literally the entire subplot of season 8 before we get to Cozy Glow at the end is the overarching subplot of everything that's not Cozy Glow related is this guy is racist and that is a bad thing, period.
Yep.
Which is a great message, and it's done in a way that works for viewers of all ages, as is done with most of this show's run. And I think he's genuinely a well-written villain. I don't know where I want to put him. I don't want to put him below B, though, because that is where we start getting into good characters, and I think that's where he belongs.
I'm okay with C tier. He does his job well. I still wish we had, like, a reason for why he's the way he is.
But the thing is, though, you'd never be happy with the reason because of what his problem is, because there's never a good reason for that. And you see shit like, and another example of that is Starlight. For being a villain to the degree that Starlight was. Now, yes, her motivation was generally terrible, but nothing was going to make us happy with it. To go to Ruby, as a point of reference to multiple villains in MLP, sometimes giving them a reason can make them a worse villain. I guess MLP's not the only, or Ruby's not the only thing I want to compare it to. I know you're not the biggest fan of Dragon Ball, but I I don't know if you remember hearing about how everyone hated Jiren while Dragon Ball Super's Tournament of Power was airing.
Yeah.
Because he was basically just this brick that was stood there in the middle of the fighting field doing nothing. And everyone hated him. But he had this, like, ominous air of strength. Like, he was being hyped up as the strongest in the multiverse. He at least had the potential to give good fights. And to be fair, every fight that he was part of was incredible. It was some of the best animation that Dragon Ball has ever produced. And, it's just, they're all fan favorite DBS fights, and some of them are fan favorite Dragon Ball fights, period. Everyone hates his backstory as soon as we got it. More people than all of the optimists, once we got his backstory, are just like, he's just Spider-Man, but an asshole, and, like, everyone was unhappy.
So Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man, Peter Parker.
Without the music, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No, actually, because it goes with everything, with Breakthrough It All playing in the background. Which I have seen literally all of Jiren's fights with Sonic Frontiers music, with different Sonic Frontiers songs in the background. Another example, as a point of reference, is Cinder in Ruby. Her backstory was done. They didn't want to give Cinder a relatable backstory, and this is for two reasons. Number one, the more compelling a backstory a character has as a villain, the less people are going to like the villain, and the more divisive the character becomes. And number two, she's a terrible, awful person, and they don't want to make a backstory that sounds like it justifies it. Which is why, instead of doing something sensible and then becoming a villain later, she's just so seeded with hatred that she just kills the guy that trained her. Spoilers for volume, I think 7 is when we learn her backstory. Literally like 6 years ago, but I do try not to spoil. Ruby and Xenoblade are like so high on my list of things I like that I try not to spoil them, but it's relevant.
Yeah.
So, and then again, in show, compare to Starlight or Discord, right? Discord's entire motivation is chaos. That's his whole thing. So you don't have a bad motivation weighing the character down. Sure, if you got one that made the character make more sense, fine, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's probably something stupid like something happened when he was a kid or his parents were, and so he's racist.
I mean, that makes sense.
I just want to reiterate, racism is bad. I just think he's a well-written character.
I think he's a well-written racist.
It's like Donzo. Sometimes a character, which is going to fly over anyone's head that hasn't seen Naruto, characters are not always written to be liked as people. That does not make them bad characters. I like the role he fills in the show as a villain. Obviously don't like the things he does.
Yeah.
More so the things he says than the things he does. Also the fact that he, I don't know if I can say the S word, but he coins a very harmful term toward non-ponies, and then literally as soon as he's not around, they all start using it as a way to refer to each other, which is just hilarious.
Yeah.
And bothers me immensely, and it bothers me partially. Honestly, the biggest reason it bothers me is because he's literally saying the word creature as an intentionally offensive thing to non-ponies, and Twilight's been to the human world and is familiar with the words everybody and everyone.
Yep.
Just use those! But no, never mind.
It's too many.
It's too hard.
It's too complicated. It's too hard. All right.
So I'm thinking.
See.
Sorry, go on.
I think C is. Were you gonna put him in C or?
I was gonna put him in B because I don't want to put him in C because that's like, meh. And like, I do think he's a good character.
He does serve the job well.
Aside from him being reformed at the end makes sense because obviously in his position, like, they were never going to just get rid of him.
Yeah.
And but the way it happened, it was too fast. I think that if they had a couple episodes building up, but aside from that, which is honestly, I think I'd have him in A tier just as a villain if not for his ending. I think I want to put him in B, either above or below Babs right now. I don't know.
I don't know.
Where do you want to put him here?
Below Babs.
All right, gaming. Cheerily.
She's cheerly.
You know what? Cheerly's too... Oop, nope. Cheerly's too wholesome. I feel like she goes in A tier. She
Yeah.
does a lot indirectly. There are times that she's a terrible example of a teacher, and there are times that she is a great example of how a teacher can help students in ways that,
Yeah.
God, I wish I had teachers that did. Very different topic. And I just like her, and she is literally just Le Wholesome, the horse.
Yeah. I wish we had like more episodes revolving around Cheerly.
I know. She's so good.
Yeah. Come on, Hasbro.
Will not be the highest ranked background pony. I am going to put her above AJ's parents, though.
All right.
Cheese sandwich.
Yeah, Weird Al pony. I'm debating between A and B.
I kind of want to put him low A. Like, I think he's a really strong character. He's not
Yeah,
around for very much.
Low A.
Actually, you know what? Maybe high B is better because he's also literally just made to be male Pinky.
Yeah.
But there's a narrative reason in his backstory, and honestly in Pinky's quote-unquote character arc for it. Yeah, okay. I think I want to move Apple Bloom up, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, cool. And then I want to put Cheese here.
Sounds good.
Okay, gaming. This is Cherry Farm Bitch.
I literally who? No, she's fine, but I.
If you want to put her in C, I'd be okay with that. I slightly dislike her, but it might be because you're supposed to.
I don't know. We barely get any screen time with her, so like.
I think she's literally only in one episode. She might appear in one of the last 3 episodes because there are so many random recurring characters from throughout the show. As far as I'm aware, she's not in the montage during the song, but she might be in like the horde of ponies that appears at the end of the end of the end. Wow, that's one hell of a... At the end of the end of the end. What a phrase!
So the ending.
Well, no, because that's the last problem.
So the ending of the ending of the ending, it's not the ending.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I almost wish the last problem... Not almost. I do wish the last problem was called The End of the End Part 3. Because it's the proper end to the end. Or the end of the end epilogue. Or just epilogue. Because it's literally an epilogue episode.
Epilogue.
It was mostly hyperbole. Who the heck is Big Mick Long? Whatever.
What?
I think Chica bumped into the counter and knocked over an empty water bottle.
Mm-hmm.
That happens occasionally.
Is she blind?
No. She's a dog.
Fair. Anyways,
I think you said fair, but I heard bear.
No, I'm not referring to.
So this pony's name is Featherweight canonically. He did not have an in-show name until season... He didn't have an episode. He didn't have a name until I think the episode with him and Derpy, right?
I believe so.
I think so.
I
Because I think he was just credited in the credits as like male pony number whatever. For a long time. And then he eventually got the name Featherweight. Before he had a name, if it was sooner than that, then for a while after, because well into season 7, he would be tagged on fandom websites as Big McLargehuge because he has big muscles. And the Brony fandoms, and the Brony fandoms' primary inhabitants were men ages 18 to 30, approximately. Well, probably more like 16 to 30. So, dumb joke for the comedy. He's big, large, huge muscles. They just called him Big McLargehuge, and we all flew with it, and then they named him Featherweight.
Big McLargehuge is a better name.
I appreciate the irony. but Big McLarge huge. And the tier list maker of this tier list agrees. This is the chief of the Buffalo, right?
Yeah, the one who was beefing with Brayburn.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, I mean he
He's
does
probably
have a
gonna go
motive for.
He does. It's a good episode about, you know, just the general. I mean, just the vibe of the episode. I know it has like some stuff about stereotypes and stuff, but the episode itself being about like that topic, you know, it's always a nice thing to have.
Yeah. Again, the way
It's been
these.
It's not.
Oh, go on.
I was gonna say it's been a couple years since I last saw it. I mean, I think the episode itself isn't handled terribly.
Yeah, I think they handled it well. The decision to stereotype, you know, that group of people with Buffalo is a little.
Yeah, but also at that point in time, they were. I mean, even to the end of the show, you know. You look at even what they did to dragons in G5. They kind of try to keep every species they bring into the show pony adjacent in shape, and so they hadn't gotten into all of the other races we'd go on to see yet. And like Buffalo kind of makes sense, just as adding an animal in.
Yeah.
But as a character.
As
he's
a character,
fine.
he's fine.
Yeah, I'd rank him lower if like things were just egregiously terrible with him, but they're not. He's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything bad. He doesn't do anything outstanding. He's there for literally one episode. Who is this guy?
Pinky's mom.
Who is this
Whoever her name
guy?
is. That's
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? I was gonna do that till I found someone I actually don't know, but that's gonna be a while. Pinky's mom.
She barely has any.
Yeah, I want to put her in literally who, but we know who she is, so I'd kind of want to just be like, eh.
I suppose.
She doesn't do anything to dislike.
Yeah.
She also just doesn't do anything. So, like, I don't think it's fair to put her below C tier.
Yeah. Coco.
The incident.
I'm in love with the Coco.
Well, you mean with the miss.
With I see.
You know, the incident. And how they only ever used her name in one episode. Oh, God. Yeah, so I think, like, firmly in A tier.
Yeah, A tier is...
I feel like there's not a lot to say. She appears in, like, 3 episodes, but she is just a joy in all of them.
Yeah, and, yeah, she's a real... yeah. And plus, I really like her character design, so...
Oh, that's amazing. I mean, honestly, designs factor into a lot of the decisions that we've made already and ones we'll go on to make. Like, it's part of why Cheese isn't higher than he is, but Cheese is also just literally Weird Al as an orange pony. Designs are... honestly, if we were only going by designs, Babs would be up a tier for sure. No, Naysay would be very low tier. But, well, this thing, they're a factor, though. Like, AJ's design is a huge thing. Coco's design is a huge thing. Cheerilee's design is incredible, especially for what she is as a character.
Yep.
Hell, that's half the reason that any Buffalo that we'll see on this list, which are probably just going to be the one that was important in that episode and him, they won't get any points because their designs are literally just Buffalo with headpiece. And that is literally all of the Buffalo designs.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Speaking of designs...
With the exception of one, but, you know.
Yeah. Speaking of designs...
ignoring the design of her, she has a very well-written episode. Let's just get that out of the way.
She does, with one of the best songs. You could ask just about anyone in the fandom. This is one of the best songs in the entire show.
Oh, yeah.
And I like her design, actually.
Yeah.
I know they have a few different designs for her, and I like all of them. I even like her pop star design. I think it's good. I want to stick her in A.
The Yes Girl Slay pop star
True.
design.
I want to stick her in A. I am thinking where we are currently, I'm thinking next to Cheerily.
Yeah.
Are you thinking any higher or lower than that, or
Higher.
higher?
Yeah, just because I really like above Cheerly. Yeah.
Okay, and then below Coco.
Yeah.
All right, I can get behind that.
Yeah, I say higher because again, the episode she appears in is so well
good.
written.
It's so good. Yeah, and unlike another pop star that you can barely understand, she actually like is relevant when she's on screen instead of just being a celebrity cameo. It's like fucking Winston Churchill delivering a speech. No, really though. I don't.
Winston Churchill is my favorite pop singer.
No. I don't remember the pony's name. I don't even remember the artist's name. I remember hearing that the artist has apparently like donated to not good charities relating to neurodivergent people, but
yeah.
And I've heard some of their other songs, and I can safely say that the only song of theirs that I think I will ever like is the one from the movie. We'll get to her later, but I don't remember her name. And in her speaking lines and most of the song, you can barely understand her, and it sounds like gibberish, and it literally just sounds like it's Winston Churchill, right? It's like I'm
tired.
Yeah, is that Winston Churchill?
Yeah.
Yes, she literally sounds like Winston Churchill as a pop star. Like, it's funny. Speaking of voices, Cozy Glow's a squeaker.
Golly.
Okay.
I
don't know if before you say anything, I don't know if you're gonna hard fight me on this, and feel free to, because this is an unpopular opinion.
Oh no. You know what? Yeah, fair.
Okay, what were you gonna say though?
I do think they definitely handled the whole twist villain thing with her very well.
Yes! They didn't fucking Arrowverse and tell you a quarter of the way through the goddamn season.
Yeah.
Like, you have the I am the future Flash thing going. You don't have to say it halfway through the season. Actually, that's not a good example because they didn't do that with Savitar, but...
Yeah. They subtly hint at something going on with her, but like,
they do it so well.
Yeah. And also the implication that she might have killed her parents, which was partially confirmed by the writers.
Which is one of 2 cases of potential murder of a relative in the My Little Pony canon that may or may not be real.
That may or may not be real.
We'll get to the other one later, but it involves bacon.
Yep.
I think Cozy Glow is a fantastically written, not just villain, but like you said, twist villain. It is handled so well. There are hints, there are subtleties to it. If you have more of an idea of twist villains, I think you'll catch on to it sooner. But, I think that especially she is a well-written twist villain for me to have enjoyed as an adult, because I fell behind the show in the middle of season 7, very early in season 7, and so 7 through 9, I watched with Ender a couple years ago when we rewatched through the whole show. You can find some tweets about it from while I was watching, and especially toward the end when I was really emotional, and we both cried at 2 separate points throughout it. Shockingly, it was the ends of season 3 and 9. And those episodes still make me cry. I was not expecting Cozy Glow to be the villain. In fact, I was, but I wasn't expecting Cozy Glow to be a villain. I was legitimately expecting, to the point where it's now become a meme between me and Ender. I thought Cozy Glow was going to be revealed to have been replaced with Chrysalis somewhere in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
And the whole time Ender is just like, you'll see, but it's not quite that. And I'm like, oh. And then this is also the season where we have the little thing in the middle of the season where we actually saw Chrysalis. So I was like, wait a minute. So it's actually definitely not Chrysalis. So then I was real confused. And then found out that Cozy Glow was the actual villain. And I was just, I mean, like,
Yep.
for a kid show especially, she's really well written. And I know that,
She's
unlike
very entertaining.
unlike a Naruto character tier list, actually I'd still probably put Cozy Glow in like mid A tier, but that's
Yeah.
like, I think
When
she's
she-
pretty well written in general. I think that for a kid show, she is fantastic.
Yeah, and she's very entertaining when she's full on villain.
She is, even when she's not though. Like, she only does the annoyingly likable thing once, like, she's clearly a villain or when she's trying to be, like, manipulative. Like, it's even when she's in nice mode, it's not annoyingly nice. And
Yeah.
I just think that she's just a well-written character. She's a pleasant character to have around when she's not actively villaining. I like the way that a lot of her manipulative aspects are done throughout the season, and I like the twist. And I think she's good when she's a villain. She's a really fun villain, like you said, to have on screen. Both times that she's there.
And Alicorn.
Season 9. Oh my god, season 9. She has the cutest dynamic with Queen Chrysalis, and I almost wish they reformed the three of them just so that we could see a wholesome parent-child adoptive relationship between them. Like,
Yeah.
literally every other aspect of the show. I'm glad they didn't reform Chrysalis and Cozy Glow, but they have such a cute dynamic that would have been perfect to reform.
Yeah.
You would literally have had, they have a couple of moments, and then they go back to villaining, but it's like, they're great together.
And also, Alicorn Cozy Glow is terrifying.
Yes, but also somehow
even
works.
What do you mean somehow worse?
Works, not worse.
Oh, I thought you said worse. Okay,
No.
yeah, works.
It doesn't feel like it
definitely
would
works.
work, but it looks good. It's good. Also,
And
that's another
there's
thing.
also-
Cozy Glow has she is probably toward the low end of my favorite bunch of pony designs. Like, if I were to
Yeah.
just take a list of top tier pony designs or high tier pony designs, Cozy Glow's on there toward the high end of the low end, I would say.
Never forget the Cozy Glow design we got when she absorbed all of Grogar's magic.
Look, we don't talk about Cozy Greg, okay?
Cozy Greg.
Well, I call Grogar Greg, and she absorbed all of Grogar's magic. Therefore, Cozy Greg.
Sure.
Next we have Dunkin' Donuts.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have laughed at that. I wasn't supposed to be funny, and then in my brain it just became funny.
Yeah, so Donkey over here.
Yeah. I want to be careful where I put him.
I mean-
I don't want to put him too low just because we've just ranked Cozy Glow.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. He does have a motivation for being all sad all the time in that one episode.
Yeah.
He got separated from his wife or whatever. That I'd be upset too.
Girlfriend. They never got married.
Oh, girlfriend, right?
Or mare
Well, in
friend.
that case, find a different donkey then. What are you doing?
I mean, but to be fair, like, they were both certain, and this is a world with magic, so it's even feasible that it could have been magic, and that they both knew that it was magic.
Yeah.
They both waited, specifically looking for each other for years.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think that, and we know that love is canonically the only magic more powerful than friendship.
Yeah.
Single magic, because the combined forces of several magics, ranging from Grogar to Discord to almost friendship. I'm still upset that they didn't actually have Chrysalis, Tyrek, and Cozy Glow have, like, an evil Elements of Harmony thing going on.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, like, I still think that would have been the best way to have a final villain, was to legitimately have a villain and it also would have been a really interesting way to see Naysay have a moment to reflect, because his entire thing, right, about specifically the School of Friendship was that he didn't want the other races in the world to be able to weaponize friendship against ponies.
Yeah.
And aside from the fact that it was literally racially charged, the concept of not wanting friendship weaponized is a valid concern, precisely because that's what the elements of harmony are, Twilight, you dumbass! Motivations and who it was directed aside, that itself is a legitimate concern. And it would have been incredible, not just for Naysay, although you could have given him a moment in the finale.
Yeah.
It would have been an incredible thing. Because friendship is like any other good thing in life. There is an extent that is too much. And there is a variation of it that can be twisted into something that is not good for you. Toxic friends exist. Toxic family members exist. Toxic partners exist. Right?
Yeah.
And so having an evil villain be the equivalent of the element of harmony would have been a fantastic way to end the show. All of this to say, B tier?
B tier. B tier seems.
None of that was related to Cranky. It just tangent happened.
No, Cranky is a secret villain.
Of course.
Of the whole show.
Of course. Also, his episode, and this isn't points against him, if anything, it's points against Pinky, is... I actually dislike the way they handle this episode. Pinky gets rewarded for borderline stalking him and definitely invading his privacy, and I don't like that. That's not points against him. Probably won't be points against Pinky because it's kind of a one-off, but it is a question... If we ever do every episode, that is going to be a low-tier episode, because as fun as it is, the moral and how Pinky is... The intended moral aside, the actual moral way down the list for me. Still better than Ticketmaster, though. Oh, I can't decide who to give the ticket to because 4 of my friends have selfish reasons and one wants to improve their family's quality of life. Which one should I give it to?
Give it to Spike, obviously.
All right.
Okay, let's get this.
I'm either gonna piss you off or the fandom. I don't know which.
No, I have the thing to say about the fandom.
Boy.
All right.
So so you're on the same page as me, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh,
look,
no.
It doesn't matter if she's real. All right. No one cares. Look, this is the same universe where we have a Draconicus that can literally do anything he wants, but a book character being real is too much for you. Oh well, cry me a river. All right, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, no. That wasn't going to be my only point. I think that Daring Do is super overhated. I think that every time she's around, she's a good time. I won't say she's amazingly written, but she is decently written at her worst and well written at her best. I think that her being a Rainbow Dash recolor, first off, I didn't notice for years. And I think the hat is largely part of that. Which is weird because they're like side by side because that's when I noticed, I guess, was when they were side by side. But like, and then also she wears clothes, which is unusual. But it makes a lot of sense with A, who she is as a character, and B, who she is in relation to Rainbow Dash. First off, the reason that she's designed that way is because she wasn't designed to be a real pony when she was first put into the show. She was designed to be a stand-in of Rainbow Dash. They just made that her actual design, probably to reuse the design that existed. But because of how much Rainbow Dash idolizes her, and also the fact that at their core there is an extent to which they are similar characters, it makes a lot of sense. And I honestly think that the design lends it, especially being a grayscale Rainbow Dash because she's more of a loner. I think that it makes a lot of sense.
I definitely
also,
agree with
her
that.
being a Dash recolor brings my brain back around to the whole thing of how, like, you know, there's negative sides to everything. Fallout Equestria actually tackles this topic with specifically the elements of harmony, that you can have one of the core 6 elements in such a twisted and pushed way too far manner. There's a character early on in the book who gets executed, and they call them virtues in Fallout Equestria. And, you know, he says that his virtue is, I think they call it, like, corrupted honesty or whatever. It's yeah. So that's my pun on that. Not that I'm saying Daring Do is corrupted loyalty, just being a Rainbow Dash recolor brought my brain to that. Anyway, yeah, fandom, you're whinier than the target audience on this one. I'm sorry. Not that I'm saying the target audience whines about. I'm saying that you on this topic, are whinier than the target audience on average.
Yeah.
I would know. I was a child once.
I think we were all children once.
Shout out to any clones or robots that could be watching this.
From like the year 3000.
So D for Daring Do. No. I want to put her in B. I actually think I want to put her.
I do agree. Like whenever I see her in a episode, I know I'm gonna have like a good time watching the episode because
the worst we get when she's around are, yeah, it's okay. I don't dislike an episode that is even Daring Do adjacent. Like every time she's there, it's a great time.
Yeah.
Speaking of great times, holy shit, the next 4 are going to be big hits. All right. Before we get to opinions and details, where do you think Diamond Tiara should go?
If she stuck around as like the typical bully pony character or whatever, I would have said like C tier, but ever since she was reformed, I would say either A or Fluttershy tier.
Yes, I'm so glad that you share that opinion with me. Holy shit. I know we've talked about it before. Diamond Tiara is the single best, aside from the fact that it probably could have been handled over the course of multiple episodes, but it's a kid's show. This is how they're formatted. This is why I think that, it's the reason I think TV series are always going to be better than movies at telling more detailed stories. And it's why I think that web series with more freedom are always going to be better than TV series with stricter networks, because I think that this sort of thing should have been handled over the course of 40 to 60 minutes rather than 20. But yes, during and post-Reformation, Diamond Tiara she's one of, if not the best handled Reformation in the entire show. Reasons for her being a bully are, they're exactly spot on to what it usually is. Of course, it never justifies it. She learns that as a child. She's a child learning things. So of course, and hell, she probably represents some people watching this episode probably, and this doesn't really play into why I like her as a character, but because of how that episode was handled, there are probably a good number of children that watched this, or adults that watched this, that were assholes that saw the episode and were like, oh. And then now they have a new favorite pony. Also, if we're going to mention music, like we did with Count Color. I don't remember her full name.
Count Color.
Count Color. I don't remember. Yeah. Diamond Tiara has a top 3 song in the show for me. I would have trouble ranking the 3. She has a top 3 song for me by a mile. The Pony I Want to Be is a fantastic song. I think part of the reason that I liked it as much as I did initially was because it's a really interesting song. It's written about her trying to figure out, who she is, and she doesn't want to be a bully, but nothing in there lyrically specifies that that's what she wants. It's just about not being comfortable with yourself and self-searching. And so I think that part of the reason I personally liked that song and do like it as much as I do is because I am a trans individual that has not had the best family ever since my parents peacefully, so that my mom could get a job in her ideal career, did divorce. And ever since then, I mean, neither of them have been, neither of them have been great toward me. I've talked about it on stream. I'm not going to go into detail, but I mean, if you've been around long enough, you know. And so it was a song I could relate to. Hell, some of her backstory I could, to an extent, with some variation, relate to. Music's a really cool thing, as is just all forms of art. But also, I do think that as the bully character before the Reformation, she's written pretty well as the bully type character. I think that she always serves her purpose. She always serves to enhance an episode. I think that, like, the only time I can think of where a bullying situation in the show makes just no sense by any means is when Babs joins Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon. But that's not because of Diamond Tiara. That's because of, well, it's kind of because of Diamond Tiara, but it's like, how do they not notice that Babs is a blank flank if that's what they're making fun of the CMCs for? But that's, like, it's not really a problem I have with Diamond Tiara. It's more with that one episode's writing.
Yeah.
Anyway, great character for the archetype beforehand. She'd definitely be high C or low B tier if she never got reformed, but great episode with a great song in it, and we don't see a lot of her post-reformation, but it's always great to have Diamond Tiara around afterwards. Speaking of reformations.
I'm not. Are you a fan of puppeteers?
I have a nagging fear that someone's pulling the strings. Discord's reformation.
In my opinion,
It was
kind
never.
of
It
rushed.
was. I don't agree with you, because I think that it was finished off screen during the time skip. Or maybe it was never finished. I guess we don't see enough of post time skip Discord to know. Discord, if you think about it, as far as what we see in the show, at least before the time skip, was never fully reformed. The closest he comes, and I guess you could argue he was by season 9, because he's the one that tries to kick off everything in season 9 to show the elements that they're ready to lead Equestria.
Yeah.
Everything before that, though, he does so much shit that you don't see any other reformed characters do. You never see Diamond Tiara
go back to bullying after she was reformed.
Well, it's not even that. You don't see Diamond Tiara have any of the bullying she did before come back to haunt her after she's reformed, like we have with Discord. You don't see Diamond Tiara even using insult humor with people, the way Discord fucks with other ponies other than Fluttershy, never Fluttershy, with his magic. You never see some of the things you see with Discord, with Starlight, or with Diamond Tiara, or with Sunset. You do with Discord, though.
Yep.
Because I think Discord was never truly reformed. I think that Discord, for a while at least, was doing it for Fluttershy, until eventually doing it for Fluttershy, after long enough, became just being reformed. It was literally fake it till you make it, because he loved Fluttershy.
Yeah.
So I actually think, and I understand that I am reaching for subtlety where it might not have been intended, but we're also talking about something that happened well, not later in the show, but, later in the early stages of the show, when we know they were blatantly reaching for the fandom with some of the things they did. Maybe not to the same parts of the fandom Chapter 6 reached for, but that's a different discussion. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that Discord's reformation was meant to be subtle over the course of a long time. I don't think that either side of the Reformation coin changes the fact that Discord is...
He's Fluttershy.
This is going to be the first, really hard one for me. I'm going to let you pick who we put on top, because I will never be able to decide.
Frick.
Who is best villain? We are going to piss off at least one person either way with this specifically.
As much as I like Cozy Glow, I really enjoy any episode that Discord is in. I'm sorry, Cozy Glow.
That's fair. Discord also has more screen time. He has that subtlety written into him that Cozy Glow didn't really have time to, aside from being the villain. Yeah.
And also Discord also had a twist moment of his own where it's revealed that he was Grogard. Spoilers, by the way. He was Grogard the whole time.
He was Greg!
He was Greg the whole time.
Twist hero. twist hero as the twist villain.
I guess it does make sense for why he wanted to, why he like
Yeah.
was Greg the whole time, but he didn't really foresee all the villains turning on him.
Well, and
Once the time came. So
we don't actually know for sure whether he was planning to join them or not. We just know that as soon as they found out, they took his magic, so he went back to the ponies. For all we know, he was legitimately planning to just run through Equestria and leave Fluttershy alone. He could have been. We'll never know. Because there's just enough in the way that he was written during season 9 that it could go either way. Unless it's been confirmed by at least one writer, in which case, okay, fine. But as far as I'm aware, that hasn't happened. So, speaking of fun characters.
Music horse.
I said Cheerly wasn't going to be the highest ranked background pony, and do we put Vinyl above Cheerly?
Yes.
Okay. I would have been fine putting her one below if you said no, but that would be the lowest I'd put her. I want to put her higher. I know she'll be higher because we still have a lot to go.
Yeah.
We're getting into a lot of ponies with less to say as we go through the list, so like these long conversations will dull out. We've been live for an hour now, so
I'm still of the opinion she should have had some sort of speaking role, but I know the fandom would have been up in arms if it wasn't the voice actor.
Hear me out, though.
Yeah.
I don't think that her speaking in fan work ruins this at all. I think having her not talk in the show is a huge thing. Because, especially when we get into the audience that is the fandom, she is representation for something that we do not get a lot of. Whether it is, you know, a physical thing or a mental thing, you know, whether it's, you know, almost or fully, there are a lot of people that can't or have trouble speaking.
Yeah.
So I don't hate it, but that also wouldn't have changed my opinion on Vinyl as a character. But I do think that her not talking in the show has a lot of pros to it, in that it is, well, I guess one major pro to it, in that it is representation we do not have anywhere else in the show, and that I've rarely seen on television or in shows at all. Like, the only other one is Neo, that I can even think of.
Yeah.
And there's one other that I don't remember that I know that I've seen. Anyway, don't want to spend too long on some of these characters. Dr. Hooves.
He's a character.
Yeah, he doesn't really do much.
I like how instead
we have Slice of Life, and that alone kind of makes me want to put him top of Sifa right now.
I do like how instead of being, you know, Doctor Who, he's just like some dollar store Doctor Who where like he doesn't do any time traveling at all.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's just trying to invent time travel or something.
Yeah, but all of the time travel he can really do is just like wait a few seconds and then bam, we're in the future.
Yep. I feel bad for not remembering his name.
I don't. Feather something.
Yeah.
He's there.
You know what? Actually,
put him in Fluttershy tier.
Of course. I don't have much to say about him. I don't remember his name. He has a couple episodes that he is important in, and they're both good. He's an enjoyable character to have around. He's never, like, the center of an episode, I don't think, but he's important in a couple, and he's great, and, you know, I mean, not great, or he'd be an A tier, but he's good. Good time. Whatever.
Donald Trump.
Literally Trump pony.
Put him in D's Nuts tier. I don't really have much to say about him.
The thing is, I don't think there's anything offensively bad about him, though.
Yeah, I mean, he does definitely play the stereotypical billionaire villain. I'm not even sure if he is a villain. Is he a villain?
Are we factoring in? Yeah, Sunset's on here, so I'm assuming that we are. Ooh, hold on. You know what I want to do really quickly here is let me tab out to a different window really quickly, which I hope is not showing on stream. Okay, good. It's literally just a Google search, but
okay.
Oh god fucking damn it. It's a okay. Sorry, give me 1 second here. Also, shout out to Ender for the awesome thumbnail for this stream over on YouTube. I will probably use this if I ever do another tier list stream again. So I realized that okay, well that is cropped horribly, but that's okay.
Good job.
So Equestria Girls characters don't have separate spaces. Actually, you know what? I was going to say I'm only going to do one for Twilight because she's a distinctly different character.
Besides why you mean?
Yes. But there's one other character that I want to make a specifically separate Equestria Girls for, and you might know who it is. And
yeah.
I want to make sure that this one isn't cropped so terribly, so I'm just gonna crop that. Crop image to that. There we go. And you probably know where I'm going with this, because there are literally only 2 characters that are significantly different in their Equestria Girls iterations.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Rarity will get one because she's significantly more likable. We'll get to that. If we're counting Equestria Girls, I will actually put him top of D. Are we counting Equestria Girls for characters that are the same character?
Frick, I don't know.
So like, because I think Filthy Rich might be the only one that this changes my rating for. I feel like we should, though, because they're not the same person, but they are literally written the same. They're not like Twilight and Rarity, where Twilight's meant to be a distinctly different character, and Rarity is just written so much more tolerably.
Yeah, I'd say...
okay, top of D, if we're counting that.
D for Donald Trump.
True! D for Dragged Down by Equestria Girls. Is this Flim or Flam? It's Flam because alphabetical order. Right.
Yeah. I mean, they're both fun characters. I definitely would stick them in B, both of them.
Yeah, I'm gonna bunch them together.
Yeah.
Also,
really,
I don't know if these images were used intentionally, but where they're facing each other despite being different scenes, uploader, you intentionally or not, you were clever. Are you thinking above or below Babs and Big Mac? Because I'm thinking below Babs, but I will move them if you want. Okay, cool.
Below. Flash Magnus is his name.
Okay, because I know who this one is. I didn't know who
also
this
named
one is.
Flash.
Oh, because he's from the Christmas special. Because Christmas special was the original Christmas special was when we learned that Christmas in Equestria is celebrating the end of racism, even though it wasn't. It was only the end of racism within ponies amongst each other.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a much different version of Christmas to what we have. It's also not called Christmas. I mean, he's fine. He's not memorable at all. The Buffalo episode was a fun time. I mean, this episode was a fun time, but I'm just like, man.
After the episode where they brought him back from the limbo state or whatever, he doesn't show up ever again, I don't think.
Yeah.
Actually, no, that's a lie.
The old 6 are just kind of irrelevant, and he's fine.
Actually, that's kind of a lie. He does appear in, like, the season... part 2 of the end, I think, but like actually no, it's part 1. Yep.
All of the old 6 and young 6 appear in the end of the end, and then the Horde and the song montage. Almost every character appears.
Yeah.
Flash Sentry.
The other Flash, who also happens to be tan.
Yeah, they're almost the same color.
Yeah.
They're both Pegasi, and they're both Royal Guard.
It really makes you think.
Yeah.
Was this meant to be...
It's legitimately probably that Magnus is designed after Sentry, who's designed after whatever throwaway background pony was dressed as Flash Magnuson.
Okay, if we were still gonna go with the original original how we were originally gonna do it with ignoring Equestria Girls, we would
If we were
literally have nothing
ignoring
to say.
if we were ignoring Equestria Girls, it's D's nuts because he's completely irrelevant. A bad copy of his Equestria Girls counterpart that is only there for one joke at the end of the movie because they never bring him back. Flash is a character where I think we should just ignore his pony counterpart and rank him based on Equestria Girls, and in that case,
He's definitely gotten better after 2, in my opinion.
Okay, I hate Legend of Everfree, except for exactly Flash and Sunset.
Yeah.
Now, I know that they don't end up together, and I think that it would have been a valid relationship for them. Well, I guess I don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know who Sunset's with. Sunset is confirmed by, and she has a great dynamic with both Flash and Trixie.
Mm-hmm.
See, I want to make the joke and say Polly, but Trixie and Flash would never work together. Or maybe they would, I guess. Who knows? We've literally never seen them interact with one another in either world. I like him, though. He has great moments when he's not bumbling around interacting with Pony Twilight. Especially when he's interacting
when he's not thirsting for a horse.
No, when he is thirsting for a horse, it's fine because his interactions with Sunset are great.
Flirting versus sexual harassment.
No, it's that he's not as with Twilight, he's like he's drunk around Twilight constantly. Sunset, it's like it's good screen time. Now, here's the biggest example of a D's nuts tier character who might end up being the only one.
The
Demon Child.
D for demon.
Yes.
Screw this character.
Saying the Demon Child in a demonic sounding voice is the only reason that Ender and I enjoy having Flurry Heart appear on screen.
Yeah.
I thought about adding Sparky to the list and deliberately didn't. But he would be in this tier as well because it's the same. We also do the same joke with him.
Yeah.
The next one, as far as tiering, speaks for itself. I know I said I'm detaching this from the brain horses. Don't worry, I am.
You named it Fluttershy tier for a reason.
I sure did. She has been my favorite pony since literally day one. It started as, oh, this pony's cute, and it still is that, but then it evolved into just, she is definitely not the best written character from an objective standpoint. She's up there just by exposure to being a main character. With what her character arc is, having to go through it many times actually makes a lot of sense. I'm not a very social person, and being able to put myself in social situations is something that has taken many, 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 many attempts, and I'm still bad at even trying, if it's not mostly, if not entirely, with people I already know. Or if I'm bringing two different friend groups together. Oh my god. So she's a very relatable character, and she's just well-written and amazing, and Fluttershy is best pony. Best character in the whole show. In the franchise.
Yes, I agree. I got the hiccups now.
Griffin, whose name I don't remember.
Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby. She wanted a cutie mark, which in G5 might be possible. Because dragons have them now. So maybe Griffins do too. I wasn't paying attention. Did Allura have one?
I don't think so.
Because she's probably Griffin adjacent. So if she doesn't have one, then
let me go
Griffin's
check on behalf.
Either way,
let me go.
While you're checking, I like her. I'm thinking low A, high B.
Yeah. I think low A.
Gaming. I'm gonna put her bottom of A for now. She's only around for more than a scene once, and it's a great episode, but I think that I prefer Cheese's episodes. I think I prefer her as a character, but I think the episodes in this case, just by enough, I want to put Cheese higher.
All right, I checked. Allura does have a cutie mark.
Okay, so, you know, if griffins live for however many thousands of years
High
the
likely
planet was
chance.
Fallout Equestria, yeah, she can probably get one now. Speaking of griffins, actually, to keep things on the griffin train, we're going to swap those two around. Speaking of griffins, we have Gallus and Gilda.
Gallus is a good boy. Let's get that out of the way. And also, he has in my opinion, a very well written backstory about why he's the way he is, and
he also has a
all
bit of a
that.
character arc as the season goes on.
Yeah.
Which is always nice to see in shows like this, especially when it is episode to episode, you know, and it's, you know, you don't always see these long character arcs. I mean, even having an overarching subplot like Season 8. Season 8 was definitely an experiment in telling one long story over the course of several short stories. And you can see it in Gallus, you can see it in Yona, you can see it in Sandbar, Naysay, Cozy Glow. It's not something that G4 had attempted prior. They had attempted to do something more akin to what G5 has done, but Season 8 was an experiment that I would like them to come. It's the same formula that superhero shows do when they have a big season premiere and a big season finale. It's literally what all of the Arrowverse shows do.
Yeah.
It's what the MCU does within a phase. It's that, and it's not something we've seen done since. And Gallus is definitely one of the shining characters from that. All right, where do you want to put Gilda here?
Didn't we also get a backstory for why Gilda is the way she is?
We did, and I kind of want to put her right below Gallus.
Yeah.
I like her. Actually, you know what? No. Let's put her. No, I definitely like her more than Flash. Less than Vinyl though.
Yeah, I really like her. She's
Yeah. Like Diamond, while she's a bully, it's done well. As far as writing goes, and once she's not, and she doesn't just instantly become not one because she gets yelled at for being one.
Hey, look.
She's even more against, you know, doing things the pony way over the griffin way than Diamond Tiara was of, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were you
And
gonna
also, that type of stuff will happen to you when you live in the pony equivalent of Detroit. I always call Griffinstone Detroit because that's literally what that is.
Speaking of Detroit, this guy's going in D tier.
Yeah, D tier.
I don't know who this is. Do you?
Jay Leno pony. I forget who he is too.
Oh yeah, you're right. Bad reference. I don't want to say bad reference, but yeah, we can put him above.
I don't think he.
We'll put the references together, making better.
I don't think he's actually supposed to be standing for Jay Leno, but
well, Filthy Rich isn't a stand-in for Donald Trump either. That doesn't mean that it's not there.
Another granny pony, literally who?
From the fucking Vegas episode.
All right. Gallus's quote unquote dad.
I don't think he does anything bad, but I mean, it's like, eh.
Here's Greg.
Here's Greg. Do we technically put Greg in Fluttershy tier because he's Discord, or do we only go by what happens while he's specifically transformed into Greg?
I think specifically when he's transformed into Greg. We can also like judge him for the G1 counterpart if we want to.
I don't think so, just because if I had G1 ponies on here, I would probably do that because it is implied that G1 and G4 are the same universe.
Yeah.
Which puts G1.5 and G3 in their own separate universes that can't coexist, which means that there are... Oh, and also the comics, I believe, are a confirmed different universe in the same multiverse. So there are probably 4 universes confirmed to exist in the Pony multiverse. Yeah. Get on it, Matt Pat.
I do agree with C tier. I wish we've seen more of his powers instead of he only showed his powers in that one episode, and then after that none. We see nothing. You know.
Rich pony, but fashion edition.
He mocked Rarity, so that was pretty funny.
You know what? True. He mocked Rarity. Up to C tier he goes.
Yeah.
Pinky's dad. Where do we put Pinky's mom? There we go. I'll put him like that because, yep, it's literally the same shot. They're cropped from the same shot. That's why I picked up on that as soon as I saw him. That is an autism moment right there. Holy shit. The autism in my brain was just like, that is the same screenshot. I didn't even process in my head they're from the same screenshot. I just went, something in my brain is telling me they have to go in this order.
Yeah.
It's the same screenshot. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Oh my god. That's amazing.
Anyways, here's Giga Chad over here.
Iron Will is fine. He's
definitely
fun, but I don't think he's any better than...
He's definitely had some very entertaining moments, but yeah. I do like the one moment where we thought he jumped out of an airship, but no, it's just like he had like a parachute.
Yeah, get baited, nerds. Wouldn't have been the... Well, I guess he would have been, because I think that was in Season 7. I was going to say he wouldn't have been the first character to canonically die, but he would have technically been before the movie. Speaking of characters that canonically died...
Yep, he's freaking dead. Yeah, A tier.
I'm putting him between these two. He's a really good villain.
If he only appeared in Season 3, he would have been in, like...
C tier. Top of C tier.
C tier.
Yeah. All right, you'd have put him in B tier? Where in B tier?
Low B tier.
Low B. Okay, so we've had him pretty close together. I wouldn't have even given him that. I would have given him top of C tier.
Yeah.
His Season 3 presence adds quite a bit to his Season 9 presence.
Yeah.
Also, because I know that Vinyl Scratch is... I know the fandom is going to be a huge part of why some of the background ponies are going to get pushed up in this list. We also mentioned the semi-almost confirmed theory about Cozy Glow killing her parents. Fan stuff will factor in sometimes to our things. It's just we've literally been in the fandom for as long as we've been in the show. There's a theory in the fandom that the entire reason Sombra is evil is because he and Celestia used to be in a relationship and it ended very poorly.
Yeah.
And it wasn't it wasn't a Starlight thing. It was years of just feeling betrayed and lonely by what he perceives to be, it's not like something specific, but that's just, and that's why he became how he did. And I think that theory lends even more to him as a villain.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of high tier antagonists...
Oh yeah.
Do you agree?
This is Rainbow Dash. This is the bad future of Rainbow Dash, where she goes too far into the extreme. That's what I'll say.
This is literally just... I don't want to say villain Rainbow Dash, because A, we've literally had that, and B, she's not technically a villain. This is antagonist Rainbow Dash. She is a fantastic character with an incredible design.
Who should have appeared more in the series, but...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Huge points for an antagonist in this fucking show. Did not get reformed.
Yep.
Massive. And it helps her character a lot. Now, to be fair, a reformed Lightning Dust probably would have been a very fun character to have around. Downside would have been, probably would have just been another Rainbow Dash, which, of course, we don't want. Especially not when we have Scootaloo around being stupider Rainbow Dash because child.
Like I said, Rainbow Dash when she's gone too far into the extreme side of her.
Okay. So
gone too daring with her well she ain't daring do, but
gone too daring with her doing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gone too daring with her doing.
So we have the other Buffalo.
The one with the more unique A
I don't remember her name. I really like her as a character though.
To Google I go.
She's also literally only in one episode, and that sucks. And I understand why none of the Buffalo came back. I kind of wish that there were maybe a redesign because we don't have a confirmed reason. If the theorized reason is correct, you could have just redesigned them a little bit, but...
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that she didn't come back, but she was a
Hold,
good
hold
character in
up.
that episode.
I'm trying to find her name. Give me a
While you're
second
doing
here.
that, the other spa horse.
The other
Appleyak.
the Appleyak.
Appleyak. Like, that's A tier. Or B tier, I mean. Right next to each other, staring at each other, just like Flim and Flam.
Come on, MLP Wiki. Where is she? Where is she?
Frickin', I don't remember this one. Who this? Who don't remember name? Who name?
The one of the old six.
I don't know her name though. It's
Mage Meadowbrook.
Ah,
Meadowbrook sounds like a street in New York City.
it does.
She
I'm putting her next to Magnus unless you have an opposition to that.
I don't really have anything to say about her, so
Pinkie Pie sister number 1.
the other Fluttershy.
Yeah. I want to put her in B because she's kind of just a backgroundified version of Fluttershy.
Okay. The buffalo's name is Lil Strong Kart.
That might be why they never came back. Right, the names. I forgot their names.
The other and like the other buffalo's name is Chief Thunderhooves.
Which, to be fair, sound like pony names anyway, so...
Yeah.
But I do understand. We have Matilda.
I guess...
I don't know, she's likable, but she doesn't really do anything. You know, Cranky at least has the episode that revolves around him. Pinky sister number 2. If we were making this tier list 5 years ago, I would have a very different opinion.
Yeah.
I know where you want to put her.
I remember, B for Boulder.
No, I would imagine that if this were a solo for you, she'd probably be in Fluttershy tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you okay if I put her in A tier? Because
I
want to put her in B. I know you like her a lot, and I think if we just split down the middle, I'll just throw her.
I'm okay with that.
There, we'll keep her around the middle of A tier. It'll be right between where we have her.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
On the note of going back to C tiers, may or may not. She
doesn't do anything.
She doesn't do anything. I'm gonna put her here. We have older, more tolerable rarity.
Yeah.
Meh. Actually, I'm gonna put her above these two because she's definitely the only one of these 3 that I remember at all.
Yeah.
But Mr. Cake.
Yeah, C tier. C for Cake.
Mrs. Cake.
She's got a cute design, and that's all I can say about her.
This guy, Dad number 70.
Dad Shy.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Who is this, and why is there a pride flag behind them in this image?
Mom Shy.
That's Fluttershy's mom. Okay, why does she have a pride flag behind her?
Good question.
Is that just a screenshot with Dash flying behind her? Maybe that's what it is. I'm going to give her points above because I don't remember either of them, but she has a better design.
In my opinion, I guess this does show, like, it does explain why Fluttershy is so timid, because her parents are also very timid.
And her brother's a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
let me tell you, having an asshole sibling is not good for your sociability.
Yeah.
This horse.
Harshwinny.
Yeah. Man, I don't fucking know.
She is a horse.
Yeah. Green hair,
the horse,
broccoli hair.
The horse with a chicken as a cutie mark. Remember when people were joking that this is Scootaloo's mom?
Oh my fucking god, yes.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, she has a really cool design. I'm gonna put her there.
Big Bang Theory horse F tier, yeah.
Nightmare Moon is separate from Luna. I mean, she's a good villain when she appears, but she
Yeah.
appears, I think, too early to be any higher than B tier.
Yeah.
Ocellus.
Yes. A tier.
We.
A tier. Yes. A tier.
All right. On the scale
Of
of.
course.
We can put her in 3 spots: above AJ, above Sombra, or above Coco.
Above Sombra.
Above Sombra. Okay. Awesome. Gaming.
But of
I'm
course
trying to
it's
get
Blue
through
Force.
this because we still have a lot left to go and 8 other
Good
tier lists to
lord.
make, and it's been an hour and a half since we started. Octavia.
Octavia.
I want to put her right next to Vinyl. The problem with that is I then have to put her over Gilda. If you want to do that, I will.
I don't really have a strong opinion on where she should be placed. I do
like
agree.
Gilda
A
a
tier.
little more than her, but if you
Yeah.
like her more than Gilda, I will absolutely concede that to you.
I'm fine with leaving it here.
All right, gaming. Apple Mom.
Apple Mom. Put her in the same tier wherever yeah, right there.
Oh my god, tier maker. Right above
Yeah,
Apple Dad, we have Photographer. I actually kind of like her. Just a little bit.
She's bombastic and she's very entertaining. So yeah. Ponk.
I mean, same VA, right? We got a yes, no.
Yes.
I mean, she's a main character. She deserves a little bit of conversation. I think that Pinky is just the right amount of lol random. I know that is a term that dude, that is a term that I had not ever seen and cannot find in like any record of before bronies. Like that is a brony term.
Yeah.
I know it's not
Pinkie
literally,
Pie-
but like the fandom was a huge reason why the term just like caught like wildfire.
Pinkie Pie literally invented the words lol random.
Yeah, I think she's just the right amount of lol random. When she needs to be serious, she can.
Yeah.
I appreciate the fact also that we have a character that is just how Pinky is, in that she does a lot of what she does what she does because she did not have a good childhood. Now, in her case, it was working on a rock farm, not anything like outstandingly awful, but she does what she does because she doesn't want anyone to feel the way that she did as a child. And I think that's really cool. The Pinkamena thing is obviously just a bit, but it is kind of cool. If they ever took it a little bit more seriously, I would be like, haha, plural rep, but... Well, and that would probably put her above Discord, but they didn't. It was always played off as a bit, so it's like, whatever. In fact, if anything, there's an argument that I could make that I could do this, but I think Pinky's just a good character, and it's great.
Yeah.
Other child.
British horse. I remember him from being British, and that's it. F tier. Yes. F tier. Yes.
I think that Blue Blood, A, because he gets to rarity. I will put him at the top of D. If you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
It's
not just because he's a dick to rarity, but I actually think that as far as like being what he needs to be for rarity in that episode, at the end of season 1, I think he does that job well. So I hate him. His design's boring as fuck.
One thing I will say about Blue Blood,
and that needed to happen.
One thing I will say about Blue Blood, which I'm pretty sure this fact was retconned in later seasons. Didn't they say Blue Blood was like Celestia's niece or whatever?
I have no fucking idea. And also, the word you're looking for is nephew.
Nephew, I mean.
Unless they're being transphobic, then I guess maybe the word you're looking for is niece. But like,
I don't know.
Yak chief guy.
I don't know.
I know he's fun. I'm gonna put him above Bray. Actually, I'm gonna put him below Bray. Above the rest of these, though, it's whatever. Cadence.
Candy ass.
True. I like her.
Yeah, A tier. I really like her too.
You can tell we're in P because it's all the princesses.
Yep.
Celestia.
Yes, C tier.
She's She's either top of C or bottom of B, and I will probably mean that very literally as the tier list goes on. I don't think anyone would be above her in C or below her in B. She's like right on that borderline. She's fine. You know, I know there's the whole joke of Celestia does nothing. It's the same reason Discord does nothing in the later seasons. It's her doing her job as a teacher. In almost every scenario, she's perfectly capable of stepping in when needed. She just doesn't because she's trying to prepare Twilight for the future. Because, you know, we don't know that alicorns are immortal. We just assume because Celestia and Luna have been in charge for thousands of years. But none of the alicorns are around in G5. Well, Opaline is, but none of the alicorns we know are around in G5.
Yep.
She's fine. The blue dragon. Not to be confused with the orange dragon.
Yeah.
Or
Ember.
Spikestat. Yeah, Ember, who I didn't see when I was skimming the list. I probably didn't see her because she's lost in the sea of princesses. I think Ember's like definitely better than
Yeah,
those.
I definitely put her in high B in my opinion.
High B? All right. I'm putting her in mid B. You're putting her in high B. So we'll do above Flim and Flam because that'll probably get her knocked down a little bit, and then it'll probably be somewhere in the middle of where we'd have her.
She kind of bad though. Let's be real.
Princess Luna is the only princess we're putting in this tier.
Yes.
She's not the only royalty we're putting in this tier. Twilight Sparkle.
If I was making
Sombra? Thinking.
Yeah, above. If I was making this tier, I probably would have put her in Fluttershy tier because like
I probably would have a few years ago, but I don't think I would now.
Yeah, that's fair. I say that because like we get the satisfaction of her like of watching her go from like, oh, she doesn't really care about friendship to like
she is the main character, and seeing her grow, not just in a lot of people say that like, oh, the message of the show and Twilight's character arc end after the first 3 seasons, and it's like, that's stupid. That's absolutely ridiculous. You get to see Twilight continue to grow over the course of 9 entire seasons, and it never stops. And we see the culmination of that in The Last Problem and everything she's learned, and we see her in the position Celestia was in with Luster Dawn, and it's great. I don't think I'd put her in S tier. I think that my it's not even that I like her less than I used to. I've just grown to appreciate certain other characters more over time. I would say that if I was trying to be more objective about this, just because of screen time, I'd put her below, or I'd put her above Ocellus. In fact, you know what? You want her in Fluttershy tier? I'll put her above Ocellus. I will not budge on Applejack because I've grown to like Applejack more in recent years. No, it's not because of the one in my brain entirely.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to let that interfere, but trust me, if that had anything to do with anything, she'd be literally 1 spot below Fluttershy, because I still like Fluttershy more in the show. No, I don't have a preference out of my headmates, obviously.
And here's
Sci-Twi, whose chest, waist, and legs we can see because it did not crop goodly.
Good job on that.
I'm thinking like
it's pretty much the same, almost the same story
it's
with
early Twilight, but spun differently and characterized a little differently. And she also has that little villain arc in Friendship Games, which she doesn't want to have. It just happens because of her curiosity and peer pressure. I think like mid-low A tier.
I'm fine with that.
I think Sci-Twi is a good character. She's different enough.
Yeah, F tier.
I just don't like them. When I said that Luna was the last princess, but probably not the last royalty.
Yes.
Chrysalis.
Yes, S tier.
I'm noticing a theme here that a lot of villains keep ending up in S tier. It's funny that I turned S tier to Fluttershy tier because Fluttershy's prefix is S. Or D, because she also is sometimes Rainbow Dash. Queen of Waterhorse.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna move him down. I'm also gonna move them down. They get points for being Fluttershy's parents. I'm also gonna move him down. I'm not gonna move Aoizotl down because I actually remember him. And while that didn't stop me from putting these two where they are, I remember them vaguely enough. Old 6.
Isn't this the guy who literally asked for death because he couldn't find a job?
Yes. This is the dude that was trying to start the revolution against the concept of cutie marks, right?
Yeah.
I actually liked that episode a fair bit.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Above spa horses. They're like the benchmark. Actually, no, wait, hold on. Yes, no?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I think it's the only episode where he's really been characterized.
Here's the pony that eats sand. Yeah, A tier.
Like he's good. He's kind of the he's the reactive character of the young 6. And I like it a lot. He also goes through a Twilight-esque arc. But he's again, it's the same arc handled differently, just like with Sci-Twi, and on a completely different character. I just like Sandmar. He's just a fun character to have around, not in like the whoa crazy kind of way, but he's a good time to have around. The young 6 are honestly probably all gonna end up in A tier.
Yep.
This is someone from an episode that Coco was in, right? I think.
No.
I don't know who this is.
I'm just putting literally who.
This is someone from an episode adjacent to the concept of Coco.
Yeah.
She's fine. She does her job in the episode, and it's like, it's whatever. Scootaloo. I don't know if you agree with that. I've always liked Scootaloo quite a lot.
I agree. She does belong in S tier.
She's my favorite of the CMCs by a mile. She is also something that you don't see a lot of in really any form of media, in that she is, granted, not in a way that could directly be related to by a real person, but she is physically disabled.
Yeah.
She is a Pegasus that cannot fly. You don't see a lot of disabilities of the physically impairing variety. S for Scoot. True.
S for Scoot.
But you don't see a lot of that, you know? And especially, there are times where, like, I've had people in Overwatch spaces argue, well, Sojourn has, needs her prosthetic, arm and legs. I don't remember if it's one or both. And it's like, no, but the thing is, she didn't. She needed implants. She has prosthetics literally to be a better soldier. They didn't need to be full-on prosthetics, let alone ones that could shoot grenades and rocket jump. Right? You could argue, and I've heard that, like, Genji counts because he should be dead, so he's a cyborg now. Death is not a disability. I've also heard people say that Zenyatta can't walk, which... Okay, but again, he just floats around. Like all of the Overwatch arguments, which is all about representation with some of its marketing, are immediately discarded because they're just like, but I just have a thing that ignores my disability. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Scootaloo is really interesting. And that aside, she's just a super well-written character. She has several character arcs, as all of the CMCs do, that she goes through, and they're all great. And she's also my favorite design of the CMCs. Speaking of the CMCs, Shining Armor is not one of them.
No, he ain't. I will say it does make me wonder if Scootaloo was originally always meant to be like disabled, or if that just like.
I don't know if she was ever meant to be able to fly or not.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I gotta do this. I gotta do this for Viv. We're putting Mega Man in bottom A tier. I was gonna put him top of B. Death is not a disability. Zombies would argue with that. So are you whatting at me calling him Mega Man?
Why you call him Mega Man?
Okay, it's not because of his main colors, although, yeah, I've never noticed that before. But
I,
in the English dub of the Mega Man Battle Network anime, Mega Man is voiced by the guy that went on to voice Shining Armor, and it's not the same VA. No, hun, it's not the same VA. It's the same voice.
Oh my god.
It's the same. Now, I mean, it's a little bit more like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's slightly more Surfer Bro with Shining Armor than it is with Mega Man, but not by a lot. And we also see that it's only like that when he's specifically, being all brother mode with Twilight. So it's not even actually how he is. It's the same voice. Yeah, Shining Armor's good. He's fun to have around.
Yeah.
Gets absolutely fucking abused in the first 4 episodes that he's a part of. He's literally getting drained constantly by Chrysalis. And then the next time we see him, he's single-handedly holding a barrier around the entire Crystal Kingdom, which, as far as we know, is significantly larger than the largest city in Equestria, being Canterlot.
Someone needs to stop this Shining Armor abuse.
It literally spent his first 80 minutes of episode being just, well, actually closer to 90 minutes, just being physically demanded on. Young 6 again.
Yeah, hold up. Which one is this one?
This is Silverstream, yeah. I only remember her name because it's close to my first Pony OC's name.
Yeah.
Hasbro, it's too similar name. Where's my income? I shouldn't say that. Hasbro will sue me for making an OC.
Yeah.
Fucking honestly, she's the least memorable of the Young Six, but I know that I never disliked having her around. Personality-wise, in a lot of ways, she's similar to the Rarity or the Pip of their group, but she's just done in a fun way. She's just fun. She's also kind of the Pinky in some ways as well. I mean, they're not meant to be one-to-ones. Yeah, I like her. Silverstream's pretty cool.
Threw a whole party about stairs. Oh, this asshole.
We have Dad at home.
Yep, that's Dad at home, all right. Put him in D's nuts tier.
Okay, I was gonna put him in C tier, but sure, just so we don't have only Flurry Hard here. Yeah. Smolder.
High A, definitely.
I want to put her between Gallus and Sandbar. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, literally all of the Young Six so far together, except for Ocella's. I just like her. I actually feel bad because now, like, Gallus it's 2 spots below, and it's fucking Sombra and Coco. I didn't even intend for them to be together. It's just, this is how I feel. I mean, yeah, I think all of them are less preferred for... The only reason I have Gallus below Coco is because you decided on that, and I'm gonna keep you with that. But I really, if this were my tier list, he'd be 1 higher. But I feel like all of them are below Sombra. All of them are above Rara. And this is just where they end up. Also, this is a terrible shot of Sandbar, by the way. The Smooze.
S tier.
Like, I feel like where I actually want to put the Smooze is, like, somewhere in this range, like low-high, the low-high/high mid part of C tier. The meme part of me wants to put it in S tier, though.
Yeah.
Snips and Snails are... fine.
They're characters, I suppose.
If we're counting Equestria Girls, they have, like, a moment that would make me do this. And you know what? Fuck it. Well, we said we were doing it. So, aside from Twilight and Rarity. So, they're moving up, like, 2 spots on the tier list.
Yep.
This kid.
Soren.
We can't see his... Oh, wait. Is that Soren?
He's got... the light blue.
Yeah, he does. There's a kid that looks like Soren, and I thought that's who this was. But yeah, and his proportions are really fucking weird in this shot. Is the kid just not on the list then? Okay, so I thought it was the kid. No, you're right. It is Soren. His face is fucking cut out.
Yeah.
And he's out of
Great
uniform.
cropping.
It's because the site auto crops. And to be fair, this
Yeah.
is the only really bad one. Yeah, Soren's like B tier.
Weren't people saying that he was also gay?
I think the fandom has Soren bi because he shipped with Spitfire a lot.
Yeah.
Old 6.
Old 6 but Egyptian.
You know,
I mean,
I
really like her design.
It's not even her design. I vaguely remember her episodes enough that I think I want to put her. I'm gonna flip those two because I feel like this is where I want her.
Yeah.
So I don't think she's as good as Photo Finish, but I think she's definitely better than those 5.
Sia, the pony.
Winston Churchill pony.
Winston Churchill.
Genuinely, I like, she would be C tier. I'm gonna put her bottom of C tier. Actually, I kind of want to put her above these two because I think it's slightly funnier than Apple Yak. It's the funniest shit. The song is called Rainbow. It's off the movie soundtrack. It's a really good song. I have listened to a handful of the rest of her songs, and I don't like them. So I'm going to assume that was Daniel Ingram that did that, and she just provided good but supporting vocals.
Yeah.
Spork.
Spork.
Where are you thinking? Because I don't think he's going below A tier. Right? Like,
yeah. He's definitely not going below A tier. I think, frick. He does definitely grow a lot. Same with Twilight.
Oh yeah, if we were rating early season Spike, I would probably put him in B tier. High B, but I think I'd put him above Babs. Okay, definitely above Bloom and Parents, right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna bother with whether he goes specifically above or below Maud. And I'll shift Maud up when we're done with the tier list, so she's around the center of A tier as well. Above Sci-Fi?
Yeah.
Cheerily.
Yeah. Above Brad.
Egg Flash, definitely. Below Octavia?
I'd say so, yeah.
All right, I'm fine with that. That makes sense. Yeah, he's just a solid mid A tier. Spitfire.
Yeah, I think Spitfire does belong in A tier.
And she's, fun take on the super serious instructor type character where she's like also not serious outside of the training, and like she also has good reason for being serious. They're training essentially extreme sports show ponies. They are literally training people to be planes.
Turn ponies into planes.
The closest comparison genuinely to what the Wonderbolts do is MotoGP, but you are also in the air.
Yep.
This is someone's mom, right?
That is Diamond Tiara's mom.
Diamond Tiara's mom. See, I don't remember hating her, aside from the fact that she's part of the problem with Diamond Tiara, so I kind of want to just put her... I mean, she was fine, put her, like, here.
Yeah. S tier, 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 S tier.
Above or below Discord?
Oh, frick. You don't put me in position.
I'm giving you this one
Discord.
because I know I have a plan on what I'm taking soon, and I'm giving you this one. Okay, above Discord. Star Swirl.
Frick.
The only other member of the old 6 that I'm not putting in C tier. Between Smolder and Flim and Flam?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Like, I like him. He's got, like, the old crankiness, but he's willing to learn.
The okay boomerness.
Yeah, but he's also willing to... He's against it, but he's willing to accept once he starts realizing that the old way is poopy doo-doo fart. And, he's cool. He's nice. That's what B tier is like. Yeah, there's something about these characters. Even if it's as stupid as Apple Yak or being Winston Churchill.
Yeah.
This is the one that becomes the Pony of Shadows, right?
Yeah, the one who becomes Venom. This is literally Venom Pony.
I like him. Pony of Shadows
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be his own character, so I guess we're also counting Wally's Pony of Shadows, which I would still leave him. I think that moves him up to like there. I don't think it gets above the sheer factor of humor that is. Yeah, I don't think it beats that.
Sugar Bell.
See, I was like, I'm gonna go A tier, and then I'm like, above all these, no. But above Flim and Flam, I think definitely. Now that I think about it, I kind of want to put Naysay above them.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, gaming. There's not much to say about her. She appears in the later seasons. She's a really good partner in the episode she's in for Big Mac. Sunburst, the first of two Sun Horses.
Yeah. I really like him. I just don't know if I want to... I don't know where to put him in... I don't know if I want to put him in either A or B tier.
See, I was going to say definitively B tier and figure out where to rank him. You're saying you don't know which, so I'm going to say we'll rate whether or not they get into A tier by if they're better or by him and Big Mac. That'll be the scale of A to B.
Yeah.
Now,
S tier.
I gave you Starlight for this because I'm putting Sunset 1 above Starlight.
Fair.
I know that Starlight's had more screen time. I know that movies and specials are less good ways of showing it. Here's the thing. Sunset is just that little bit more relatable. Not because she's a human, because I'm not fully human in my brain. Otherkin is great. My wings are fluffy. I think it's the first time I've ever...
That's the first time you ever said that.
It's the first time I've ever wing fluffed on stream. Sunset has, like, confirmed by writers... she's confirmed by writers after being heavily implied in the Mirror Magic trilogy, straight up anxiety disorder.
Yeah.
They didn't specify which one. She has an anxiety disorder. And it shows constantly once she's reformed. Also, given that hers is in a movie, her reformation is handled fine, especially because the bulk of, like, her actually learning to be good happens off screen, which is fine because then they don't have to worry about doing it poorly. It's better than Starlight being told... It's better than Starlight, which I once described to my mom while explaining some of the crazy shit that has happened in this show as her backstory was, my friend moved away to go to a school I wanted to go to, so I turned evil. Then I enacted communism on an entire village. Then I time traveled when my village was shut down to try and stop the people that time traveled, thus creating 5 apocalyptic wastelands. So then Twilight tells Starlight, don't be evil, your friend moved away, but I'm here now. It's not even that. What I said to her was, so then Twilight tells her, don't be evil. And she goes, "K." And then Starlight's reformed. Now, to be fair, both Starlight and Sunset, in their own ways, go through journeys. Starlight's journey, we actually see her reforming over the course of season 6.
Yeah.
Yes, because the 7 premiere is the There's No Wrong Way to Fantasize episode.
Yeah.
I like how that and the season 1 finale are the only season opener and finale that are one episode. No, I don't count the Last Problem. I count that as a 3-parter. But yeah, I think that Sunset is a slightly more compelling version of Starlight. If you disagree, that's valid. At the end of the day, they're the same fucking character, so it's just down to whether or not you think that they handled better within their medium. I like Sunset more. I gave you the decision on Starlight because I knew that whatever happens, I was putting Sunset 1 above her.
Yeah. I'm fine with I'm fine with that. So yeah, I don't know who this is.
I don't know who this is. This is
that's the manager of
Popstar
of
Pony.
Rah-Rah.
Yeah. I don't like him. You're not meant to like him, so I think I'm gonna put him down here.
Yeah, that's fair. Sweetie Belle.
All right, she's going in A tier. I'll let you pick where.
Coming from someone whose favorite well, well, Sweebo, it's tied between like Sweebo and Skulu as my favorite TMC. Frick.
Okay, so high A tier.
I wouldn't really say high, but
All right, on a scale of, I don't think AJ's moving for the foreseeable future from
yeah.
top of A tier. So on a scale from AJ, who she'd be below, to Gallus, who she'd be above, or well, just anywhere. I guess, yeah. Who do you want her between?
I guess between Ocella's and Sunborough.
All right,
is
Keem,
where
I am fine with that. I think with that being where you'd place her, I think I'd only place her a couple spots lower, but I'm okay with this. Sweetie Belle's just great. I mean, all the CMCs are great. She is the only one of the three that has the whole, like, she really wants to like the things that her sister does and spend time with her sister in a way that her sister doesn't want to.
Yeah.
And then she also, doesn't like the things, but she wants to, and it's really cool.
Yeah. All right, now the real question is, do we put her in A or S tier? Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I don't want to put her above Twilight or AJ.
Yeah. I think he's entertaining.
He's fun as a villain, but he only has a movie. He's not great, but I think I want to put him above Big Mac and Babs just because he's a fun villain. And, like, while they have their stuff, especially over Babs, because he has an entire movie to just be a villain, and he's not on screen the whole time, of course, but every time he is, it's fun. He's basically Discord at home.
Yeah.
I think he does that well enough.
And he's also one of the villains that canonically dies.
Yes. Him and Sombra
on screen.
He actually, in a sense, dies twice because of Spring Breakdown.
Yeah.
Where the last of his magic disappears from the multiverse. So if you count his magic as part of his life, then yeah, he dies twice.
Dies twice.
Yeah. I think him and Sombra are the only characters to canonically die. Maybe in the whole franchise. Definitely not the whole franchise. Someone must have died in G1.
Yeah.
Anyway, though. Isn't Tyrek also implied to be the same as his G1 counterpart? I think it's him and Grogar are both supposed to be. They're the connections to G1, weird. Right?
It's very weird. It's like part of G1 is canon, but like part of it is not. I don't know.
You know what's not canon to G1? Thorax.
Yeah.
Thorax is the only changeling who looks good with the new design. All right, if Big Mac's able to budge from top of B, I think I've got to put Thorax above the Storm King.
Yeah.
I don't think I like Thorax more than Sunburst, though. If you disagree, I'll put him above Sunburst. I don't think I want to do that.
I'm fine with putting him in high B tier.
All right, gaming. Tyrek, the Dragon Ball Z. Okay.
Here's peak right here.
If we are not counting the fight scene, this is where he goes. If we are counting the fight scene, this is where he goes.
Yep.
Are we counting the fight scene?
We're counting the fight
Okay,
scene.
he's going to go at the bottom of Fluttershy tier.
And also just in general, he's a very, in my opinion, very intimidating
He's intimidating,
villain.
But he's also fun. Also, his dynamic with... It's not as cute as the dynamic that Chrysalis and Cozy Glow have, but it is a good, fun dynamic that they have and it's an intimidating one when they're actually villains in Season 9, which plays a huge part in all three of these, but also all three of these would be an S tier without Season 9, which is probably half the damn reason they came back. Yep. They're all incredible. Honestly, I mean, if our opinions are even close to average, then it explains why Sombra was the prelude, as it were, to these three being the main villains at the end. Yeah, Tyrek's a great villain. He's intimidating, but also fun. He has, the little, like, Discord almost betrays everyone. Well, does betray everyone, and then he betrays Discord, which I didn't expect the first time through. I kind of thought that Discord would just be like, yes, I was never friends with them. It was a game, and then Tyrek would be like, okay, cool, because they used to be friends. But no, nah. Tierk didn't believe
Yeah.
him. And to be fair, maybe he
Yep.
was right. Technically, we don't have 100% confirmation either of the times that Discord has done this for whether he was being truthful about whether he was going to betray the ponies or not. We don't know. Both times could have been real. Both times could have been fake. I don't fucking know. What I do know is that Tierk is a fantastic villain. I still genuinely think I like Diamond Tiara more, though.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm
I
fine with that.
I like AJ and Twilight more as well, but Twilight was part of the fight scene, but that is not Twilight's like defining moment.
Yeah.
That is like a big thing for Tierk. I remember this
guy,
guy, but not his name.
The guy that Rarity was simping over, but this guy decided to simp over AJ instead.
Not even, this has nothing to do with him ignoring the fuck out of Rarity. I actually think that episode is one of Rarity's better episodes.
Yeah.
Where she is more tolerable, ironically, more tolerable as a character. Not because she's doing an impersonation of someone else, but because, like, it's actually kind of relatable. She's doing it for, you know, a love interest, but people do what she does there all the fucking time in life, and I think that him bringing that side out of her is actually quite good. Irrelevant to him as a character, he's just a decent, he's not super compelling, he's got a solid design. Stallions don't tend to have great designs in general, but his is pretty okay. And I mean, he's okay, he's not offensive, and he's I guess no, it is. His episode is why I'm putting him in B tier instead of, I'd probably put him right below Brayburn if we were not factoring in the episode, but he, in the show, fills a role, and in that moment makes me sympathize with a character that I fucking despise with all my being.
Yep.
Speaking of characters that I dislike...
Why? I still don't understand
first
why people hate...
I understand why people hated Trixie, because her first episode, I didn't like her. I think you did early on, though, right? Before she came back?
Yeah, I liked her early on.
I never did. Until she came back.
Oh, yeah. High A tier, definitely.
Above or below Twilight?
Below Twilight.
Okay. See, that one's a really hard one for me.
Yeah.
Trixie is fantastic. She's probably, you know what, I said earlier, Diamond Tiara might have been the best reformation, but no, it's definitely Trixie, purely because it never fully happens, but it happens enough, and also, it actually points against Twilight, strongly, because, like, Twilight accepts and acknowledges that Trixie isn't an asshole anymore, and then tells Starlight to go make friends on her own, and then Starlight finds a friend on her own in someone that Twilight has previously acknowledged is not a piece of shit anymore.
Yep.
And still treats Trixie like shit, and tries to gatekeep Starlight, and it's points against Twilight, and I love the way that, honestly, that Trixie handles that as just being a sassy bitch about it, and Trixie's great. She's a great partner to Starlight. And unlike Flash Sentry, I actually think that if you wanted to theorize that any you know, dual love interests were feasible as a poly relationship, I think Sunburst would slot in nicely into the Stixie dynamic. I'm shocked we don't have more poly art of Starlight, Trixie, and Sunburst, and more poly art of Sunset and Flash and
they should
Trixie.
all kiss.
Just all six of them. That's gonna be real weird having two Trixies there.
Yeah, wait a moment.
Speaking of ponies with I in the name.
Yeah.
Speaking of ponies whose names start with T and have an I in the middle.
A lot of people hate her, and I don't remember why.
Probably her voice.
I don't.
Because people are assholes and stupid.
Yeah.
It's the entire reason she has that voice, is because there's nothing different about a character that has that voice. I mean, her having glasses in that voice is a little bit weird, but like, it's fine. Who's this guy?
This
is
Sus.
Trixie Dad, right? Not confirmed.
No, not Trixie Dad.
Not confirmed.
No,
Trixie Dad. Oh no, that's this guy. That's this guy, isn't it?
No. Trixie's dad is just literally Trixie, but male.
Oh yeah, right. Dude, they're all fucking.
This is the guy from the One Rarity Investigates episode. I don't blame you if you put him in literally who tier, because
Okay, because like I remember the episode, I don't remember any of them.
he's touted as like the greatest flyer ever, but then he never shows up ever again after this episode. So like,
Speaking of being the greatest,
the greatest.
I'm not going to put Yona above Ocellus, but she's going to be also separated from the rest of the Young Six.
Yeah.
Do you want her below Sweetie Belle, or is she okay above?
Above Sweetie Belle.
Okay, cool. I love Yona. Her and Sandbar being implied to be together in The Last Problem is the cutest thing. And it's like kind of built up throughout season 8 as well. And it's awesome. And they work so well together. And I love them. They are such a good couple. They're both great characters. Yona, though, is just honestly the only reason I have Ocellus above Yona is because Ocellus has so many more screenshotable moments than Yona does. Yeah, I know it's been 2.5 hours and we're still on the ponies. I promise the rest will go by quicker. There's less to talk about with those. Most of them. The rest are shorter. Zecora! The original anti-racism PSA in MLP. Before we got the entirety of season 8.
The one I think that was done the best, in my opinion.
I think that it was because they weren't trying to have an entire specific villain about it, and they were because it wasn't specifically about one person being racist and that being bad. It was about people fearing what they didn't know, but done in a way that was clearly meant to also include that umbrella.
Yeah.
Because the Zecora episode kind of also applies to people that are, you know, apprehensive toward anything they don't understand. Even other cultures, whereas that one was specifically trying to tackle one issue with one villain over a long duration of things. I think the episode was handled better, but I think that Zecora is a B tier for me.
Yeah, I'm fine with B tier.
Honestly, some of my tierings are, I feel like I want Zecora in A tier, but I don't like her more than Thorax, and I don't want Thorax in A tier.
I honestly, I wish Zecora had more screen time, more episodes revolving around here.
I do too, but I don't think I'd move her up.
Yeah.
Maybe above Thorax. I don't think I'd end up putting... The highest she'd go is between Shining and Sunburst. I don't think they could do anything with her character other than break it, and I would never want them to do that. I think she's fine. She's fun. The talking in rhymes thing is fine because she's not a massive.
You want to know what? You want to know why? You want to know why she barely appears in the series? Because they
didn't want to have to write the rhymes. Yes.
Yeah. Literally. Okay. This guy.
Brother
right.
shy.
The reason people don't like this guy is because he's too relatable. It's called out.
It's a mix of that and also that he's an asshole to Fluttershy.
Yeah.
As like a person, I can't stand him. As a character, I think he does his job well. The design's pretty all right as well. It's, you know, one of the more unique stallion designs, which we don't get a ton of. I don't know. I think that actually, you know, no, hold on. I'm gonna move Big Mag just up to here, and Babs up to there, and Nightmare Moon up to there. And
I'm fine.
There we go. Okay, because now I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I want him above Storm King, but I want him below them, so I guess Storm King's going below them.
Yeah, I'm fine with this.
All right. Yeah, like he's fine. He's you know, it's a fun episode. He's an asshole. You're not supposed to like the things he does. That doesn't make him a bad character. Just because you dislike who a character is as a person does not mean you dislike their character in the show.
Yep.
Unless who they are is an important factor of the show. We'll get to that.
Yeah. I don't know where to put this point.
I
Clearly
don't know who
he
is. Child number 78.
This child, I think I vaguely remember what episode this was involving. Like, this child was like trying to get her dog to do something.
Yes, because that was the episode where Sweetie Belle had to explain to Rarity that she's not a child anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, herself, she's like, I'm gonna put her below Snips and Snails.
Doesn't she have like a German accent?
I think so, yeah.
Boy.
This is the only Kieran we have on the list, which makes sense. She's the only one that's characterized, but no Wiggle Kieran.
Yeah. No Wiggle Kieran.
Actually, let me
I'm-
hold
I'm
on.
s-
Let me see if perfect. Now we have
There we
now we have
go.
2 Kieran on the list. Autumn Blaze.
I'm stuck between A and S.
I don't think I like her more than Trixie though.
Yeah.
I think this is where I've got to put her. She's amazing. Her song is amazing. The fact that nothing post movie has anything official on iTunes is tragic, strictly because this and the finale song aren't on there, and that sucks.
Yeah.
There's no good official way to listen to those 2 songs. Just as a character, she's amazing. Wiggle Kieran, of course.
For meme status, yes, S tier, but
For meme status, I mean, she's also like the most characterized other Kieran, to be fair.
yeah.
She doesn't really do a lot. I'd probably.
Wasn't
she
wasn't
has
she-
enough meme
wasn't-
to carry her that I think that I'd put her like here, honestly.
Wasn't she the first one that wanted to like go back to the
Yes.
old ways of talking? Yeah.
Yes, and I think she's the only like exact copy paste to like appear fully on screen again, other than Autumn Blaze.
Yeah.
But because the only reason she's on here is meme status, where does Wiggle Kieran rate strictly as meme in this tier list? I'd say like here.
Yeah, I think there's fine.
All right, gaming.
Rainbow
Dad.
I don't know.
He's fine.
Button mash. All right, ignoring the incident.
Ignoring the incident. Okay, this one is very important. We're counting fandom for background ponies like this, right?
Yeah.
Yes, no?
I'm fine with that.
I'll put him.
I'm fine with that,
I'll
yeah.
put him either there or between Cinder and Tempest. That's up. Or sorry, not Cinder and Tempest. Autumn and Tempest. Cinder is this one.
It's hard to say considering if we didn't get really much.
We didn't get as much, but that characterization is what the entire fandom is rolled with. You know, so it's just what fan works have you seen, and do you think they put him here or here? Because we both just instantly knew he was going this high up.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with putting him there.
All right, cool.
If there were more episodes of Button Mash's Adventures, if Hasbro didn't get involved with the yeah, then I probably would have put him higher. But yeah,
I swear to shit, if they do Ponies the Galloping 3 and they dip into background ponies and Button Mash is in there, I'm literally going to riot.
Yep. I don't know.
This is one of the 3 reference ponies in the bowling alley.
Yeah, the guy with the no, not that guy. Just he wasn't in the bowling alley. He ran a Indian style restaurant with
none of the bowling alley ponies are here actually. Yeah, never mind. I was gonna put them in haha funny reference tier. Dude, I don't
Dr.
fucking
Hoops would have been there.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
The dorp
tier. S tier. S tier.
Yes,
yeah,
no?
Right there.
Iconic.
Yes.
The legacy.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows Derpy.
Yes.
Everyone loves Derpy. She's gone by 3 different names. I think my favorite thing about all the shit that went down with Derpy between Hasbro, the fandom, and the mothers is that, in the context of her having that name, it's not something that was traditionally used in any space as an insult. I mean, yes, obviously there are people that have eyes like that. I don't know what the term is, so I'm not going to use anything incorrect.
Yeah.
There are people that have eyes like that probably get called that as an insult all the time, but there are people that get called literally everything as an insult, including things that are just silly words that the internet uses. Not that I'm saying that downplays anyone's experiences, because of course it doesn't. If you're called something as an insult, it is still an insult, and that's terrible. But no one meant it here as an insult. It was literally a term of endearment. But then Hasbro decided, let's name the dumb blonde character Ditzy. Why did you think that was any better? And then, of course, she had to get renamed again.
Yep.
I still love the fact. I still love the fact that until literally after COVID had started, Netflix had the original dub of that episode. And for about 2 years after they got rid of the original dub, the subtitles weren't caught up, so they still said derpy. I only know that it's been fixed. It was literally fixed this year, because I remember checking in January and the subtitles were still said derpy. Ender and I checked this summer. So it was sometime in winter, spring, and early summer this year, somewhere in the first half or so of this year, that the subtitles on Netflix were updated from derpy to ditzy in the episode where derpy was first name dropped.
Yep.
Doctor from the Daring Do episode, I think.
I don't know.
Which one of them are either of them? Wait, which one of these two is from the Daring Do episode? One of them is. I don't know. They're both one's from the Daring Do. Which one's the first one from? I don't know. I don't remember either of them. We're gonna put them
they're
above
doctors,
Fluttershy's
so...
dad, below her mom.
Lyra. Here, I have some
important question about Lyra. Are we counting the fandom?
Yes, we're counting the fandom.
Okay, go on with what you were gonna say before I place her, but she's not going any lower than this.
I have some restraint on not putting her in S tier, so I think I'm fine with leaving her in A tier.
I actually was gonna put her in S tier.
Well, in that case, go right ahead.
If we're only counting the show, okay. If we're only counting the show, like here. If we're only counting the fandom, probably like a couple spots up. If we're counting both, I think the combination puts her here.
Yeah.
She's amazing. Also, Lyra of all ponies to have bedroom eyes in her image on a tier list. Great.
Does Bon? No, Bon doesn't have.
No. Imagine if she... And they are going to be facing each other, though. They're also from the same screenshot. And probably like Pinky's parents aren't from the exact same right next to each other, but they're from the same screenshot, I think, which is hilarious. Because they're both from Slice of Life, I believe.
Yeah, another Dr. Horse.
I like her design less than his. Rare Stallion design W, to be honest.
Moon Dancer is an A tier, obviously, but we're an A tier.
Yes, no?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine with that.
She's basically like if Saitwai was left to simmer for even longer.
It makes sense considering she has literally the same main style and tail.
She is a Twilight recolor, yes, and so her being, and much like Saitwai, she also has glasses.
Yeah.
I we don't get a lot out of her, but I quite like her. I don't think there's a lot to say about Moon Dancer. Yeah, she's good. I feel like I should know who he is, but I don't.
At first, I thought that was like Twilight's dad, but it doesn't really look.
It's the war criminal. Oh my God, you're right. It is her dad.
Yeah, but I don't see Twilight's mom anywhere. Actually,
Velvet
no, that's a
Sparkle.
lie.
There she is. But first, the war criminal.
Yeah, the war. Ignore memes.
That's
Ignore the memes
literally. I mean, technically, yeah. Technically not a war criminal, technically just breaking the Geneva Conventions. It's not a war crime. She's not involved in a war.
Yeah.
But the Geneva Convention breaker.
Yeah, I think she has a really nice design. Somewhere, yeah.
She's characterized very little, but off of design and what little we have, I think here. Even with the memes, I think that only carries her up to, like, there.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, why don't we split down the middle and just slap her above Flim and Flam?
I'm fine with that.
Cool. So that's halfway between where the meme would carry her from where it wouldn't.
The other pony that ran the Indian restaurant with
I remember her more, and I kind of like her design, so we'll put her here. I don't remember him at all. New pony, who does?
The guy who was simping for the Y horse later down the list.
That one.
That one. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't like him.
Yeah, he's
It's
too
not
much.
it's not even
of
that
a-
he's unlikable. I think they just push it too far with his character to a point where it's not fun. Not that anything is like, regardless of whether it's like creepy or not, because obviously that could be done intentionally. I just think it's not fun or enjoyable.
Yeah. Sunburst's mom.
I don't remember her at all. Put her below the smooths.
I know a lot of people were simping for her, so
Yeah, she's got a nice design. Bon Bon.
Bon Bon, her and Lyra kiss.
Yes, I like her a lot less than Lyra.
Yeah. She's got the whole gimmick of her being a secret spy and whatnot, and like that's fine and all, but
that
like,
for me that neither adds nor detracts. I think it's just like, yeah, it's whatever.
yeah.
I think A tier. Most of the characterization
I'm fine
that
with
I like am familiar with for Bon Bon is just University Days, which dear God I need to reread, but I hate reading off a screen. That is a fantastic MLP fanfic that you should totally read, even if you're not into the show. I promise, it's really good.
Yep.
Child.
I don't know.
The kid is from something. And I don't remember what.
From the episode where they criticized the critics of the show, and had the song "We're Not Flawless" or whatever. Isn't that where the other child is from? That's in the literally who tier.
That one, maybe. You know what? I like her. I like her design. We'll put her. I like hers a little more actually. Weed. Lavender. Where do we put this one? You're the weed expert.
All right, hold up. Let me DM her.
I'm gonna we'll skip over her for now. I'll DM her.
What's her current? Okay.
It's still Lavender Bliss. I don't know if I wonder if she, I don't know if she ever removed or blocked you, and then I don't know if she unblocked you or not. I have no idea.
She's unblocked me on Discord. I think she forgot. She forgot to block me on Twitter, which I guess makes sense considering didn't she say she was done using Twitter, or?
Yeah, I think so. And then she didn't stop using Twitter. I would like to make some joke about that, but the only joke I can make is literally fucking everyone does that. Everyone's like, I'm done with Twitter, and then 90% of them come back.
Unfortunately, as a YouTuber, I can relate to that because, like, you want to move, but like, there's no good alternative.
There are plenty of good alternatives, unless you're trying to be like have an outreach, because none of the alternatives have a discoverable algorithm, and none of them have a community there. So you're trying to move a community, which is already a huge pain in the ass. Hence why all the huge YouTubers have much smaller followings on Twitter and Twitch, while the big Twitch streamers have, well, some of them have. The ones that aren't YouTube-centric in any capacity have smaller followings on YouTube. And even the ones that are YouTube-centric tend to have smaller followings on YouTube. I think Matt has more followers on Twitch than subs on YouTube. But yeah, Anyway, Lavender has been DM'd. I have a ping in the Dokkan Discord that I need to clear out, and now when I get a notification, I will know that it's her. She has until we finish Minty's placements. The guy from the... I don't know his name. He's from that one CMC's episode. Yeah,
the guy that we assume is like always troubleshooting.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty accurate name for him, considering he's always has the curse of bad luck.
Oh my God, it's just Crow.
It's just...
He's just Crow, but sad instead of a badass.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wait, is his episode newer than... Yeah, because he's not in... He's in like season 5 or 6, isn't he?
I believe so.
Oh my
it's like
God.
After, it's like after the CMC got their cutie marks, I believe.
No, you're right, it is. And that was, I think, season 7, wasn't it?
I believe so.
That might have been 6. Oh my God, he might actually just be newer. So the question is it feasible that he is literally inspired by Crow?
Maybe.
Is this literally the My Little Pony version of Crow Bronwyn? Obviously the design isn't there, but it is oddly specific to have a character whose special talent, which for some people also means special ability, depending on what said talent is having bad luck. Might be a more common trope than I realize, but I have personally only ever seen that with Crow and him. Anyway, I like him. He's a fun character with a fun episode.
Yeah.
Twymom.
Twymom. I wish we'd seen more.
She has slightly more characterization than Twydad and a much nicer design.
Yeah, she
and also is a salute to the Twilight recolor. But
we had an entire episode where she wasn't involved with the plot, so I guess that's good enough.
Knock, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been checking either of my chats, so I have no idea what you showed up to. That's an excellent question. Ponies, we're making tier lists. Welcome to McDonald's. We've been on this tier list for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of horses, all right?
There are a lot of horses. This is far from comprehensive. This one. I like her.
Yeah, I like her.
I like her. Like, she's trying to be nice in a way that's definitely hurting both of the people, and both her and the guy she's trying to make feel better. And, yeah, I mean, I think she's written well. She's got a nice personality. She's, it's whatever. Rainbow Mom.
Rainbow Mom.
Where did I put Rainbow Dad? I've lost him.
In C.
Put him in.
High C.
Well, yeah, where in up here. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
There we go then. You know what? I like this kid's design more than his. Rainbow Dash.
Rainbow Dash.
Here's where we piss off a large section of the fandom.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm fine with that tier.
A lot of people don't like Rainbow Dash because, like, oh, Rainbow Dash is an asshole. And in the early season, she gets better. She has moments, but that's just it's not her being an asshole. It's her being how she is as a person, which to some comes across as an asshole. Wow, it's almost like you can't be friends with every type of person because there are some personality traits that aren't inherently negative that you just can't fucking stand.
It's kind of unfortunate that the last episode, the last Rainbow Dash focused episode, she was kind of being
yeah, that's not great. That's not great.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was supposed to just be a callback to Tails.
Yeah,
no,
that's exactly what.
I love Rainbow Dash. She has my favorite design of the main 6.
Gay power.
I will say that of the main 7s, because I'm going to include Sunset and Starlight in there, the main 15, let's throw Spike in the mix as well. He's literally in last in this bracket, but that's okay. Out of the main 15, out of Friendship is Magic and Equestria Girls, she is only outshined in pure design by Starlight and Sunset to me. I think that out of the 15 core characters of the show, she has the third best design of the main ones. I love her design. I love her personality. She is an asshole, but it's kind of played off for fun, and whenever it goes too far, it is usually a center point of the episode, and then it makes the episodes, at least nicer. Yeah. She's usually not an asshole without repercussions, and that's, it's okay. Yeah, and she's just a fun character to have around.
Okay, okay. Let me say this about Rarity. Her design is nice, and there are a few episodes that there are a few episodes that I think she works well in.
There are a few episodes that are strictly revolving around her that I think are good episodes that make her more tolerable. Like I said, the episode with I've lost him, but wherever I put him. The guy that she's simping over, it's like, okay, but that's all an understandable thing. And honestly, Rarity is not only sympathetic, but a little bit enjoyable in that episode. And oh my god, Lavender came in. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. So I know you've DM'd me and said B for blunt, but here's the tier list so far. B tier is they're all right. It's good, but C is just kind of their mid. B and up is good. Below C is bad. So that's for reference. That's our tier list so far. So don't be defending Rarity now. Oh, I'm not. I'm just saying that she has a couple episodes that are decent.
I think she's I think she's referring to me. Like I gave her some like
Rarity
I
has
tried to-
upsides. They're just
She has some
she's
upsides,
the
but-
worst character in the franchise. And I am saying that knowing full well that My Little Pony Tales exists.
Yeah.
Not that I'm saying they're bad, but they're all assholes for no reason, which is massive points docked for them. But we both acknowledge that, but we can also stand back and be like, you know what? No, she has a few good episodes, several good songs, one of which is actually majorly detracted from for me because it's literally a song about everything I hate about her, despite that she's the element. She's like literally, I think it's it's the song where the first time she goes to, I think it's Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's literally everything I hate about her condensed into one song. And that's her. She never grows. She's the only one of the main six to actively never grow in a lasting manner. Yes, sometimes they revert because an episode's writing demands it, because that's how later seasons of these shows work. Which, of course, I dock against the characters and the writers, but Rarity never grows. Fluttershy comes out of her shell. Rainbow Dash learns how to not push things too far. Twilight makes friends. Applejack learns her own limits. That's a huge thing she has to learn early on, right? Fucking
Meanwhile,
Starlight and Sunset learn, how to be better people. That's their whole thing. Trixie learns, that you can still be a little bit of a cheeky shit. You can still be a little shit while being a piece of shit. Or without being a piece of shit, right? We see all of these characters grow. We see Spike literally grow up.
Yep.
And then there's Rarity.
Meanwhile, Rarity.
Rarity. Holy fucking shit. Are you okay with her going above Moondancer?
Yeah, I am fine.
Equestria Girls Rarity goes from a nothing character to single-handedly in Roller Coaster of Friendship being a likable character. In Rainbow Rock, she has almost Pony Rarity-esque moments, but it's all fashion stuff, and it makes a little bit more sense because not only are clothes a fashion thing for humans, they're kind of necessary. So it makes a little bit more sense. Not that I'm saying it's an invalid passion of Rarities to have, because just because something's necessary doesn't mean you shouldn't. Just because something's unnecessary doesn't mean you shouldn't pursue it. It's just that her being as hyper-focused on it in times where she shouldn't kind of makes more sense. Because if you're going to a formal event as a pony, you could just wear whatever you've got, if anything at all. No one's really going to have that big of an issue. If they are, you're going to an event full of assholes anyway. In Rarity's case, look, you've got to wear something that might as well be nice, and it's not her job to worry about the music, it's her job to worry about playing it, and she still has to have all of the stuff. And that's the other thing, too, is most of the times that we see Rarity Pony freak out about it are times that she doesn't need to be doing this, whereas the only couple of times we see Egg Rarity doing it is because she kind of actually has to. It's like a huge part of what they're doing. And again, Roller Coaster of Friendship characterizes her so well. Just in general, throughout Equestria Girls, everything about her, it's all of the best parts of Rarity, while the worst parts are just elevated. This is how Rarity could have been. So yes, Egg Rarity, I think, is a fantastic character.
Girls for her, though.
Well, that's why we're separating them, because they're so different.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lavender, are we sticking with B for blunt for the weed horse? I gotta get your input because we're about to move on to G5 and then Minty at the end.
Yeah.
Alphabital. I think he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
I like the DDR bit, but that's more of a bit than specifically him. His dynamic with Misty, the one time we saw it, was kind of cool.
It's cute.
It's cute. It's nice.
Yeah.
He's a fun character.
Hitch.
Hitch.
My boy Hitch.
The boy.
The boy is definitely A tier.
The only reason I'm putting him above Egg Rarity is because Egg Rarity did not hit her peak until way too late to have enough screen time. I think that if she hit it earlier, I would have her above him. Hitch is fucking fantastic though. I love I love all of the new main 6. Also, I think Lavender's gone, so we're just gonna throw approximately mid B. Won't break up Flim and Flam. You know, hold on, that seems too low. There we go. Right below the Geneva Convention breaker.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Hitch belongs in A tier.
Yeah,
high A tier.
You'll notice a lot of main characters are also in very high levels as well, because it's just where they go when they're written well. The Queen.
The Queen.
There is no queen. There is no queen of frickin'.
There's no
queen of Zephyr Heights. I almost said Pegasopolis. That's the nation. That's the nation that they wanted Equestria to be in the Christmas special.
She's very entertaining in my opinion. I don't think I would put her high in A tier, but
yeah, I think that somewhere in the range of Bon Bon Divine. I think between Vinyl and Gilda.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, because I mean, like, she's fun. I enjoy her a lot more than Alphabettle, although that's partially because we've had a lot more screen time with her, and B, a lot more of her dynamic with other characters. And not just Pip and Zip either. That's the primary, but it's not just them that we've seen her interacting with, and I think she's a fun character to have around. I think she's definitely one of the best recurring background characters in G5.
Yeah.
If we had Sparky, he'd be going in D's nuts tier.
D's nuts tier.
Yeah. Izzy.
S. Yes.
Do I like her more than Cozy Glow? Oh God, that's. Oh, these are the hairs you have to split when you're making a tier list, though.
But Izzy has plenty of hair.
True. But Cozy would be better at splitting them, though. Because she's evil. She'd be better at torture. Cozy Glow, of all of the MLP villains, would be the best at torture.
Yep.
Traditional torture. Discord's probably the best at torture, period. And emotional torture is definitely Chrysalis. But traditional physical torture, Cozy Glow would be the best. But Izzy has enough hair to split. Anyway, literalness aside, do we put her above Cozy Glow? Oh my God, Lavender! Stop! Don't be horny in my chat. We haven't gotten to Opaline and Allura yet. I still can't believe they art baited as hard as they did there.
As great as a villain Cozy is, I'm gonna have to say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If she goes above Cozy, then I'll put her above Lightning Dust, and then right below Pinky. You know, I'm gonna put Cozy above Lightning Dust, actually. Izzy below Pinky, I think, is actually a really good spot to put her, now that I think about it, because forget about relation to anyone below this. She's just a slightly less good version of Pinky that I think, given time to develop and for the writers to learn how to write her, I think by the end of G5, if it continues on the path G4 did, I think this will be where she is. But right now, I'm happy with having her right below Pinky. She's a really fun character with a lot of the pros of Pinky.
And she's got a little bit of like rarity splice in her, where she's just like creative.
Well, somebody has to be horny in chat. I mean, I guess you're right. It means I'm growing as a creator.
Yeah.
But yeah,
who's next?
I like the little bit of rarity splashed into Pinky.
Also, speaking
Misty.
of S tier again, I can't believe they went.
Lightning Dust doesn't have enough screen time.
I can't believe they decided to go with a kidnapping plot for Misty.
I'm
a victim of kidnapping.
Yeah, kidnapping and emotional abuse. Like, okay.
Emotional abuse. Yeah.
Okay. Have the double.
I can't believe they went that far.
This is another one that I think, given more time, this one is less I think will change if the show goes on long enough, and less that I think might, because I really don't know. I want to put her below Cozy Glow if you're okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, if you didn't, I was going to try and debate you, and we'd see who would be convinced. But if you're okay with it, this is where we go. So a lot of people would do this. You're wrong. Much like Egg Rarity, it's literally just everything good about Rarity with everything bad, but less.
Yeah. The thing is about Pip is... I really like her, but I can see why people don't like her.
I see why people don't like her. it's the same reasons we don't like Rarity. If anyone dislikes Pip but likes Rarity, you're a fucking idiot. Same thing. Honest, like if like it's just it's the same. It's the same. Like it's just if it's fucking no. Just if you like Rarity and dislike Pip, you're congratulations. This is a better take on the character that is less of the things that are bad about Rarity and more of the things that are good, and you're disliking them even though you like that one. You're stupid. I mean, if you don't like Pip, though, I do understand that. I mean, she's literally a TikTok influencer stand-in.
Mm-hmm.
And that alone is going to be a huge one for many people. But again, that personality is literally just Rarity's, but somehow toned down to be a TikTok influencer.
And somehow she's a lot more bearable than Rarity. Oh, here we go. Here's peak
I'm
villain
going to do
right
what
here.
all the porn artists were going to do a week ago. Oh no, I did grab her. We're just going to, just real quick take these two, because that's what all the porn artists would do, except for the fact that I've literally been checking because, curiously, there's fucking none of Allura. There are 2 images on Derpy Buru, and they are both vanilla as fuck. I won't describe them, given that will possibly get me banned.
You're really testing guidelines right now.
Not really. I'm just stating the fact that
it
exists.
I was testing guidelines yesterday or whenever.
I think they both go in A tier, but I kind of want to put them in I don't think I like Opaline more than Apple Bloom.
Yeah.
I don't know. What are you thinking?
She's definitely a great villain. I wouldn't really say she's like better than all the other G4 villains that are on here, but I think that spot in the list is fine.
And then Allura, we just haven't had enough time with. She's great where she is. Actually, above or below Thorax?
That's below Thorax.
All right, cool.
Thorax is a good boy.
He's great, and again, he's the only changeling to make this design work. So huge points for that. Allura just doesn't have enough time. This will probably change as time passes by. She's just been introduced. We have 40 minutes with her, plus I think literally 6 minutes in Tell Your Tale, if that. And so it's she's a fun villain. She has a nice personality. Also, Cat. No bias.
Also, if you really think about it, she might be the evil version of Fluttershy because she has a bunny sidekick.
She might be Fluttershy inspired.
Sprouts.
He summoned Rob, so he goes in S tier. I remember when everyone thought Sprout was going to be a major character.
Unfortunately, he's not.
He's fine.
Yeah.
He's a fun villain. Actually, you know what? Actually, I think I want to put him up above Flim and Flam because he's a fun villain. He's kind of the extreme culmination of all of the. Because again, the first I think was it 2 or 3 plots they did in G5 were all racism bad plots.
Yeah.
He's literally just the culmination of years of being taught to fear Pegasi and unicorns taken to just this comically extreme level where he builds a fucking Gundam bulldozer and then hits a lighthouse once and topples it, and then he's suddenly oh, I didn't mean to break that, I'm sad now, and then starlights. Except he's also still a scared little bitch, which, to be fair, I don't think would be his personality
Mommy's
if he
boy.
were. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that would be his personality if he were going to be a mainstay. I wish that he were, because I'd like to have seen him grow as a character, but it's whatever. We have our 2 unicorns, our two Pegasi, our 2 Earth ponies, which, by the way, I totally called that Misty was going to end up becoming part of our new main 6 because we needed a second unicorn, but irrelevant to any of the character rankings.
And also, don't forget Sprout has such a banger villain song,
and definitely a crush on Hitch.
Yep.
Which we don't really see a lot of in the show, but definitely there in the movie. Zip.
I
mean, on color scheme alone, she makes it into A tier. No, as a character though, I think actually though, just
Yeah, character-wise, yeah, I'm comfortable leaving her at S tier.
She'll definitely move up on this list because, I mean, holy shit, also, we have 3 of our new main 6 it sat firmly in S tier, and we're, like, solid instantly on this. I mean, you weren't as solid instantly, but you're like, yeah, that makes sense, and I'm just like, no, she has to go here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with S tier.
She's the new Rainbow Dash without a lot of the cons, but she hasn't had time to really have her character refined or grow. I think that she's going to move up. I think that if we have the writing quality as a whole on the whole that we did in G4, she'll probably end up above Rainbow Dash and above Izzy, and depending on where Misty goes, possibly above Misty. But for now, I think just bottom of S tier. I think that what the fandom's done with Lyra, how good of a villain Tyrek and Chrysalis and Cozy Glow are, just everyone above her, I think, has just had enough time or had enough behind them that I can't say that I want to put Zip above them, but I think she's all right at bottom of S tier. Sunny.
Sunny, I would say Sunny is like the opposite of Twilight in like the very first episode where like Twilight didn't want to make friends. Meanwhile, Sunny's just like, oh, we want to reunite all the ponies. And
so what I like about Sunny is, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, because I agree with you. She is. I think that she's the opposite take on Twilight. Twilight didn't care to make friends, so she didn't know how. Well, I guess that they're not really correlated in any way. Neither caused the other, most likely. But the difference is, Sunny also doesn't know how to make friends.
Yeah.
But she wants to.
Mm-hmm.
And she's better at it than Twilight because she wants to. But you see her being, not completely, but a little bit socially awkward.
Yeah. She doesn't know how to...
But she also has that thing that I mean, well, honestly, that Fluttershy also has, where like once she's, and it's extremely relatable too, once you know someone though, oh, it is easy.
Yeah.
I'm streaming, asshole.
I thought you were I thought your mom walked in and I thought you just called her an asshole.
No. And last but not least, the best G3 pony and the only one on this tier list.
Peak.
Minty, I think that's where I want to put her. For the memes, I want to put her in S, but I think I want to stick her solidly in A tier.
Also, I just want to say for Sunny, the only real issue I have with her is that they don't really give her a lot of screen time. In my opinion, like she didn't really have like Major Mark, she doesn't really have a lot to do.
A lot of her screen time is when she is important to the overarching plot, and I think that could be handled a little bit better. It might be part of the reason. Part of the reason we have her solo is just we haven't seen enough of her outside of plot mode.
Yeah.
And then there's Minty. She's a really fun character. Easily the best unironic part of G3. The best ironic part is, of course, Ken, who I thought about putting on here, and he would have gone in Fluttershy tier purely because he says the sentence, "I think I know a princess when she steps on me," which is just gold. So this is our ponies tier list featuring a handful from G5 and one from G3. As the YouTube description says, all opinions expressed here are objective truth. Fuck you.
And if you would disagree with this list, you are wrong.
If you disagree with this part, you're objectively wrong. The rest, maybe. So we have 8 more of these things. But a lot of these will have less discussion to them. So, lightning rounding our way into the second tier list. My Little Pony Seasons, with a little bit of extra here, some movies and specials getting their own things. The G1 movie.
Yeah, the G1 movie. I
think it's like this one. We have only the 5 default tiers that I went with here. And I think that B tier will be like it's fine, A tier is good, and S tier is just Actually, no, because I think that we'll do C tier still just B tier is okay, and then anything A tier and above actively want to see again.
Yeah.
No, because then I want to. I don't know. Well, maybe not exactly that, but we'll figure it out. C tier will be the it's mid. The G1 series, which is just a string of specials, but like they are strung together in an order.
I think I would put in the same tier as
Yeah, I think
yeah,
it's
C
less good
tier.
than the movie because it's just kind of like it's a lot of like similar things. I mean the characters are fun. There's the assholes, the sea ponies. They're funny.
Yeah, they're
Um,
funny.
yeah. We have tails.
Oh no, not tails.
I have to.
I mean, in ironic value, yeah, B, but like,
Oh, in ironic value, I'd say A. I think B just because like it is a fun show to watch.
yeah,
Purely for ironic value, but I think that that's something you have to count when you're just ranking an entire show or season of a show because it's like there's enough to laugh at that I genuinely think that it's a good watch.
yeah.
Everyone's an asshole for no fucking reason, and it is the funniest shit. There are a couple of like good character designs, a couple of characters that are actually decent throughout Tales who I don't remember because they're not specifically memorable, but I also didn't spend 9 years of my life watching the show. Well, 7 years of my life watching the show.
Yeah.
4 years of my life watching the show. No, 5. That's how numbers work. Anyway, the point is, I didn't spend a quarter of my life watching the show. And every bit after that, still, following the fandom and shit. With Tales, I spent, like, 2 weeks with this show, which is probably why the characters didn't stick as much with me.
Yeah.
But, like, it's funny. They're all assholes. It's the stupidest shit ever. The entirety of G3, which is also entirely comprised of specials.
It's kind of I'm not sure how I feel about
Ken!
the entirety of G. Yeah,
Ken
I'm
and
not sure how
Minty.
I feel about the. Yeah, I'm not sure about the entirety of G3 because there's also G3.5.
Which we're lumping in here. Because, I mean, the
Yeah.
thing is, tonally, what changes is the art style and some of the main cast.
Yeah.
But I don't even think that shakeup does very much to change things. The main cast was kind of a revolving door of existing characters. We got, I think, one new one thrown in the mix.
Yeah.
And a lot of very similar narratives to what we had in the specials beforehand. I want to put it above Tales purely because I think there's more unironic value to it, and Ken carries the irony value very well. I think that this will be the
Yeah.
benchmark for me anyway for these. I think that if you're worse than G3 as a season, you're B tier, and if you are better, you're A tier.
Yep.
Because I think G3 is unironically good and worth a watch.
Yeah.
You know what? I realize I didn't dislike any of these, so how I was gonna do D tier makes no sense, and I'm gonna do this.
Okay.
Because I like the movie for G1 a little bit more, mostly because it's just one movie and much shorter. So we're gonna do everything on here we like.
Yep.
Season 1.
Season 1.
Actually, you know what? By this logic, I'm also gonna do that because that's strictly irony value. Okay.
Yeah.
G4 Season 1.
Yeah, season 1 is definitely is when they were trying to find their footing when it comes to the new horse show.
Yeah.
And, yeah, looking back,
it shows.
There's some. It shows.
Ticketmaster happened. Like I think it's fine by all means having the entire franchise relatively easily at your disposal. I actually think I'd rather rewatch G3 over season 1 as a whole as far as strictly fun value. But if I were ever going through the whole show, like, okay, so here's the thing. Season 1, I would only ever rewatch most of the episodes and especially the whole season if I were rewatching the whole show.
Yeah.
If I were just picking one season to watch through, or one movie or special that is, a season condensed down into a theatrical time frame, I think I'd pick G3 over season 1.
That's a pretty hot take to put out in
I
the
know,
Brony
I
channel.
know, because I heard from so many people before we watched G1 and
G3
G3
was the spawn of Satan.
that not just G3 but also just all three of the shows from before G4. It's because by the time that the fandom was in full steam, the show was aware enough of the audience it was attracting, and by the time it really peaked, the show was writing for that audience in part and long after the peak, it was writing more for them than it was for the target audience. But I really think that I don't know. I think that because I think G3 hit off its stride immediately, and G4 didn't. It took, and there's nothing wrong with that, especially for a show that managed to run as long as MLP did, because they had they had the 65 episodes as their initial contract. So as long as it didn't flop terribly, it was going to be fine. Season 1, of course, also started the fandom. But I think there's just a lot more quality, a lot more confidence, a lot more just fun in G3. Mm-hmm. I think part of that also comes from the fact that G3 is all specials.
Yeah.
You know, they all had more time to cook than probably Season 1 did, than probably any single episode for Friendship is Magic did. Except maybe some season finales that are, set up for much longer. I don't know. Do you agree, disagree?
I'm fine. I'm fine with, I guess I'm fine with this order.
All right.
So, yeah.
It's not going to be the last thing that goes below G3, but I can tell you it's going to be the last season that I want to put below G3.
Now, Season 2, however, yes.
It's not just Discord, and it's not just Chrysalis, although the opener and finale are great. Now, give me a second, because I want to make sure that I actually have... I want to make sure that I have the episode list correct in my head. Yes, this is where Lesson 0... Season 2 has fucking... Oh my god. You have Lesson 0, you have Luna Eclipsed, Sisterhood Social, The Cutie Pox, May the Best Pet Win, the first Mare Duel episode, the Heartswarming Eve episode. As much as I don't like the Cake Twins, their episode's pretty okay. I wouldn't say it's a really high-tier episode. Flim and Flam are introduced in this season. Hearts and Hooves Day is in this season. The Smile Song is in this season. Iron Will first appears in this season. Yeah. Hurricane Fluttershy. Friendship Express. And of course, it's a season topped by being in the bread that is Discord and Chrysalis's first appearances.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Incredible season. And on the note of fantastic seasons.
I still can't get over how the Brony fandom automatically deemed this season.
Oh my god, it was more controversial than the 2016 election, unironically. The Brony fandom as a contained unit had a larger controversy than a United States presidential election, and I genuinely mean it sincerely when I say I firmly and fully believe that to be the truth. It was that much of the fandom going to war over nothing because Twilight got wings.
This really says a lot about society.
A good while ago now, Prince Whatever released a song. It was a parody of a song I had never heard before, called Twilight Learned to Fly, and I am of the theory that that song is literally just written to be, because it's sung from the perspective in-universe of Pinkie Pie. I am of the belief that that song is literally just the fandom after the season 3 finale. They're just like, yep, the show died after the 64th episode. The 65th one ruined it. Nothing after that's... Everything before that's canon, nothing afterwards, because now, fuck that. Wings ruined the show. Yeah, furries are ruining paladins. Sure, buddy.
Sure, buddy.
No, the only reason I'm putting Season 3 below Season 2 is because, and I understand the production reason why the finale was a one-parter, that needed to be 2 episodes. And that is what, and this is the closest that they came. Season 4 was kind of close. They did it a little bit with Season 4. But Season 3 was the closest they came to the overarching plot thing to Season 8. Seasons 3, 4, and 8 are the only ones they really shot for that with. And 4 didn't do a great job of it. 3 was less an overarching plot and more a lot of build-up, which is, I think, why it does it better. It's a lot of build-up while they were on that 65-episode contract. And unfortunately, that meant cramming what realistically should have been a 3-parter down to 1 episode.
Yep.
But also, that one episode literally makes me cry every single time. So, definitely S tier. Equestria Girls 1.
Well, let's
The
get this out of
fandom's
the
going
way.
to hate us if they ever find this stream VOD. They will hate us for every Equestria Girls opinion we are going to have, except for one.
Except for one. I will say, though, it's definitely not as good as the second one, but...
No, Equestria Girls as a whole is overhated, but the first movie was not a strong starting point.
Yeah.
When I said this wouldn't be the last thing that goes below G3, this was one of the specific two that I had in mind. Because...
Yeah.
Like, it's fine. It's good. It's
fine.
fun. But you know what? I don't think it's bad. I think all of this is worth watching sometime if you have the time. But I think that the original Equestria Girls, its only value comes from being set up for the rest of Equestria Girls. As far as, like, not its only value, sorry, but its biggest value comes from being set up. The same way Season 1 gives you a lot of the groundwork for the rest of G4. But I think it's overhated. It's really solid. It's fun with what it does with the characters. I actually think Sunset is a decently strong villain. And a lot of its issues have the excuse of it's a movie. It was in theaters. They had a time slot they had to fill. And that doesn't wash everything away. Of course not. But it has more of an excuse than if these things were to happen in the span of a season. A whole season they could have given to a certain counterpart to Sunset that was crammed into a shorter time frame within the 40 minutes that it was given. It was given a shorter time frame, yes, but the reformation of Starlight was given less time than Sunset. And not that I'm going to put that season below Equestria Girls, because again, no season other than one is going below G3. Anyway, I think Equestria Girls is good. It's solid. It's decent. I think the ironic value of everyone being an absolute fucking asshole in Tails, I have to put it below Tails.
Yeah.
I defend Equestria Girls, but I think that's where it's going to go. I think it is better than Tails, but I think Tails is more worth watching, and I think that's more what I want to rate for these. Season 4.
Yeah, I think Season 4 deserves A tier.
Yeah, like, it doesn't do anything, offensive, I don't think, and it's got some strong episodes. We, of course, open with Princess Twilight Sparkle, which is really solid. It's pretty cool. It's where we get the Tree of Harmony introduced to us. Castlemania, Daring Don't, both pretty solid. Power Pony is actually a personal favorite episode of mine. And, of course, Season 4 brought us Bats. Which canonized and popularized a very niche fan species in bat ponies.
Didn't they show us bat ponies, like, before, like, Season 4, though?
I don't think so. I thought Flutterbat was the first one. Oh, we also got one of the most fucking MatPat baiting episodes of all time, which, to be fair, it could have been, given that this was 2014 in Pinky Apple Pie.
Yeah.
If MatPat had film theory by then, there would absolutely have been an episode dissecting the genetics of Pinkie Pie and all known ancestors of Applejack, which, to be fair, you could still do. There's more lore now.
Yeah, MatPat, come on. Tell us how many days there are in a moon.
Season 4. Oh my fucking god. MatPat dissecting whether moon means month or year, even though I'm pretty sure that it's just confirmed purely by how many ways they've used it that it's both.
Yeah.
Fucking Boruto is now referring to a type of being as divine tree, even though a divine tree is already a thing that exists, and there's also a separate term for it in the Japanese manga, and it's so insanely stupid. Anyway, Season 4 also gave us Cheese Sandwich as well, so that was cool. It gave us the Breezies, which not everyone likes. Gave us Maud. I didn't like her at the time. I still don't like her in that episode. It's a Trixie thing where I've just, I've grown to like her from future episodes. Unlike Trixie, future episodes have caused me to like her more in her introductory episode. Whereas Trixie, I still don't like in that episode but that's how she's written to be. I just also don't like how she's written to be that way. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. And then season 4 closes out with fucking Tyrek. And honestly,
The Dragon Ball fight.
yeah, if we were just rating openers and finales, I would put that in S tier, but we're not. And I think the rest of the season drags down the Tyrek special, which isn't just carried by the Tyrek fight. It's got amazing character moments for everyone, but it's just not attached to a good enough season to carry it. Rainbow Rocks.
Year's peak right here. Well, I wouldn't say peak, but like...
Oh, definitely not. Peak Equestria Girls is... Oh, God, that's going to be a hard one. We'll get there later because there's a few different points. I want to put it above Season 4. I'm open to discussion on that.
Yeah, I really enjoy Rainbow Rock, so
I
I'm
think it's
fine with the...
It's super underrated. It's like the one that is directly a musical. Like they all are, but that's just kind of because of how the show's vibe is. This one is so directly a musical. Friendship Games is to an extent as well, but Friendship Games isn't as much the characters singing as Rainbow Rocks is. And the songs are very relevant. Banger soundtrack, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But also just the movie itself, the way Sunset is handled, the way that a lot of people... This is Sunset's moment. Here's the big thing about when characters get reformed in this show, in G4. Everyone's just okay with it. Discord, there was a little bit of edge about for exactly one episode. Except for that one singular time down the line that Twilight was like, wait a minute, you're trolling me. And Discord was like, no. And like, that is the extent of it with Discord. Literally nothing with Starlight, including being welcomed back to the village. Fucking literally every single villain that gets reformed in this show. And Sunset, the main characters are fine with it, but they know things that the rest of the school don't. And the rest of the school still see Sunset as the bully, as the villain.
Yeah.
Seeing Sunset have to work through that and earn everyone's trust. Seeing the villains play off of that, it's just great. There are a lot of good character moments in the movie. There are a lot of good songs in the musical. I like it. I think that probably objectively it would be going, if I were being a little bit, not totally objective, but if I were being a little more objective with this, I'd put it below season 4, for sure. But I'm not. I mean, I am, because it's the internet and my opinions are objective fact, but I'm gonna let just a little bit of preference creep in on this one, and I'm gonna say I want this one above season 4. I think that it's just a fantastic time. Speaking of having a great time,
Glim Glam.
now this one. Whew. The cutie map is how this one opens. Tanks for the memories.
That's a what was the band that made Thanks for the Memories?
Well, it's just a phrase in general, but you might be thinking of the Fall Out Boy song.
Yeah, Fall Out Boys, yeah.
This episode spawned a glorious idea for an image that I had.
Oh no.
I'm going to show it on screen here because this happened. She gets hit in the face with her turtle, and it's the funniest thing to me. And I took a screenshot of this, and I captioned it in Comic Sans as Mario Kart be like, and I'm not wrong.
I see.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
This season had Appaloosa's Most Wanted. Which was this was the beginning of, I think this was the beginning of when the CMCs started to earn their cutie marks, but they hadn't in this one. So it was the Diamond Tiara one, right, where they earned it, I think. Yeah. Yeah. And this is kind of where they alluded to it, which means that by this point they knew exactly what they were doing with the cutie marks. Weed Horse episode is in this one. Slice
Shout
of Life.
To Lavender.
Yeah. I do regularly get hit with my own turtle shells in Mario Kart. Yeah, it happens. Well, it's a green turtle, too, so, Slice of life happens in this one.
Here-
Princess
here's
Spike is a
a-
good episode.
Here's a suggestion: don't throw the blue shell in first place. All right.
True. Well, unless you're doing the blue yourself category. Canterlot Boutique, one of the few rarity episodes that I like. Don't really specifically like rarity in it, but just the episode is cool.
Yeah.
Amending Fences, as well. That's the Moondancer episode. Honestly, I thought it was later just because of how it plays out. But yeah, that's a really fucking good episode.
Yeah, there's a lot of good episodes in this season.
Pinky, the frickin' the one episode with the axe. That's cool.
It's an episode.
Yeah, like I said, Canterlot Boutique. It's a fun one. Brotherhood Social. The one where Pinkie Pie knows before we knew about the demon child. Well, that's when we learned of the demon child. And then, of course, the cutie remark. A fantastic finale.
Yep.
I think, though, that honestly, looking through the episode list, because I have to refresh myself on what exactly is where, I thought I was going to put this one in S tier.
I'm fine with putting it in a very high A tier.
Do you think this goes bottom of S or top of A? That's what I'm torn on. It's going between 3 and Rainbow Rocks.
This is the scene that gave us Glim Glam.
This is where we got Starlight, and it had an incredible finale and premiere.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of what we're ranking it above and below. It's do we think it's earning of S tier for the whole season?
Well, the season definitely had some really good episodes in them. I think I'm gonna put it in low S tier.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Season 6 comes after Friendship Games, and Friendship Games. I was always gonna put this. This is another one where it's just this was going one below the season it takes place during the finale of. Canonically takes place during the season's during the season 5 finale. I love Friendship Games. I think that this is one of the, I'd say, like 3 best Equestria Girls segments.
Yep.
I love it. It's great. By this point, you know, Sunset is reformed. Of course, we don't have like full detail on, you know, everyone adjusting to her being reformed. I'm sure there were some pun not intended naysayers off screen that have just over time come to enjoy things. And then we talked earlier about Saitwai having her little unintentional villain arc, but as a mixture of her own curiosity and external pressure.
Yep.
You know, I think Friendship Games is just, we didn't get past Ponies, Oak. This is literally still Ponies.
Soon.
But yeah, I think that this is great. This is a fantastic, even without the previous Equestria Girls movies, they both add a lot to this. Friendship Games, I think, is a solid movie, but strictly in the context of the Pony multiverse. I guess that's also one extra universe, is the human verse. Yeah, this is, I think this is it. Where was Rainbow Dash placed? Oh, she was S tier. Fantastic. Yeah. Are you okay with Friendship Games going here?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly. I do definitely agree. It does deserve S tier. So yeah.
You bought a lot of games on Steam today. Cool. I hope they A, function, and B, are enjoyable, because I've had both of those being an issue. But hey, if you play less than 2 hours, you can refund. I'm assuming you just bought a lot of stuff on sale. But yeah, no, that's cool. Welcome on in. We're doing tier lists. You can rewind if you want to see the completed version of our most MLP G4 ponies, as well as Minty from G3. And I just realized Minty Bubblegum's not in this tier list. I cry.
No.
I think that might have been every pony that's ever spoken.
Yeah.
Okay. Season 6. This is, as depicted by this image, where motherfucking Stixie becomes a thing.
Yep.
This is also Starlight's first outing as not a villain. Immediately in the season premiere.
This is the season where This is the season where we see the secondary characters get their own finale, which is
I loved it so much, and I also
yeah.
like that they went outside the box of their main 6 format. And I mean, to be fair, because this was the point where they were experimenting both in Egg and in Thim with having 7, and then there was also Spike was kind of always part of it anyway. They're like, yeah, fuck it,
Yeah.
let's try different numbers because we have 7, we have 7.5. Let's try 4, and it was great.
Yep. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
On top of, you have the crystalling at the beginning, which revolves partially around Flurry Heart, but
The Demon Child.
honestly, I actually think Flurry Heart's used well for what she's used there. The Gift of Mod Pie, fantastic episode.
Yes.
On your marks. Fantastic episode. Newbie Dash, this is where she gets in the Wonderbolts. Hearthwarming Tale. It's the reason we have a My Little Pony Christmas album, and it's just a good Christmas episode. And it's about Starlight, who's just a recently reformed villain, and it's cool. The Saddle Row review is a really fun episode as well. Flutter Brother is a nice one. I hate that it's named that, but I understand that it's for like the
Flutter
rhyming-
Butter.
Yeah, Fluther Brother, of course.
Fluffer, but
Fluffer Buffer.
Fluffer Buffer, yes.
Frickin' Stranger Than Fan Fiction. I love this. I know a lot of people hate this episode. I love this episode.
They don't like being called out.
It's not even just that. It's also fucking... Yeah, fucking 2 out of 3 episodes are debatably the fandom being fucking called out. 28 Pranks Later. I like the episode. It's kind of a rehash of a thing that they've done before, but it's not done in like a rehashy way. It's just a concept, not so much the events. So that's cool. The times they are a changeling. This episode is not only a fantastic episode, but set up for Thorax being involved in the season finale. Also, Thorax was probably the changeling in Slice of Life in the background. So you know. Dungeons and Discords is a fun little episode. Buckball season. What ball season?
What ball?
The Fault in Our Cutie Marks. Diamond Tiara.
Yes.
Also, I was wrong. It's not mentioned, but they did get their cutie marks in, I think, the Troubleshoes episode. It's just not mentioned in the synopsis. Okay.
No.
Well, you'd think on the
Okay.
Wikipedia synopsis, because these aren't the TV synopses.
But
no, it's literally their cutie marks just aren't mentioned, other than the fact that in fucking in fucking which one was it? It was On Your Marks. It's after earning their cutie marks. Yeah, fucking where were we? Buckball season, the Diamond TR episode, The Fault in Our Cutie Marks were fantastic. Viva Las Pegasus is a fun episode. Can you not yeet my mouse cord around, please? Pony Point of View is a fantastic episode as well. Top Bolt, Lightning Dust. No, wait. Sorry, no. First, Newbie Dash is Lightning Dust. Top Bolt is the one with the simp. Because that's also one with the cameo of the Make-A-Wish OC, right?
I thought Lightning Dust appeared in like season 3 or 4 episode, but
well, because Newbie Dash is the one where she's new to frickin'.
Yeah.
Or am I thinking of a different season? No, yeah, Newbie Dash is up here. This is. Oh no, you're right. Because Lightning Dust is from fucking the Academy, not the actual Wonderbolts.
Yeah.
Or from the tryouts. Sorry, my brain's getting mixed up because honestly, a lot of the Wonderbolts episodes have a very similar flow, even though they're all fairly unique. So they feel the same, but then you watch them and they're not. And then, of course, we have To Where and Back Again, which begins with Starlight being sent back to her own village and then ends with Starlight, Trixie, Thorax, and Discord stopping Queen Chrysalis. Fantastic finale to a fantastic season. All this to say, I think it's an S
tier, definitely.
I mean, we kind of just already went over every reason that it's S tier. But on the other side of things, all right, I said we like everything on this tier list.
Name it. No.
I'm going to... Well, I said we like everything on this tier list. So that's not part of the tier list.
Not part of it.
Look, as the worst villain would say, I've got this
you
firmly in the
You called it
bottom
tire
tier.
list.
Not part of this tire list. Pirelli, get on that. Legend of Everfree is unironically the only thing that I would ever consider just outright not good by any metric. There is an amount of irony value to it, and it has some narrative setup, but it genuinely has a couple of moments. It's awful. It has a terrible villain, it has a terrible plot line, and the moments do not carry it.
It's going to be a hot take, but they probably should have stopped with the third movie. There was no reason to make a fourth one.
I think that if this one were longer, because this one is shorter than the first three. It's about as long as the specials are, actually.
Yeah.
If this had more runtime, they could have fleshed it out more. They could have fleshed the villain out more. Not that I think that would have saved her. They didn't. I think it has moments. I think it's worth watching. I think that it's terrible.
Yeah.
And I think the I've got this thing is also just a more of a personal thing between us. I don't think that's going to carry it for as many people. Season 7.
Season 7. We got the overarching plot with the old 6.
Yeah.
Which is,
I guess I kind of forgot that 7 has that. Yeah, it's another attempt at doing it. Do you think they did that to test the waters with wanting to do it for a proper full season with Season 8? So that they could take what they learn, especially having a fandom full of adults and having a season where the overarching plot involves a more mature... Oh my fucking god. Anyway... Yes, one of the seasons which I guess now that we've really thought about it, is about half of them, with an overarching plot to an extent to it, opens up with the episode that has "There's no wrong way to fantasize." I mean, that alone puts it in S tier if we're strictly going by meme value. You also have All Bottled Up, which is a great Starlight episode. A Flurry Heart episode, it's not on the tier list anymore.
Yeah. Isn't this the season where they gave us the that one Applejack episode where we find out about our parents, or is that different?
I'm scrolling to just make sure that we're not getting any seasons mixed up here, but I think that it is. This is the episode where we see Scootaloo's parents, I think.
I thought that happened in, like, season 9.
Oh, no, sorry. This is when Scootaloo doesn't want to interact with her parents. My bad. This is... Oh, no, sorry. This is the episode where Rainbow Dash doesn't want it. Sorry, I'm skimming at, like, the worst parts. This is the episode where we see Dash's parents. Got it! Yeah. We get the episode where Big Mac is delivering flowers to Sugar Belle. Oh, it's such a good episode.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the episode where Starlight just decides, fuck you, I'm swapping the princess's cutie marks. And then she feels terrible about it, and then the princesses are like, look, no, this is why the map sent you. There ain't another person in this country that would have done that. And you wouldn't have if you thought about it. You are just angry enough as a person to have not thought about it while having just enough talent to fucking do it. The only other person in the entire show that both could have and would have done that is Sunset.
That's also the episode.
Okay, actually, Sci-Fi might have.
That's also the episode where we got the Celestia version of Nightmare Moon.
Oh my god, Daybreaker. Yes.
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 Imagine in an alternate universe where instead of Nightmare Moon, we got Daybreaker.
The episode where Discord almost fades away. Yes, this is the season with the perfect pair in it. Oh,
yes.
My goodness. The episode where Ember
tier.
And Thorax are interacting for the first time. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Thorax's brother episode. Daring Done. Yes. Purely for the title, of course, Marks and Recreation. That is when the CMCs open their Cutie Mark facility. That's the episode where where the brothers just like, cutie marks. Like, why do we need them? And you know what? He makes a good point. Raises it's one of those things that tackles an oddly relatively mature thing that's not even related to the real world in any like, I mean, there are ways to make connections, of course, but this is just tackling a semi-mature themed side of something that's just kind of always been a throwaway in the show, in the franchise. And it's a good episode as well. And then, of course, at the end, Shadow Play.
Venom Pony.
I think this is going to go somewhere in A tier, for sure. I don't know exactly where I want to put it, though. It's a great season.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's a great season. If I were making this tier list, I would probably put it slightly higher, but like...
Well, that's the thing, is I just have it here because I know it's going in A tier. I don't know where out of these three items it should be.
High A tier.
Above or below Rainbow Rocks?
As much as this is
gonna hurt either way.
Above Rainbow Rocks.
Okay, that's fine. The movie.
The movie. Right.
Okay, so
the G5 movie definitely spoiled how I view about this movie now.
Between the G5 movie and Prince Whatever's cover of Open Up Your Eyes, this movie has just been like downgraded in a relative sense.
Yeah. Still
I try
really
my
good
hardest
movie,
to put things in a vacuum for these sorts of things. It's definitely going in A tier. It's definitely better than G3. Okay, well, let's think about it this way relative to what we've ranked so far. I think it's better than Rainbow Rocks in Season 4.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be good enough to go into S tier, no matter what it goes above. Is it better than Season 7?
I would say no.
Okay. As far as movie pacing goes, I think that this has the best pacing aside from A New Generation for the time frame they give themselves. Not even just movie pacing, but just like strictly pacing with no other factors. This is the best paced that a serious plot has been handled in this series. Out of all of G1's relatively serious plots, G3 only really did it once or twice. Out of all the season openers and finales and the movies and the specials, I think this has the best pacing, second to exactly A New Generation. And even then, it's a close second. Now, there are other elements that obviously I have it in A tier for, because I think the movie pacing drags it down a lot. Granted, if it were part of the show, I'd probably end up putting it even lower, because then we'd have 40 minutes instead of 80.
Yep.
I think the Sea Ponies are fun, but that's kind of all they are. They end up not being very relevant. I think that a lot of it's just kind of doing a lot of nothing to get and then I think that's my big issue with the overall plot is we do a lot that amounts to nothing, all for with almost no prompting Tempest Shadow to just be like, he betrayed me because I know get magic. So I'm going to kill him, which makes sense to betray him. Also, one of the only times that a villain dies in the show. He gets betrayed by Tempest Shadow. And that makes sense. Her just instantly reforming doesn't, but, well, the movie's out of runtime because they didn't want to MCU it. They didn't want to have an extra half hour on the movie figuring out how to stop Tempest Shadow. So it's a whole lot of nothing just to have Tempest Shadow instantly reformed. But it's a lot of fun nothing. Like, it's really good nothing. So I think it's firmly above Season 4 in Rainbow Rocks, but I can live with saying it's below Season 7.
Yeah.
Dance Magic.
I'm fine with that.
Dance Magic, Movie Magic, Mirror Magic are one collective that we've lumped in here, and even though she only appears in Movie Magic, I've chosen to have Human Starlight represent this because these three are the only Equestria Girls things without a definitive poster thing for them, Fun fact.
Yeah.
So I was just like, yeah, let's just have human, Starlight, and Sunset stood together. I
remember really liking this.
I like these. Mirror Magic is the best one. Not just because Starlight is there, but also having Starlight, Sunset, and Saitwai be the reason that a villain stops being a villain, can I just say, is the fucking best thing. And it's a great way, and it is a great fucking way to bridge the universes. And I almost wish, not almost actually, this makes me wish that Sunset had been there. And I know that friendship games couldn't have happened without Twilight like it needed to for that to work, but I wish Sunset had been involved in Starlight's being reformed. Because that would have made everything, and it could have been worked in so well and so easily. And I mean, to be fair, no, you could have had it come in because during one of the iterations of the time loop, you just have Sunset come to Equestria to tell Twilight about everything that just happened. Because she's going to, and we know it's taking place during that time frame. You have Sunset come in and be like, what the fuck? And have Sunset be the one that's like, why is that your motivation? I went through something arguably worse than that. And I'm reformed now. Look at me. And obviously, you'd have it be better than that. But then again, that's also better than stop being evil. Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah. Above or below season 7? That's my question. I really like it.
Yeah, I think above season 7.
Okay.
Definitely.
I think the big thing with the specials is they don't get as much runtime. This one, though, uses all of its runtime well. It is 3 almost unconnected episodes, and they use that really well. But they are connected. They are sequential. They're very close together in the timeline. And Starlight, Sunset, and Saitwai interacting with this would-be 4th version of themselves with, you know, equally bad motivations, worse motivations than even Starlight had. Pure vanity. And all of them just being like, you can stop now. And, you know, because part of the reason she didn't want to stop was because she'd already started. And they're like, but that's not a problem. And then she's like, wait, what? And then there's that scene where all 3 of them are like, yeah, we kind of yiked.
Yep.
Season 8. Oh, sorry. What were you? Okay, sorry. You can say that first. What were you going to say?
Wait, what was I going to say?
Well,
I was just...
My bad. Sorry.
Whoops. I think I was just making a joke, but like,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Look, I might be... No, you were saying yike, and I respond with slight yike, right? That's
okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Season motherfucking 8. Now, I'll talk about why it's just Cozy Glow doing the wasn't me face from the fucking Discord episode. Before we get into opinions, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Your silence had me worried. I thought you were going to fight me on that, and I'd be open to some nice, healthy debate. But
I wasn't tabbed in.
Okay. Because I'm
Discord,
open to debate any of this with you. I mean, we have lightly debated some of the things in here, but I think season 8 is probably going to be where I end up putting at the top of this list for myself.
Yeah, I will say though, season 8 didn't really start off the best in my opinion.
I think the season 8 opener isn't the best in isolation, but in the context of the rest of the season using it as a springboard, and especially the way a lot of threads come around from it and Cozy Glow's introduction. And you know, I think that it springboards pretty well. The mod couple, Sheldon. Not a fan of this episode. But then you have Fake It Till You Make It, which is an incredible Fluttershy episode. And that's episode 4 or 3 if you got the 2-parters as one episode. That is the 3rd thing that happens. So Yeah, it might not have started the strongest, but again, the very beginning is a good springboard for the school stuff. And then you know, we then have we don't actually get into the school stuff for a little bit, which is I think why fucking that springboard isn't used as well. But yeah, then you have the episode where Rainbow Dash wants to ride the roller coaster, but has to go to Vegas.
Yep.
Ack.
Oh, and
But it's right
also
next to the
episode
roller
where-
coaster, and that's where all the literally who granny ponies are from, by the way.
That's also the episode where we see Trixie's dad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Horseplay, where we learn that Celestia is a bad actor, as in bad at acting.
Yep.
We have a Starlight Sunburst episode. It's pretty cool. The Applejack Rainbow Dash episode, where it's one of the school episodes. That one's really cool. They compete over who can not compete the best.
Mm-hmm.
Irony. The Spike Molting episode.
That Spike Puberty episode.
Yes, the Mean Six.
The Mean Six.
The episode where the
yes.
Crusaders try to enroll at the Friendship School. The episode where Starlight gets promoted to the principal temporarily, which will eventually become permanently.
Yep.
Fucking Flim and Flam's Friendship School. Fucking, oh my god. The fucking episode where Dash and Rarity are used as an example of friendship, but they're a bad example of friendship in that moment.
Yeah.
And then they go play some Wait What Ball. I misread that episode as having sex in the name, and I had to double take.
What?
That is the episode where Pinkie Pie plays the Yovitaphone. I think it's a fun episode, but eh.
Yeah.
Fucking, we have, of course, the Kieran episode. We have the Twilight Sparkle family special. We have, of course, the finale with Cozy Glow, who of course gets sent to hell. Season 8 is honestly just a great season. All of that, not to mention the Young Six having all of their shit to do throughout the whole season and being there as characters. While while it doesn't have the strongest individual episodes, I think that some of the individual episodes, as well as the Young Six and Cozy Glow, as well as some incredible characterization for Starlight, for Trixie, Discord, Twilight. I mean, all of the main characters and all of the new characters are just done so incredibly well, from the main six and Spike and Starlight to the CMCs, to the Young Six and Cozy Glow. It's so good. MLP has canon hell? Yes, kind of, but it's not called that.
It's called Tartarus.
No, it's called Tartarus, actually.
Tartarus or Tartarus.
All have been spoken canonically.
Yep.
Yes, Cozy Glow, instead of being reformed, was sent to hell.
Makes sense considering
Considering it is semi-canon that she might have killed her parents, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the other instance of that I guess I didn't mention was that there's a theory that Sunset killed her counterpart.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that purely because Twilight's counterpart, who you know, Twilight's from Camelot, so is Sunset, it's actually more likely that Sunset and Starlight's counterparts are just not from here.
Yeah.
But I say that because I like Sunset. Not entirely because I like Sunset, because it also makes it less plausible. Sorry, go
on. I get it does make sense why she was sent to Tartarus. Like, if like her parents were still alive, the guards would probably like send her to her parents. But since they're dead, they can't really do anything with her, so might as well send her to prison hell.
Well, that just means that but like prison and dungeons have to exist, which means that like surely it would have just been normal prison. like
Yeah.
hell seems extreme unless she's done something that bad. Like even trying to drain all the magic from Equestria,
I just
they let
I just call it hell prison.
Starlight roam free. That's what makes the Cozy Glow parent murder theory so like plausible. Is that Starlight and Discord got reformed. Luna makes sense because of how Nightmare Moon came to be. But Discord and Starlight just get to roam free. Sunset gets to roam free in another world unchecked. The bitches from Rainbow Rocks get to roam free in another world unchecked. Granted, they lost their magic, but you'd still think, right? All of them get to roam free. We send that one to hell. That is the same level as Tyrek. No, maybe it is the magic stealing, because I've just realized now that the only villains we actively interact with that get sent there are Tyrek and Cozy Glow, and the only thing they have in common is stealing magic. Oh my god, is stealing magic that big of a crime in Equestria?
It might be.
Oh my god, have I just discovered what the most heinous crime in Equestria's law is? Holy shit, is stealing magic the literal worst thing legally you could do in My Little Pony?
Stealing the magic is like on the same tier as stealing the Declaration of Independence, Nick Cage.
I see. Anyway, Season 8 is probably going to be the best thing on this list. Speaking of solid things on this list, Forgotten Friendship. I think, like, after this point, right, after Friendship games, people just drop off in terms of knowing shit about Equestria Girls. There's a lot of people that think that Friendship games is where it ended, and even more that think that literally with each sequential thing, there's more and more people that don't realize there's more after that. But it ran right up until the end of the show. I also didn't include Pony Life. I thought about it, and I just kind of didn't. I think they both kind of just rank firmly in, like, probably between Minty and Nightmare Moon, I think.
Yeah.
Just to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Forgotten Friendship is, I think, like, fine. I think I put it above or below Season 1. I don't know if you have any thoughts on maybe putting it somewhere else, or...
I think above Season 1, I'm fine with.
Because, I mean, like, it's a good time. It's not a bad episode.
Yeah.
It's also where we get the dynamic between Sunset and Trixie, which is not the same dynamic that Starlight and Trixie have. And it's literally Sunset spending a lot of the special trying to convince everyone. We've seen her try to convince everyone that she's better when they kind of already have been told that by people she trusts, but now even those people don't believe her. It's actually really cool. It's not the best purely because of the time frame that it's given. It's a good watch through, though. It's better than the original. Yeah. It's much better than Legend of Everfree. It's solid, but it's nothing groundbreaking. Roller Coaster of Friendship is where rarity... Well, Forgotten Friendship has a little bit of rarity to enjoy, but Roller Coaster of Friendship. This is truly the thing that I think, for me, defines Rarity as a fully separate character from her main counterpart.
Isn't this a special where we get
where
Rarajack?
Rarajack is an implied ship? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Equestria Girls' relationships are... soft confirmed to be different, aside from, obviously we don't have Starlight and Egg. They are soft confirmed in this special to be different from their canon horse counterparts, in that, Rarajack is probably canon in this universe.
Yeah, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
It works really well, and Rarity's a much more tolerable character in Equestria Girls. That aside, I like this one quite a bit. I think I want to put this one in bottom of A.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. With that placement.
I like what they do with a lot of the characters. The villains just kind of like, eh. I think the funny twist at the end where it's just like, the room they're in was actually just like it had a door the whole time.
Yeah.
it was just like a white room that they had for some reason in a trailer, and no one thought to check for walls. They just saw endless white. It's just fun.
Look, if you were stuck in an endless white void, would you automatically assume that's hopeless and you can't like that you can't find a way out?
If I were trapped with other people, I would walk until either I hit a wall or I reached a point where they were going out of sight.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be alone, but if I were in a position where I were with other people, I would try to find an end or an exit.
Yeah.
And I would have, in that case, been correct because there would have been several other people within minutes, and I would have found a wall, and eventually I would have pushed on one of those walls, and it would have opened.
Yeah.
But, plot has to happen.
Plot has to happen.
Season 9!
Okay, for some reason the fandom really hates this season. I don't understand why.
Because the show ended, and it didn't end how they liked.
Yep.
This season has, as far as big positives for us, the beginning of the end. Sombra fucking dies.
Yep.
Uprooted, which is a Young Six episode, and it involves the Tree of Harmony, and it's really cool. It's also a new playset episode, but that aside, I think Uprooted is a great episode. Yeah. It's a Young Six episode, and I really like them, and I wish we got more of them. Sparkle 7 is such a fun episode, and I love it so goddamn much.
Yeah.
Let me just skim through synopses because episode titles aren't always enough for me, but those ones it was. The librarian episode, also a fantastic one. Common Ground. This is a Buckball episode. Oh, this is the one with Wright, where he tries to pretend to be interested in Buckball for the child of his relationship interest.
It's the episode where we see a filly that looks suspiciously a lot like Twilight.
Yes, but I think it's a good episode.
Yeah.
One of the Sandbar Yona episodes. This is the one where Sandbar literally asks Yona to go to a dance with her.
Yes.
It's a great Yona episode. Sandbar's not that involved, but it's the beginning of their relationship that is pseudo-implied canon, and I love it.
Yep.
We, of course, have the one episode where Cozy Glow and Chrysalis have that adorable moment together. We get a few episodes that are around the three of them. And, of course, they're just constantly showing up in the background when we cut away to them. Sweet and Smoky is a Fluttershy and Dragon episode. I don't remember it off the top of my head. Oh, right, when Garble is exposed as a poet. Of course.
Oh, no, how dare he?
How dare. Right, when Applejack is angry that Apple Bloom still believes in a story. This is we have a Starlight Trixie episode. A CMC's episode. Oh, right, because that was the Scootaloo Parents episode.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because that's the first time we see her parents. I think.
Yeah, that's the first time we see that.
All the way in season fucking 9. Oh my god.
All the way in season 9. I mean, we had to tie up loose ends somehow.
The episode where Celestia and Luna try to solve problems, which is pretty cool, and then they end up conflicting over it, and that's neat.
Yeah.
The second cheese sandwich episode.
The one featuring a pony named Sans. Remember that?
Look, sometimes you're Sans Undertale and you look into your eyes and it just, it's just you flush them down the toilet. It's just what happens.
Exactly.
Yes, that time that Celestia started basically a college buckball league I don't remember that one at all. Like, I remember the concept. I don't remember the episode. Twilight's game night episode, loved that one. Another villain trio episode. Those were all fantastic when we got them. The episode where Fluttershy and Angel body swap, and Angel gets Fluttershy banned for life from the spa, which may or may not have been lifted if Fluttershy was able to convince them that Angel was in control. An episode about Spike and Gabby. I vaguely remember that one. Don't know that one. A Daring Do episode. This is the one where Daring Do's like, I'm done, and then Rainbow Dash is like, no, and then all the villains get reformed. Didn't like the ending, but the episode as a whole was great. It's not even the ending as a whole. It was just like they're just reforming all of the villains at once, and it was not great. And it was about Starlight Glimmer Paste. Hey, at least it had the excuse of being a one-parter. The episode where the CMCs suddenly get old. The Big Mac Sugar Bell engagement, which I believe is also the same episode that Lyra and Bon Bon get engaged, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, because there's all the chaos happening. And then, of course, what I consider the 3-part finale, The End of the End, parts 1 and 2, and The Last Problem. Season 9 is a lot of bangers, and I think I want to put it between 8 and 2.
I'm fine with that placement, yes.
All right. Kind of just rattled off every good episode in the season, and rattled off every episode, because this season has one that we don't remember, and 25 fucking bangers. And I don't think that I can put that over Season 8's overarching plot. Purely because of that. Carrying Season 8 exactly one spot up the list.
Purely because of that smug horse right there.
Yes. Cozy Glow and the overarching plot carry Season 8, but only up one placement. Even without that factored, it would still, I think, be between 9 and 2. But, fantastic season. Season 9. It was a great one to go out on. Speaking of great ones to go out on, these are backwards. These should have released backwards. Forgetting about the fact that technically Equestria Girls ended on an anthology Christmas special of 2-hour snippets. That doesn't count because technically Friendship is Magic ended on Pony Life. So if we're ignoring all of that, these two are backwards in my eyes, and they forever will be. So we're going to rate them as such. Backstage Pass first. This one's a fun one where
it's definitely a fun.
Sunset in the Time Loop was fun, where she thought that and it's the Dazzlings come back, and she thought it was them, but it was actually the band, and it was really cool. It was fantastic. Yeah, it was a good one.
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I'm gonna put it below Roller Coaster of Friendship. I think that it's just a fun time. It's haha funny time loop, but is solid, is aight.
It's aight.
And then Spring Breakdown. This one's great. This should have been the finale. This is also where we get to see Unicorn Twilight one more time.
Yep.
And it felt weird. And
Unicorn Twilight with
I think it's hilarious.
Glasses.
True. I think it's hilarious that everyone at Canterlot High is allowed to know about the portal, and everyone at, fucking Crystal Prep is allowed to know about the portal in the Pony World. No one in the Pony World is allowed to know about the portal in the human world, though.
Yeah.
Also, whoever the fuck the sirens are able to convince or show that it's real, because we know there's more than one portal. It's also, it's a little bit of a callback to the Season 8 movie where the Storm King's magic, the last of it, is in the human world, and it's really cool. I think that it's great. I think that I want to put it...
Yeah, definitely high A tier.
I'll leave this up to you. Do we put it above or below 7?
Below 7.
All right. Yeah, slow runtime will do that to you, unfortunately. I also like the whole little plot there with, everyone wants to have a vacation. Everyone thinks Rainbow Dash is fucking crazy, and, she's been right the whole time. She was overreacting, because there was nothing and then it became something, so she was kind of right. And also having that moment where like Rarity is simping for that one guy, and then it turns out that he's just like faking everything is kind of funny. Not just because it's a Rarity dunk, because we like egg Rarity, but it's also just funny.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for G4. We got 3 more things to cover. If this were a year down, if this were a year down the line, I would have both of Make Your Mark and Tell Your Tale split into pre and post Allura. But we don't. We're not far enough into what I consider to be the second arc of, well, the third arc, because the first one's the movie. So here we just have all of them. The G5 movie.
Here's a better MLP movie. Yes.
Okay.
Honestly, if this was my list, I probably would put an S tier, but yeah.
Okay, I'll do this then. I don't want to put it an entire tier above the Magic Trilogy. I was going to ask, do you think I should put it above that? Because, yeah, I don't want to put these in separate tiers, and I don't think this is S tier. I fully understand putting this in A tier, or in S tier, though. It's A New Generation is a fantastic movie, just in general. It's so good that it makes all of the previous MLP movies just that little bit harder to watch. Except friendship, it doesn't really take a lot away from friendship games, which is cool. But I mean, the animation is fantastic, so good that it made people disappointed when the inevitable happened, and of course, the movie budget was not given to an episodic show.
Yeah.
Duh.
Speaking
also,
of,
some of the VAs weren't carried over, which, to be fair, literally every VA they replaced sounds nearly identical in Make Your Mark to the movie. My problem is not that the popular VAs weren't carried over. It's why the fuck didn't you just use the VAs you were going to use?
I don't know.
I know that the answer is marketing. You know what you do for marketing? You do what the Season 8 movie did. You get a background character with the VA, and you get a villain with the VA, and then you never look back or return them with speaking lines. That's how you do it for marketing, goddammit.
Yep. Unfortunately, Hasbro didn't really think about that, so...
even though they had already done it just a few years prior. Anyway, yeah, G5 movie is a good movie, period.
A whole lot of banger songs, too.
Also that.
I'm willing to say every song in the movie is a banger.
Fair. Speaking of having a fuckload of bangers, Make Your Mark. Just everything we have so far.
All right, this is going out to the fandom. I will agree. Make Your Mark started off not great, but like you're being way too harsh on this series right here.
I think we're just doing early Make Your Mark. It goes in the ballpark with G3. I think that if we are going everything to present, it goes above or below 4.
I think above 4. It does definitely get a lot better.
Above or below Rainbow Rocks?
Below Rainbow Rocks.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't think either of us are putting it above Season 8 movie. Yeah, it gets a lot better. We have a lot with Misty. All of the shit with Opaline she's just a fun villain. She's a decently intimidating villain. She's a really good villain for My Little Pony because she's a villain that, without breaking character, can be both comic relief and legitimately intimidating. And that's not
where I keep
something...
all the spiders.
That's not something that's easy to do with a villain.
Yeah.
Tell Your Tale. I think these are good for approximately one watch through a piece, but they're good for that.
Yeah. I will say I'm not a fan of the shorter episodes, but it's just like I can still watch them. I can still
it's fine.
I can still
they're
enjoy
good.
them.
I think they're formatted around it just fine.
Yeah.
It's not like they're a set time frame. We've seen slightly longer, slightly shorter episodes if it fits the plot better. So this is our definitive tier list of every My Little Pony season to date.
And again, if you disagree with this list, you're objectively wrong.
It is objective fact. All right, this is going to be another long one. Let's try to get through it.
Okay, hold up. Before we do that, I need to piss.
Okay.
Piss break, everyone. Piss break.
I will also do some small preparations. We're gonna cut to a BRB screen, and we'll be back in a moment. Chat! Morbius. I haven't unmuted you yet.
Oh,
I have very
well,
shaky
thanks for
hands
that.
and I couldn't get my mouse over the button. Oak, by the way, check your DMs. I have a response to the thing you said in chat. But we are going to try to get this tier list underway. It's in alphabetical order, as always. A changeling can change. I barely remember this song.
I remember really enjoying this. It sounded really
Sight. I don't remember.
Good.
I remember it
Sight.
being better than like sure is okay. Well, I guess mid is mid. I guess this is just the tier for everything bad. So, I mean, you remember it better than I do. I guess I remember vaguely enjoying it.
Yeah.
We're still on the BRB screen. Oh fuck! I clicked on it and then Twitch said no, or OBS I guess is what said no because YouTube would still be on it if you're the one saying it here. My point being, I clicked on it and then it did not. Okay. Anyway, you'll notice this one has some tier names. I made these.
Yeah.
Comedy. All right, so do we put this in sight or sure?
Sight.
Aight, cool. A friend for life.
This
Which one is this?
wasn't this played in the MLP movie?
I'm feeling like this is from... Oh, this is the ending song to the first Equestria Girls. Mid. I enjoyed it, but meh. A Kieran Tale!
Alright, now the real question is good music or simply breathtaking?
Yeah, that's the question. Because this is the lowest it's going. No.
Yeah.
No. It's one
Simply
of the best songs in the show. I can't. On that note,
Yes, simply breathtaking.
these are fantastic songs. These are just good. We're still in Ponyland Raw. Don't worry, this is the last Pony tier list. See, there's less to talk about with these outside of some very specific ones. Don't worry, this isn't the song out of the season 3 finale that makes me cry every time. And Ender and I have watched the season 3 finale together 3 times.
Yep.
Once was while we were watching through the show together just in full a couple years ago. That is the only one of the 3 times that I have heard Ender cry during the same part that I do. And it was not as much as I do. We both cry to that song at least sometimes. Me, every time.
Yep.
Well, not every time I listen to the song, but every time I watch the episode. But it's not that. Same episode, wrong song. Everyone that likes Rainbow Rocks likes this song more than I do. But it'll end up, I think, in
MLP music.
I think it'll end up in low. This would be, I guess, B tier.
Yeah.
Like I think it's fine. It's a good song, but I think it's a little bit overrated.
Yeah.
All good. Now, based on the stage they're on, is this I can't tell if
I think isn't this from Pleasure Girls 4?
is it? Oh god, I can't fucking tell. Let me check because I don't remember this one at all. No, this is the one. Oh, they play this during Spring Breakdown. This one's fine. I don't remember it at all, but I remember it's like, oh, it's that one. I don't know it, but like I remember enjoying it more than not.
Yeah.
Apples to the core.
It's very enjoyable in my opinion. Good MLP music.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I was thinking about putting it in these two, and then I'm like, no, but it's better. It's better than Akadika. Art of the Dress.
In my opinion, in my hot take opinion, because I know you don't, I know you hate Rarity. I think this is one of the better Rarity songs.
Oh, I hate Rarity, but this song's fucking great.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think they're about equal in my brain, but that one's a Rarity song, so I'm gonna put it lower.
Yeah.
Genuinely, that is the decider. Is that one is about and sung by Rarity. At the Gala is probably the best thing I'm going to put in this tier. I think it's a little bit of an overrated song. It's a good song, but
awesome as I want to be, they wanted to fill in the quote of Rainbow Dash saying awesome, that's the entire reason why they made this song. But it's alright.
I think this one's pretty okay. I want to put it above at the gala. Are you okay with that, or would you?
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you gonna?
fine with that.
Okay, because I think that I like it a little bit more. And again, I think these are all good songs. Well, the ones we remember anyway. We remember if they're terrible, so you know. Bab's Seed.
I want to say good MLP music. It's very catchy.
It's a good one. It's a little bit more poppy and catchy, I think, than a lot of other songs, but it's a good one.
Yeah.
The Bad Counterspell. Well, this one's intentionally bad, but obviously.
Yeah. We got a
Bats.
message for you.
Yeah.
Bats.
Bats.
Who was that one guy that said this is a filler song?
I don't know. I thought you were going to make the joke about that horror movie from the Drew Gooden video.
Bats?
Bats?
Yes, bats.
Fucking hell. As
Yeah,
far as
good music.
yeah, like I think this one's overrated. It's fantastic, but I really don't think it's on the same level as these two. All songs are filler songs, though. Well, not really. No. Okay. If we're talking like narratively, yes, Bats is sort of a filler song. You could have covered it with a montage of stuff happening, but it's definitely one of the more narratively driven songs. You want to talk filler songs? Art of the Dress, Apples to the Core, Awesome as I Wanna Be, all filler songs. We're not going to count prologue and epilogue songs for that, or credits songs for sure. Like, stuff like A Changeling to the Core. They're not filler songs. Akadika probably should have been a montage. It's a good song, but it probably should have just been a montage. Yeah, that's a filler song, for sure.
Yeah.
A Kieran Tale, narrative song. Hell, it makes sense. A Kieran Tale might be one of the most narrative songs to ever narrative song. It is literally the only character of their species, and by extension of how Kieran are in their village, that can speak, and she is very hyperactive with her voice. So of course she sings a song to explain to the one person that'll listen to her. Like, that makes sense. All of these like narrative songs that MLP does make sense. They're not all filler songs.
Yep.
But Bats is definitely one of the filler songs. Yes. Like, if we want to look at, if we had to put sticker labels on every song on whether they are or are not filler songs, yeah, okay, Bats would be. But like, would you rather a fun song or a fun montage with generic music? You know, I'll take Stop the Bats, okay? I'll take a song that became insanely iconic in the fandom. Battle for Sugar Bell. It's funny.
Sure.
It's fine.
Simply breathtaking.
Battle?
Is where
Shit.
Yeah.
Wait, let me make sure that I'm not getting this wrong, because I want to check and see if this is...
Battle of the Bands.
I need to make sure that it's not that, because if it is... No, it is that. See, it is that.
I'm fine with either simply breathtaking or good music.
It is on the soundtrack as Let's Have a Battle. Yes.
Why is it simply just called Battle here?
I don't know. I don't think that... See, I'm thinking somewhere in good Mulp music.
Good Mulp music.
Alright. I'll put it above Babs.
Yeah.
Reluctantly. My thing with this one is, I just don't like it as much. I don't know. There's nothing specific about it to like point at. It's just on the whole, it's eh. Reminder that I have no idea what any of these songs are or their context. Oh, I know. Don't worry about it. BBBFF. Significantly less funny than the alternative.
It's not.
Oh my fucking god. Unironically, if that song were on this list, that would probably be in good MLP music tier, because it's like actually a decent song. God, that fucking song. That
Yeah.
Friendship is Witchcraft song. Oh my fucking God. Anyway, the actual version, which could also be sung by Lan from the Mega Man series and not be incorrect to the lore, because his best friend is his Navi, who is also his dead older brother.
Yep.
Sight.
Sight.
I think I prefer Awesome as I Want to Be. I know you're not the biggest fan of it. Would you rather I put it above it?
I think Bv is a good song in my opinion. So.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Like, I'm fine with that. Like, because I don't mind throwing that one above. It's not what I'm gonna like hardline try to debate you on. I don't give a shit. I know you don't like Awesome as I Want to Be as much. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Becoming Popular.
Mm-hmm.
I like this as a song.
Yeah.
It is also everything I hate about Rarity condensed into one song.
Yep. So sure or sight?
I want to put it in sight because I like it as a song. And that's kind of what we're rating off of here. And some of liking it as a song has to do with, like, you know, the characters and the episode and the scenery, but not in this case. It's just a good sounding song. I mean, are you okay with it being slotted there?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Gaming. The song from When They Grow Old randomly.
Yep.
Meh. I mean, I remember it, so I'll put it above the egg credits song, but you know. Best Friends Until the End of Time. I don't remember this one by name, but that's a long as fuck name.
It first appeared it played in the All Bottled Up episode.
Okay.
Yeah. I remember liking it. I think I would put it in good MLP music.
Alright. Can I put it below Akadika just because I don't remember it?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. I guess
Sure.
it won't be the lowest one in that tier. Better Than Ever. That's the wrong then. That's the wrong then. That's the wrong then. All right, we need to find a new template for this. I will never find a new template for this, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, it is.
No. They're referring to a guy named Ever.
True. Well, no, that would still be the wrong. Better, comma, than ever. Yeah.
Then yeah, that's
like
exactly.
better and then ever. Right.
Exactly.
So I'm looking this up because I'm just trying to, because I don't remember the song. I remember how it was used, but I don't remember the song at all. Oh, okay. Yeah. I like this one. But also, did you know that its instrumental was used in the season 5 trailer?
Yep.
Huh.
Vaguely.
I never knew that because I didn't see the trailer first. I didn't see a lot of the trailers for the show, other than season finales. Yeah, I remember liking this one.
Yeah.
Above or below these two? These two are going to be glued together because I think of them equally.
I guess below.
I
Yeah, I'm better way
to be bad.
Villain song, let's go. Yeah, good MLP music.
Okay. These labels are also tier names. I think that a lot of the highlights are just good music in general. I just thought this would be good tier names, just to clarify. Blank Flanks Forever. This is the song about revolution.
Sure.
It's fine.
Behold Princess is kind of there.
This is the one where they're like
There's like Fluttershy clones.
yeah, this is the one where they're like, you did a thing. You're cool now.
Congratulations. Mid. I'm putting it in mid.
Eh.
Cafeteria song. I don't know why people hate this one, but I wouldn't say simply breathtaking, but
I would. I
You know
would
what?
because
Yeah,
again,
sure.
these titles are not like strictly defining the exact words we think of these. If you want it lower, I will bargain bottom of breathtaking.
Yeah, all right. Sure.
Okay, it can be the entry point to breathtaking. How about that? It's
All
the
right.
gatekeeper. Unless we decide something else really needs to go there, but we settle on it being worse. Can I do it on my own? Now, this is the one from the One Wonderbolt Academy episode.
No. It's the episode where we're introduced to Fluther Brother.
No, see, this is the one from Slice of Life.
Yeah, exactly.
I was literally just gonna start rattling off the plot of like 4 different episodes. It's like the One Wonderbolt episode where the Cutie Mark Crusaders went over to Twilight's house and
Yep.
yeah, I mean this song is like
It's I'd put it in high, sure.
Cranky Doodle Donkey.
It's literally just a song of Punk introducing Cranky to Ponyville, and that's it. There's nothing else to it. So
irrelevant to the sound, this song is the beginning of Pinkie Pie stalking a man for several days.
yeah.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. For the ids. I hate this fucking keyboard. I hate this fucking keyboard. You know what? Actually, here. This one can also be pink for Pinkie Pie. Okay.
I love how the text is taking up so much screen real estate.
I know, it's great. Celestia's Ballad. The song that makes the fandom wet with tears to clarify. I realized as soon as the word wet started coming out of my mouth.
No.
No, that's Opaline's song that makes the fandom wet in that way.
Simply breathtaking.
Absolutely. As a song, this might be the first example of, well, Kieran Tail. This is the first blatant example of the narrative carrying the song, because as a song, I would put it somewhere around here. You cannot isolate this song.
Yep.
I mean, it makes everyone cry when they get to it. It's not a top tier song, but it's a top tier moment.
Top tier moment. Yeah.
It's when Twilight gets her fucking wings, man.
Yeah.
Or, you know, when everyone thinks she, you know, just after everyone believes she's fucking dead.
She could have died.
Yeah, fucking Celestia fucking trolling everyone. Cheer on You. Am I the only one that doesn't remember this at all? Some of these I just won't remember for titles.
Frick.
Because it is Cheer You On. And it is from one of the Equestria Girls shorts. And the title is wrong. It's Cheer You On, not Cheer on You. And it is sung by... It's actually performed by Flash Century's band. I don't remember this at all. We'll put it in mid, I guess, because neither of us remember it.
Yeah.
Cheese Confesses.
That's where we find out why Cheese Sandwich is the way he is, because
that's where we find out Faker. I think I'm the fake party pony around here. I'm comparing myself to you. Ha! You made me eat those words. That's basically what this song is.
Yeah.
I guess it'll be like... It's a good song. It's got a little bit of narrative behind it that I feel like is kind of impossible to detach.
Yeah.
I like it. CHS Rally. We just watched a review with what I think is a complete fucking L of an opinion. I'm sorry, YouTuber whose name I don't remember because I only watch you and Ender has you in his recommended. you have a terrible take on the CHS Rally song.
All right, well, I'm friends with her, so I'm just gonna message her that. No, I'm just kidding.
Feel fucking free. I'll debate her right now. Fucking.
I think she's asleep right now.
Most people are if they're American or Canadian or North American or South American in any capacity. There's a lot of countries in these time zones.
Unfortunately, we're not normal, so.
Oh God, no. I am literally a cat girl.
Yeah.
Not even normal for a cat girl. I have wings. Anyway, yeah. CHS Rally. This is a fantastic song.
Yeah.
Where do you want to put this?
Somewhere in good MLP music.
All right, I'm putting it up here because I want it here, right below Bats for right now. But if this is the tier you wanted it, we could do this. We're not normal; they're just weak. True.
I'm fine with either good MLP music and good music. So
okay, we'll have it. We'll stick it. It'll probably end up toward the low end of good music anyway.
Yeah.
It's just I like it a lot. I also like that it's a Rainbow Dash song that's very Rainbow Dash and just in every way fits the narrative of what's about to happen so fucking well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then we have this one.
Yeah.
Coinky Dink World. It's fine, but
it's fine.
It's fine, but it's not. Cupcake song.
Not to be confused with the other cupcake song.
Of course.
One that's not even close to being MLP related, but yeah, sure.
Sure. If it were the other cupcake song, I'd probably put it in the same spot in sight.
Yeah. Every time I hear the cupcake song, I'm just always reminded of the TF2 parody.
See, the two things I'm reminded of are the other cupcake song and cupcakes.
Yeah.
And I guess now rainbows because that exists. I can't believe somebody made that. I'm shocked no one made it sooner, honestly. Oh my God, you could do it with Becoming Popular for Rarity for Smile.
Oh no.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh no.
Now I'm wondering, is there a song you could do a smile with for every character? Because Rainbows is just flipping cupcakes.
We haven't had one for Fluttershy yet.
Because it's just Pinky.
Yeah.
What song would Fluttershy have that we could... Okay, let's debate this later, because we are almost 3 hours into the stream, and we have several tier lists to go. Cutie Mark Crusader song. You're gonna have to be more specific than that. I don't know...
We are the Cutie Mark Crusaders.
Oh, the one that's intentionally bad.
Yeah.
So, it's intentionally bad. That's so far the only two that are in this tier. I think it is slightly better than the bad counterspell. Because it is funnier, and I think it also just sounds less bad. The only two down here are intentionally bad. So that's hilarious. And then this one is the Stalker song. Dance Magic.
Does make me wish,
okay, sorry, go on.
It does make me wish that there was like a good version of the Cutie Mark Crusaders.
I know.
Yeah.
Dance
They
Magic.
had something really good going. Yeah. Sight. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in sight.
Is it fine there?
Yeah, it's fine there.
Cool. It's an alright song. And you know, that's what the tier is called. Sight. Derby Racers. Sight.
Sight. Yeah, sight.
Honestly, it's gonna be a lot of these. Embrace the Magic. Divorced from the Plot. Sight. During this song, we get Midnight Sparkle. Well, actually, directly after, because of this song, we get Midnight Sparkle. And for that reason,
yeah,
I'm going to leave it there. Equestria, the Land of Love.
You know what's funny? This is the closest we'll ever get to an official Equestria anthem.
It probably is, honestly. Just like unconfirmed.
It probably is the...
Sure. Oh wait.
And here's
Equestria, the land I love again, sung by.
but this time Rara is a filly.
Yeah, sung by one child instead of one adult and 3 children.
Yep.
Evil Enchantress, Fluttershy, and Pinky versions.
Sure and side.
I mean, Pinky's is
Okay.
better because it's Pinky's song. These can be the benchmarks. Nothing will go between these, but these are the benchmarks of Sure and Sight. Find the Magic. Their song. One of them.
There's, yeah.
Sight.
Yeah, Sight.
Find the Music in You. The song that Fluttershy literally poisoned herself to be part of.
What a great message.
Yep.
It plays way too much in a single episode, but I think it literally
plays like 4 fucking times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. Speaking of good ones, actually, you know what? Put it down there. Find the Pet. I think this is called the Perfect Pet, actually.
Find the pet.
Find the Pet. Several.
Well,
right there. Well, technically, none of them are pets yet. So let me just point to Angel.
I see. I'm fine with putting it in good MLP music.
Is it good there, or do you want a little higher?
Slightly higher. Yeah.
Gaming.
Yeah.
I don't want to put too high. It is the highest I'm putting it is there. I didn't mean it, Mom.
Oops.
Find the purpose in your life.
Trying to.
We're working on it.
It's the Gabby song.
Meh.
Yeah.
Meh.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Fit right in.
The worst fit right in.
Yeah, not that one.
Mid.
Fine to wine. Or no, 5 to 9, sorry. That font is hard to read.
I misread that as fine to nine. Fine to wine.
Fine to wine. 5 to
Why are we talking
9.
about-
I don't even know what
why
the
are we
fuck this
talking about wine?
is. I don't even know what the fuck this is.
You get sequestered girls.
Oh boy, it has international versions. It is. Oh, it's another one from the shorts. That's why, because we've both seen those exactly once.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just put it next to the other one. Flawless.
Flawless.
I like how the title
Good
of this
music.
song is, in parentheses, we're not flawless.
Yep. Good music.
I don't think that it passes the gatekeeper into breathtaking tier, though.
Yeah.
Flim Flam Miracle Curative Tonic.
Good MLP music, I think.
Like, here, I think feels
Yeah.
good for me. Friends are always there for you.
That's the
I love the name of these next 4 and how similar they are.
Whoops. That's a song that plays in the season 5 finale. So yeah, I don't know.
It's whatever. For all the good songs, there are actually a good few whatever songs like this. Friendship always wins. I know what song this is, and I'll be honest, I don't dislike it.
Yeah.
I don't care for it. Friendship through the ages.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is good. Friendship.
You.
See, but I choose to just believe that it's just friendship. Ignore the
Yeah.
you.
One of the worst
Friendship
stuff,
games.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Good.
Generosity. Like, some of these are just, yeah, they're all right. No, they're not great. Generosity.
literally made this song just to remind the audience what Rarity's element is.
Get the show on the road. I think this is another one from the Egg shorts. I can see that it's from Egg.
Yeah.
Wow, what do you know? It's another Egg shorts song. These just all keep getting thrown into mid. It's just like, yeah, sure, they exist. Oh wait, I put it in the wrong slot. There we go. Glass of water. Thanks, Dick Sword.
Thanks, Discord.
Literally,
Discord.
literally carried by the fact it's a Discord song. Otherwise, it'd be mid as fuck.
Yeah.
Like it's okay. Leans toward good
Yeah.
because of Discord vibes. Speaking of vibes, good
of
vibes. I
Is
don't
this
even.
also Equestria Girls?
I think so, dude. I fucking think so.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Happy month-iversary.
Why doth my earball subjective to this?
Is this the
torture?
first unironic song we're putting in the bad tier?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I don't even think it's probably like gonna be high in this tier because I don't think it's that bad. But we only have one tier for bad stuff, so that's like yeah, whatever. Hearts as strong as horses.
Yes, good MLP music.
Yes, very good song.
Yes.
Cool character moment for all of them. Is pretty cool. Heartswarming is here once again. We have to go through all the fucking Christmas songs.
Yeah.
Most of them are just going to end up around here. That's fine. They're good. Hop, skip, and jump. Doesn't get enough time to be good. I'll put it.
It's literally just a 30-second song. Like,
if we got a full song out of it, and it wasn't literally just Pinkie Pie reading the terms of service of the Schneed Dust Company, I think it'd be fine. But that's all it is. I still can't believe they did that with Weiss. They really didn't know what the fuck they wanted to do with the show. As far as tone. Hope Shines Eternal.
Yeah, sight.
Sight. A little bit below at the gala and awesome as I want to be for me. The Fluttershy version of the lullaby is like, yeah, it's fine, I guess.
It's literally 10 seconds long.
It's a lullaby, and I'm sure that if we got the full version, fine. Now the Sweetie Belle version, that's going in about the bottom of good MLP music tier. Yeah, it's funny. I'm it's funny. It's poppy, but in a way that's not like overbearing. I like it. It's pretty funny. I'll fly.
Good music.
For this one.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm at the. I can barely read the rest of that. I'm at the Grand Galloping Gala, I know, because there's no other song I can think of that would be I'm at the, and it's fucking punk.
Another 10-second song.
It's another 10-second song. I'm gonna put this one here, because if we got a full version of this, it'd probably be good. I'm on the yacht.
Oh boy, the memes, the meme song. The one where Fluttershy shows her feet.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that. I'm scared.
That happened.
I mean, like, I remember vaguely the song, but I want to move on from it because we have communism!
Yes, communism.
I mean...
Good MLP music.
Yeah.
Top tier.
I genuinely, like... If I wasn't using CHS Rally as the gatekeeper, I'd put it in good music. But I can't, in good conscience, put it above that. And I know that's higher than you want it. So we settled on it being the gatekeeper.
Yep.
Invisible. This Wallflower song is decent. I think this one goes somewhere in sight.
Yep.
Above the Crimbus song. Below... Brrf. It's gonna work.
I think I'll put this in either sight or sure.
Boink.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
I don't know if you're gonna fight me on exactly where I've placed this. I'm willing to move it down one. I wish this is one of those minute songs that I wish we got a full 3 to 4 minute version of.
Honestly, I'm fine with you putting it as high up as Simply Breathtaking, because
Oh, okay. I thought I was conceding a fuckload of ground to you here. All right, awesome. Great.
I definitely agree that this should have been extended.
It should have had a full version. It's so fucking good, and it's 59 fucking seconds.
Hasbro, why?
You know why? Because this had to be a one-parter, because they had 65 fucking episodes, and they didn't get the extension until after this was produced.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Pain. And it's genuinely, with just that minute, if this had a full version, it would probably be my favorite My Little Pony song. Yep. Unironically. The only thing holding it back is how short it is. Just can't be a dragon here. The Spike Depression arc.
Yeah, this
Depression arc. It's fine. Actually, that's not the one I wanted to grab. I think it's a little bit worse than Friendship You. Is okay. The first song that made everyone think there were going to be a lot more than there were, which...
Top of... Yeah.
Yeah. I think Dance Magic and BBBFF being like... We don't have a gatekeeper into good MLP, but we have 2 gatekeepers out of sight. It's like, you gotta get past Boof and Dance Magic if you want to make it up. That's just kind of how it ends up, though, with these tier lists. It's like, eventually you'll just have, when they're big enough, you just get gatekeepers eventually.
Yeah.
Fucking... Alright, we have... Legend, You Were Meant to Be.
I for some reason, I read that as Legend Retirement.
I misread that as Legend, You, We, Ream, Ant to Be. And... So at least you read words.
I read words.
At least you read words.
But I misread it as retirement somehow.
So do we put this in this tier purely for being from Legend of Everfree? Because like on the one hand, I feel like it's unfair. On the other hand, it's from Legend of Everfree. The highest it's going is like
bottom of mid.
I'm not going to put it above the shit that we literally don't remember, so... There we go.
Yeah.
Let It Rain. I don't remember this one at all. Well, I said that I was putting it below shit we don't remember, or I was putting it above shit we don't remember, so I guess that's the we don't remember it at all benchmark.
Yep.
Let the Rainbow Remind You.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So good. So good. I also get this and Flawless mixed up a lot because they are very similar songs. Is it Flawless or Let the Rainbow Remind You that uses the same rhythm as... I think it's the Cafeteria song. One of the two of them. And see, I always get them mixed up, and this is also one of the things that I remember. And I don't remember because it's been a while since I've like actively listened to the show's soundtrack as like my primary music. One of these two songs uses, I think, the Cafeteria song's rhythm for its instrumental.
Aren't you thinking of the I think you're thinking of the final song of the second Equestria Girls, whatever it's called. Honestly, I don't know.
Like you're saying that's what I'm thinking of that uses the rhythm from it? Or or are you saying that that's where the rhythm comes from, or where it's reused that we're thinking?
Flawless and frick, I'm trying to remember what it was called. Flawless and
yeah, I'm literally pulling up the Rainbow Rock soundtrack right now.
Yeah.
Are you referring to Welcome to the Show?
Well, yeah, Welcome to the Show had like a very similar rhythm to...
No, it's not. I don't think it's Welcome to the Show that I'm thinking of.
Hold up. Hold up.
I'm trying to think here.
Rain Boom's Battle, I think, is what you're referring to.
I don't think
Or is
so.
that also called Welcome to the Show? I don't know.
No, that's not Welcome to the Show. That is... Oh, no, yeah, that is Welcome to the Show, because that is literally 3 different fucking songs that all needed full versions. Please!
Yeah.
Once again, fucked by runtime. Anyway, yeah, neat little fact is that one of those 2 songs reuses the rhythm of a song from the Equestria Girls series. Let the Rainbow Remind You is just a fucking amazing song.
Yep.
Life in Equestria.
Yeah, good music.
If this had a full version, it would be in Breathtaking.
Yeah.
Just another verse. All we needed, and it would have been great. If the official soundtrack version included the ending bit as well, it would be not higher on the tier list, but very pleasant, and I don't know why they didn't. It sucks. And that little 40-second long reprise of the song isn't on any soundtracks anywhere that you can find, and it just should have been tacked on to the end. Life is a Runway. Look, I remember this one, and it's mid. It's fine.
I for some reason I was more thinking of Life is a Highway.
Yeah, that's what I thought of at first too, and I'm like, wait, no, obviously it's not that. And I'm like, oh, that one. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Light of Your Cutie Mark. Meh. Above or below Spike's depression phase? I'm thinking below, but I'll
below.
Cool. Lot of little things. Yes, the retirement episode.
Yep.
Like, fine, sure. Another Crimbus song. Sure.
Sure. I mean, I remember liking that one, but
okay.
You don't need to put it all the way up inside. Just
okay.
Yeah, I see.
Mad Twience. Make a Wish.
Good music.
Borfed song. We're gonna put this here. Unironically, a song I listen to on my birthday every year. Make This Castle a Home. It already is. Someone lives there, you fucking morons.
Yeah, are you stupid?
Yeah, like, come on now. Monday Blues. This is another egg short one. Dude, I don't fucking know. I guess I should put Hop, Skip, and Jump below these because we're putting it below Not Remembering because it's just, like, kind of just there. Oh, Life in Equestria is Morning in Ponyville. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they're going next to each other because they're the same song. One's just a reprise. Music in the Treetops. Is this literally just the birds chirping for like 10 seconds in the first episode?
No. I think it's the song where everyone finds out that Fluttershy is a good singer, even though it's already been established that she's a good singer. But yeah.
Where's the last one I remember? Right, actually, it's better than those two. And it's not a bootleg of a song that would come out several years later. My Past Is Not Today.
Yes.
Best song that we've ranked so far. If you want a Kieran's Tale above it, I will concede that. But best song we've ranked so far.
I will concede that
this song is fucking fantastic. It is on the Friendship Games soundtrack. I think it's literally like from the deluxe edition of the Friendship Games CD, because I think that it's a deleted song from Rainbow Rocks. I might be entirely mistaken on that. I could be thinking of something entirely different or combining like 4 different fucking things, but I believe that's this song. Anyway, it's a great fucking song. And it should have been in Rainbow Rocks. Just absolutely fantastic. I will say, everything that we put in these top 2 tiers, I genuinely recommend that you go listen to. They're all amazing. Even if you don't like the show. Out on My Own, featuring Sad Apple Bapple.
The song where Apple Bapple is sad. She has the big sad.
Meh.
Me.
Photo booth.
Um.
It's another egg song we don't remember. Piggy dance.
It's literally the song where Pinky goes oink and that's it. Why doth my earballs subject to this torture?
Yeah. You know what? No, it's funnier than Happy Month Anniversary.
Yeah.
Pinkie Pie's Singing Telegram. I mean, it's better than Hop, Skip, and Jump. It's better than Not Remembered. You know what? But it, you know, fuck it. Yes, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Pinky the Party Planner.
Yeah. Sure.
Pinky's Gala Fantasy. Okay, this is down here. Pinky's there's so many that are just Pinky.
Oh my god,
Pinky's
chill.
Lament. Yeah, it's all the fucking
that's
Pinky
the one.
clones.
It's the one where Pinky's all sad. She has the big sad.
Pinky's Present. This is a Crimbus song.
Yeah, it's a Crimbus. I put it in sure.
I like this more than Luna's Future. I have like actual opinions on the Pony Christmas songs because I listen to them constantly in December. I will literally be playing them on the car ride up, so that's gonna be funny. Pony Pokey. This is going to be the best bad song probably. That's like it's not good, but I don't think it's bad. So I'll put it there. Rainboom's Battle. This is 3 songs. And every goddamn one of them is going somewhere in good music.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to rank them because I can't... I guess I have to rank them by, like, the average. Because here's the thing. If it were just Sunset Song... Sorry.
Yeah.
If it were just the Siren Song... Probably right below the Rally, which I guess we said would be the Gatekeeper, so here. And then if it were just the Rainboom song, it'd probably be right below Make-A-Wish. So I guess, like, above or below Bats.
Yeah.
But that's just off of my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think, slightly, I think above Bats.
Oh, gaming!
Where?
Yeah, it's literally 3 fucking songs, and we need full versions of all of them. Rainbow Rocks. Damn, are they that colorful?
The intro?
Yep.
They're that colorful.
I like it. That's good.
Yeah.
Stuff of sight material. No, wait, shit, we said... Well, we didn't definitively say those were the Gatekeepers. I just kind of said they sort of were. Yeah, fuck it. Well, yeah, because no, the Gatekeeper into good MLP music is Sweetie Belle's Lullaby, right. The song everyone misheard. I think this goes right above Rainbow Rocks.
Yeah.
I think I like Sweetie Bie's Hush Now Lullaby a little bit more. It's just got that little bit of funny to it. Right there in front of me.
Yeah.
As middle of sight. Rise Up.
Sure.
Room to Grow.
There's so many egg songs.
There are a lot for how little there is. And it's like,
Yeah.
Like, I remember it in Rise Up very vaguely. Rules of Rarity.
Rules of Nature.
I don't like it very much, and it's a Rarity song. Run to Break Free. This is another fucking short song. Say Goodbye to the Holiday. Okay, look, I'm sorry. This is just
simply breathtaking.
This is just a good fucking Christmas song. This is just a good fucking Christmas song. Add it to your Christmas playlist, or I will come to your house and do it for you.
I will literally just add it yourself.
Well, not to other people's playlists.
I see.
I will individually break into the house of every person on the planet just to add this one song to their playlist of choice on their platform of choice. School of French Shit.
Will we fail it or will we pass gas?
True. Uh, eh.
Yeah,
Shake your tail.
because we're gonna have a party tonight.
Yeah, it's it's fine.
Yeah.
Shine like rainbows.
This one has a unique title for it.
Yeah, because it's rainbows.
Yeah.
Nah, we do it like there.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's the best credits song. Sisterhood, more like sister trunk. Like a car, the hood and the trunk.
I see.
Which, to be fair, I guess is me saying sister ass, and that is not what I mean. Well, but that's assuming that sisterhood is saying sister head, and that's not what anyone means. So, yes, my favorite strong bond, sister arm, just sibling body part. Oh, dude, it's just, look, sometimes you've just got a great relationship with your brother, and you know that is just his brother knee.
Brother.
That's just his brother pinky.
What? But who's Pinky's brother?
Morbius.
It was implied in Pony Life that Pinky did have a brother.
Yes, it was. I think this one's
died.
fine. The Smile Song.
Yes.
Is it
yes,
better than
all the way up there.
communism?
Better than communism.
All right, gaming. Are you okay with this?
I'm biased, but I guess I'm fine with it.
Okay. I can move it up a little bit if you want, because this is like where I want to put it, and I'm trying to cut averages where we're not agreeing.
I'm fine with bottom of good music.
All right, cool. Above or below, I'll fly.
Below I'll Fly.
All right, gaming.
I consider All Fly marginally better than
All right.
Smile Song.
I also consider the Rally a little bit better than Smile Song.
Whoops.
Yeah, imagine being wrong, as in not having my opinion. Fucking So Many Wonders. This is the one from the gala, right?
No, it's from the episode where we find out how the main six got their cutie marks.
Oh. Yeah, see, I don't remember what it's from, but I remember the song, and it's like, yeah, I'm fine with top of mid. So Much More to Me. This is another egg song that I don't remember. The Ballad of the Crystal Ponies, on the note of fucking war crimes via not having long full versions.
I know, right?
No, this is like... You know what? Fuck it. No, it goes between those two. Because this one's not long enough, and this one's half a song.
Yep.
Fuck you, I'm splitting them in half.
Committing chaos right now.
The Failure Song.
This is the first time that Spikes would sing, so...
True.
I'd say good MLP music.
Okay. I was thinking of where to put it in good music, but yeah, fuck it. I'll just do it there then. That's easier.
Yeah.
The Flim Flam Brothers.
Yes.
Oh, no,
good
that's
music.
not where I want it. I was going to put
Okay.
it here. Right
Okay,
below our
I'm fine
town.
with good MLP music.
Yeah.
Never forget the time when a drunk person in TF2 sang the entirety of the Flim Flam Brothers song.
The Goof Off.
Sure.
Meh. The Heart Carol. Almost grabbed a song that's going in Breathtaking later. This one's...
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Last Laugh.
Ironically, it wasn't the last laugh.
True. Just gonna stick that in good mult music. The Legend of Everfree. Song. Well, it's better than the movie it's from.
Yeah.
The magic inside.
Simply breathtaking. Yes.
Above or
yes,
below
all the way up
Kieran
there.
Tail?
Ah, frick, but I also really like Tail. Oh.
I know, these are the hairs we have to split. We can't have, like, a thing that marks them as interchangeable.
Frick. I'm gonna say above Kieran Tail.
Alright, I'm not gonna give you any more than that. I'm sorry. The magic of friendship grows.
That is the last song.
I'm going to
So
put this right
obviously-
below Celestia's ballad. Not because if we're going just strictly off the song itself, I would put it at top of good MLP music. It's the only other song that has made me cry in this show.
Yeah.
So it has to go here. The only other official song that's made me cry. Prince whatever. Yeah. Which, to be fair, his song was also literally about the show ending, so...
Thanks, Prince whatever.
The Midnight in Me. Sidewise depression song.
Either good...
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I was fine. Split the difference. Split the difference. Just put it like somewhere in... Yeah, good MLP music.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah, sure.
Bottom
this is above the Gatekeeper. Actually,
Yeah,
fuck it.
right.
We'll do that then.
Okay.
The other side of these nuts. No, well, you're not going on the other side of Evil Enchantress. How about that, Rarity? The Perfect Stallion. Look, this song's funny, but
Yeah.
yeah. The Place Where We Bong. Say,
What? I see.
I removed the EL from belong. The place where we bing bong. The pony I want to be. Oh my fucking god, Hasbro.
Yes,
Where's my
yes.
full version?
Where's the full version?
Where's the fucking full version, Hasbro?
Also, why is the text so ineligible in that?
Because it just sometimes isn't. The Rappin' History of the Wonderbolts. Pinky, why? It's funny. It carries it to the top of this tier. Any objection to it being in this one?
I as funny as it is, I guess I'm fine with leaving it there.
Pinky rapping is funny, but I don't think it has sounded good a single time. Including in Dance Magic, which I've still put all the way up where we have it. The Seeds of the Past. Hey, look. It's that song. It's the seeds of the seeds of the piss.
Seeds of the piss.
It's the seeds of the piss. All right, Christmas. The Spectacle. Canonically, the answer is supposed to be here. Well, actually, canonically, the answer is supposed to be here. I wish this had a full version.
Yeah.
I do. I think it's good. I think that if you like pop music, then this is a good little, I think it's a minute and a half long song. It's decent. If you like that sort of music, you might like it.
Razzle dazzle.
Yeah. And I do sometimes like that kind of music. I think it's a decent song.
That's
the Suck song.
The Suck song. That's literally just the failure song, but
Yeah.
yeah.
The Super Duper Party Pony. I mean, this one's unfair because it's fucking Weird Al.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's Weird Al. If you like Weird Al, you'll like that song. The Ticket Song.
Literally another 10-second song.
You know what? No. This one's going in... Okay, you know what? Hold on. We're just going to rename this to a simpler name. Ponk Y. This one's going
Ponk
here
Y.
because it's from that episode. The Vote!
In that case, don't you think Piggy Dance and Happy Months Giving also belong in that one? Or?
No, because those two aren't her fault.
I see.
These two are. This is Pinky stalking a man for 2 weeks. This is Pinky being part of the Ticketmaster.
Yep.
The Vote is mediocre as balls. Theme song, Egg.
It's literally just
It's a
theme
remix
song,
of the
but
theme
remixed.
song. And you know what? I'm going to put this one here. I'm going to put this one here. I like the theme song.
Yeah.
I think the egg version is just a really decent remix. Actually, maybe that's a little too high with them being 2 tiers apart. No, it's definitely... You know what? Actually, yeah, it goes like there. But I like them being a little further apart. I think the theme song's actually pretty decent. I think the egg remix is pretty okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, gaming.
Why
Is this
here's
split?
top tier.
Why is this split in half?
Actually, yeah.
Why the fuck is it split in half? Anyway, so this is gonna go... Does it go above or below carried by tiers?
As much as it sucks for me to say this, I'm gonna have to put it above because like.
Okay. So then the
Yeah.
question is, and I'll grab the other one, do we put it above or below mostly carried by tiers?
Below.
Okay. So we put it below the 2 songs that make everyone cry. Awesome.
Yep.
Perfect. This is our big night. This song is like 30
Filler.
seconds. It's a 30-second filler song. I'm going to put it right above Laughter. I think it's pretty okay. It's not very long, but it's okay. This Strange World. I wish this one were longer just because of like it being a weird little character moment for Twilight. Right above the theme song for me. I don't know how you feel, but I'm...
I think I'm fine with it being right there.
Gaming. Time to come together. More egg. Well, actually, a lot more egg. Holy shit. Why is the bottom chunk of the alphabet fucking 90% egg?
Oh, here we go.
Time to come together. It's fine. Wait, actually, no. Fuck it. We'll put it right above this Strange World. Tricks Up My Sleeve. Like, it's the funny Trixie song, but I can't put it higher than Raise This Barn.
Yeah.
It's funny.
It's,
I was gonna
shame
put it
that,
bottom in sight, and then I heard you say good, and I'm like, okay, I'll move it up.
I just wish more of it played in the actual.
Hey, at least we
movie,
got a
but...
full version on the fucking soundtrack. That is more than we can say for literally any other short song in the entire franchise.
Yeah.
True original. It's fine. I'll put it below Legend of Everfree. I think that's okay. Under Our Spell. It's got a very similar vibe to Our Town.
Yeah. All the villain songs are bangers.
Unleash the Magic. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
We will stand forever free.
Okay, I lied about there being all the villain songs being good. No.
I can't be that mean. I don't like Legend of Everfree, but it's not. That doesn't belong in bad tier.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
That's also part of the final.
Wait, that's
act
part of Rain Boom's battle. Yeah, wait a minute. So these are all treated as separate. Wait, so where's Sunset's song? Sunset's part isn't here.
Oops. Oops.
Wait. Yeah, Sunset's part's not in the tier list, but okay, well, I'll just stick those next to each other then.
Yeah.
I'll just stick those next to each other then. Sunset's is the best part. Not just because I like Sunset. I actually just, not even just narratively, but fucking, I just think it's the best of the 3. We'll Make Our Mark, which is also split in half.
That's not the Netflix show.
True. And for lying and falsely advertising, we'll do that. We're Friendship Bound. Yeah, that's only because you needed to be able to air in certain countries.
Good MLP music.
Above or below Our Town?
Above.
All right, gaming. We've come so far. Oh, I fucking had Embrace the Magic mixed up with a different song. No, now that I think about it, though, that's where I want it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Because I had it mixed up with Unleash the Magic. Embrace the Magic is from Everfree. We've come so far. I don't know. I like it there. It's good.
Yeah.
What more is out there? I am upset that there is not a second spot for this song.
Yeah.
In fact, give me a moment. Pretend Coffee Horse is What More Is Out There duet version, because I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Are you okay with both of those?
Yeah, I'm fine with those being there.
All right, cool. I really like these fucking songs. They're great songs for Sci-Fi, and one of them is also a great song for an arc that Sunset half goes through. Like, she goes through the baseline of it, but not the events of it, because they wanted to make more egg content afterward. But, like, she still goes through the arc, even though she doesn't go through the motions, and...
Yeah.
What my cutie mark is telling me is, like, the worst song out of that episode.
And it's still all the way up in good MLP.
Yup. Winter wrap up. I think this barely makes the cut into top tier.
Yeah.
Like, it's just good enough, I would say.
Ponk Y.
It's intentionally bad, but this one will go at the top of Ponk Y.
I also want to say this song is literally what triggered the whole war between
yes,
the Buffalo
this
and...
song literally started a war. When it almost did, they were literally going to come to peace, and then Pinky was an idiot. You'll play your part.
It's like that song is so offensively bad that is what triggers the war.
Yup.
And that's funny to me.
Your heart is in two places. Oh wait, this is that.
Yeah.
And lastly, you're in my head like a catchy song.
Oh, this one, simply breathtaking. I'm fine with playing it down the middle.
I'll go bottom of Simply Breathtaking.
Yeah.
And so now our complete Mulp song tier list again. Sweet Biscuit, the coffee horse up there, is to represent the duet version of What More Is Out There. Like how we've split 3 songs in half that shouldn't be. 1 song in half that if you're splitting should be split into 3. But we didn't have the duet version of What More Is Fucking Out There. Anyway, this is our complete tier list of My Little Pony Gen 4 music.
Yeah.
Ta-da! All right. Sonic games.
Oh, boy.
Okay. These are kind of sort of in order, vaguely-ish. Tails Adventure.
It's kind of weird one to me, because, like, yeah, E.
I don't think they nailed the formula, and they never went back to it. Sonic 1 for the Genesis.
Sonic 1.
Oh, sorry. A and B asterisk are good because they're bad, by the way. Yes.
I do believe it's Sonic started off strong with this first game, but
yeah,
looking
C tier
back
was
on
mean,
it,
it's definitely I will not let you have above B tier.
Yeah,
it's good.
But
it has 3 good zones.
I don't think it aged particularly well, but yeah.
No, it didn't age well a year later when we had Sonic 2. Spin dashing kills Sonic 1 pretty heavily, and S3K just fucks over the first 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it's written in the description up here. Sonic 3 is the only entry. It's there for S3K. Sonic CD.
Yeah, that's an A tier for me, especially if you're playing on the Japanese, with a Japanese soundtrack.
Both soundtracks are fucking fantastic, and I will fight you on that.
Yeah.
I don't have a preference. It's literally song by song.
Yeah.
Sonic 2.
It's why I kind of wish Sonic Origins had like a I wish Sonic Origins had like a way to like select which tracks should play for each level.
For each level.
That
really fucking
that might have been a bit too complicated. Probably
not, given that they're probably remakes, not ports, but they're remaking games that were comfortably made in a year.
Yeah.
And, you know, they had since fucking 2017 to do it. Sonic 2 8-bit.
8-bit. This is the one where Tails dies in.
Sonic Chaos. I think Chaos is just a little bit worse than Sonic 2 8-bit.
Yeah. Sonic 2.
Sonic 2 16-bit.
Yes.
S
yes.
tier.
Yes.
No,
Yes,
I
S
can't do
tier.
that knowing what I'm going to put in. Do you want S tier? I know some games I'm going to be putting in S and Z tier, and I don't know that I want to put Sonic 2 in S tier.
I'm fine with it being an A tier, but
Okay, we can revisit it later. See how we feel about it when other shit's there. It is the gatekeeper, though. Weird-ass Sonic 3 cover. I think this is the European cover, given that it says Mega Drive.
is this Sonic 3 and Knuckles, or is it just Sonic 3?
S3K is to represent... S3 is to represent S3K, yeah. So, you already know where this fucking goes.
Yeah, Z tier.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Which I'm pretty sure is the last letter in the alphabet, so it should be actually below F, but...
Well, no, because F is for fail, and Z is like... Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Z is a Dragon Ball thing.
Triple Trouble.
Triple Trouble.
I will say the remake has kind of spoiled the original for me, because,
but I think that Triple Trouble is probably the best 8-bit Sonic game.
Yeah.
I think it's good. You know what, actually? I think this one borders on B tier.
Yeah.
I think it is arguably better than Sonic 1, but I believe that it is better than Sonic 1. Tails... Oh, wait! I was thinking of Tails Sky Patrol. Tails Adventure is B tier. Sorry. Tails Sky Patrol, I do not like. Sonic Labyrinth is a game I've played through. You can see me play through it on my YouTube channel, actually.
I see. Shoutouts.
Yeah. Plug my own content. Hot take. Unpopular opinion. I will get skewered. This game is overhated. I think this is a legitimately good game. It has its problems in that it is a Game Gear game from the 90s.
Yeah.
I think it's a good game.
Very hot take, but yeah.
I've played through the game twice in full, and I've enjoyed it. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself playing through this game. I would not comfortably put it above Sonic CD, but I think that I was going to put it above Sonic 1 anyway, and you know what? I think this is just a good Sonic game, and I would not hate seeing an attempt at more modern Sonic-oriented versions of the level with like homing attacking implemented and shit. That'd be super cool. You can do so much with modern movement.
Yep.
Sonic 3D Blast, on the other hand, look, I don't think it's bad enough to go into F, but it's not good enough to make it into E. I'm putting it in F+. I'll put it in F if you want me to, but F's where we put Sonic Blast.
The regular version.
Yeah, we don't talk about Game Gear Sonic Blast, other than to say it's fucking awful and possibly the worst Sonic game of all time, because even the probably objectively worst Sonic games of all time, well, they at least have something funny about them. Sonic Blast is just bad.
Isn't that the game where they tried to do like 3D and a 2D environment?
No, this
Sonic
is
Blast?
No, this is a Game Gear game.
No. Like they had like 3D sprites, but like it's similar to like Donkey Kong Country.
Oh, yes, because they literally, because you can even see on the cover, they literally took this. You know how like the old trick they used to do, and like Super Mario Kart did it.
Yeah.
Where they would take models, and then they would take pictures of them and turn those into sprites.
Yeah.
The Donkey Kong Country is another one that does that. Yeah, that's literally what Sonic Blast did with the 3D Blast models.
And it looks ugly.
Oh,
it
looks fucking
ugly
awful.
like
it looks fucking dreadful. The game plays like ass, and that's why Sonic R sucks. No, this game's that's a meme. This game is, I would say, firmly between these two.
Yeah.
I think that Sonic R is okay. It's fine. It ain't bad.
I still think a Sonic R type gameplay could still work well in a modern title. I still don't know why they still continue to do karts. Like, you could still do the Sonic R formula.
Yeah. I think that genuinely the best thing you could do, and I know that as far as, a theoretical competitive scene would go, one would always be the best. You have the characters that are known for being really, 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 really fast. Sonic R. You have the characters that are, in theme enough with riders. Give them riders extreme gear. Yeah. And for the characters that run on foot, give them like choices of, I don't know, shoes that give them different stats, right? Give the riders characters choices of different extreme gear a la Mario Kart. And then for the characters that don't fit into either, just give them like vehicles and shit. You can literally have all three, have them all play the way that they did, try to balance it a little bit, but obviously you're never going to get perfect when you have completely different gameplay styles. And there you go. You can have all three. Or you could just give everyone all three and have it be three different kinds of racing. Because we're living in 2023, and that relatively wouldn't be very hard. Obviously, making a modern game is difficult, but in a relative manner. Sonic Pocket Adventure is worse than Sonic Blast.
Yeah, that's... yeah.
I am going to piss off another fandom. Sonic 4 Episode 1. Sonic 4 Episode 2.
Yeah, episode 2 is significantly better than episode 1.
See, that part of this opinion, literally everyone agrees with.
Yeah.
Saying that either of them are even remotely not shit. A lot of people would skewer me for that, but that's fine. I think Sonic 4 is okay. It's a really weird hybrid of classic and modern in both level design and gameplay. I don't hate it, other than the fact that Sonic 1 is literally not completable for me on PC, or Sonic 4 Episode 1, sorry, is literally not completable for me on PC unless I learn to speedrun the Labyrinth Zone boss because of a weird visual bug. So, fuck me with an entire act of Labyrinth Zone. It's probably really small given that it fits on a tiny bit of a CD, tiny bit of data on a hard drive. I think Sonic 4 is decent.
Advance.
I think Sonic 4 Episode 2 is also just solid. Speaking of just solid, Sonic Advance 1, I'll put it over Sonic R. I, in good faith, cannot put it over Triple Trouble. In fact, you know what? Would you be okay if I put Triple Trouble above Sonic 1 Genesis, or is that a hard no?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
All right, gaming. Triple Trouble's really good. Sonic Advance 2 is overrated, but, I mean, still a good game.
Yeah.
Sonic Advance 3 appears to be further down the list. Okay. Yeah, these are just in random fucking order. I'm assuming what happened was they just batch uploaded everything on TierMaker, had them ordered, but sometimes TierMaker uploads out of order when you do it too big of a batch. That's probably what happened. Sonic Adventure 1.
Yes, A tier. S tier, yes.
S tier. Fucking S tier. I was like A tier, and then I'm like, wait, there's literally a tier between these two. And I'm like, yes. Yes. Sonic Shuffle. This
Z tier, obviously. No, I'm
kidding. The first D
tier.
It's... You know the big killer for this, though?
What?
You know how the single player in Mario Party is boring because it's single player in a party game? The single player in Sonic Shuffle is unplayable because the AI is just too fucking hard.
Yeah.
Speaking of the single player, SA2.
Yes.
Now,
Z tier.
Here's where I thought about doing 3D and 2D Sonic tier list is we are going to have to clash the Titans of 3D and the Titans of 2D Sonic.
Yep.
Which of these is a better game?
Rick.
Putting aside the fact that as formulas, literally every Sonic formula has potential to work. Yes, I'm including Boom in that. I think literally everything Sonic has tried could work if given enough time to cook. But... Oh, God! Which one do we put above?
Honestly, I think I'm going to put Adventure 2 above 3.
I have to agree. I think there's... You know what it is for me is there's more to learn, and I think that in a lot of ways it has a higher skill ceiling. And skill ceiling is something that I mean is core to low floor, high ceiling is a core part of the theoretical identity of a Sonic game. It's part of the reason that I think Frontiers. I know a lot of people find Frontiers combat disappointing because Frontiers combat is trying to look like it's fucking Devil May Cry, and it's not. But I think that itself lends into the problem that a huge part of Sonic's entire identity from the offset was that it has a low floor. The games are relatively easy. You know, they have a difficulty curve as the game goes on, but they are easier than average to complete. There's a lot of reward to mastering the mechanics the games have to offer. I think that SA2, just by having 3 different playstyles and well, to be fair, treasure hunting doesn't really have much you can do to optimize it, but by having 3 different the treasure hunting helps for the replayability, as long as you don't despise those levels with a burning passion like I used to, but now don't because I appreciate more. It has the variety in having 2 different playstyles with a lot to master. It has more to master. The level variety visually and layout-wise feels a lot more different to what you get in Sonic 3. Not that S3K's isn't, especially because it's literally 2 games. And then, of course, one thing both games have is, S3K is the culmination of the previous 3 games. Possibly more, I guess, if you're including other stuff. And then SA2 is the culmination of the core identity of the series plus 1 game. They're really just big steps up from what they were working off of. But I think that SA2 just has more to master.
Yeah.
Than S3K. Sonic Heroes is an underrated game.
I don't understand why people hate this one.
It's because the Chaotix campaign sucks balls to play.
Yeah, that I will agree on.
Like, once you've memorized where all the shit you have to find in is, it goes from annoying as piss to just tedious. I don't hate the fact, though, that the other 3 campaigns are playing through slightly different campaigns of the exact same levels, because honestly, they don't feel exactly the same. There are parts where you're like, oh, it's this part because I'm playing the same level, but playing through, it's like you don't care. And again, Heroes has enough to it, not as much as the adventure games for sure, but Heroes has that little bit to it that you can get better at, that it's like, yeah, you were going to play through the game again anyway. Like, if you're playing through it again once, you were going to play through it again enough times that you were going to play through 6. It's fine.
I wish Team Rose's story wasn't like easy mode, because like every normal kid is just gonna like choose Sonic first, not Amy's story.
Yeah, but Sonic being the easy mode wouldn't feel good.
Yeah.
The thing is, of the 3 teams, actually, lore-wise, Team Rose should be the hard mode.
Yeah.
Because lore-wise, Amy is the slowest, and those 3 are the weakest physically. So lore-wise, Shadow's team, Team Dark, should be the easy mode. Plus, you'd probably get more people clicking on the easy mode first than with Team Rose as the easy mode. But, yeah. They are different enough, I think, that just barely, that they feel at least a little different. They feel as different as Knuckles and Tails in different ways, of course. They feel as different as Knuckles and Tails playing through S3K to me. But in a much less good game. But a good game. Are you okay with it being below Triple Trouble? Because I know you like Heroes a little bit.
Yeah, I'm fine with leaving it.
All right, cool.
There.
I really like Triple Trouble. SA2 is the best Chow Garden, true, and yeah, that does add a shit ton as well. I mean, to be fair, as far as raising Chow goes, there's a lot of knowledge and skill to learn there, too. Wow, it's the Sonic formula. In a completely different way, but, Shadow the Hedgehog is also overrated.
I have a story with this one. I will say I definitely see where the hate is coming from, because when I bought this,
there's a lot of problems.
When I bought this game when I was a kid, I was just like, oh, cool, I get to play as my favorite character. I played through one story, found out that I have to play through the entire story again in order to get a different ending, and then I just stopped there.
Do you know how many
I
times
couldn't even
you
be
have
bothered.
do you know how many times you have to play Westopolis to get all emblems?
Like 20 times.
If I'm no, 10 times is for all endings to get the last story. It is somewhere in the ballpark of 250 times to get all emblems. Minimum. Now that's not the whole game. That's just Westopolis, and the numbers decrease as you go forward in the levels. But, yup.
Fun.
Having said that, I think that the gunplay in Shadow is actually decent for a first pass at it. I think the vehicles are decent for a first pass at them, and the parts that carry over from the adventure format from the 3 games before it are a fantastic refinement in my eyes of it. The physics feel pretty nice.
Yeah.
Hell, the level designs. Shadow's problem is having to play through the game 10 times and some of the objectives being chaotics tier.
Yep.
The core gameplay is great in my opinion. In fact, I am gonna keep this one. This is the gatekeeper into A tier. I'm gonna put this as the gatekeeper into A tier. Shadow the Hedgehog has a fantastic foundation. It has really solid level design. The objectives suck balls, but because of how bad the objectives are, and this is sort of lends itself to the chaotics thing as well, is that when you have the objectives that are that bad, yes, it becomes tedious, but with the guns and the vehicles and the full-on adventure, unlike Heroes having, more, I would say, adventure-inspired sort of movement.
When does more go into A asterisks or?
No, because that is good because it's bad. I don't know if B asterisk is going to have anything. I know A asterisk is going to have Sonic 06. Because I genuinely find it more fun than everything in this tier, purely out of shit factor and irony.
Yeah.
If I were playing strictly to have a good time, I'd play these. If I were playing to just have fucking chaos, that's where 06 would go.
Yep.
But yeah, I think Shadow is a great foundation. If you just want to run through the game once, run to the end being your objective, genuinely, some of the most fun I've had on just a regular casual playthrough of an adventure format Sonic game.
This is going to be the highest
great.
take of this.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe not, because I'm also putting Sonic Battle here. In fact, Sonic Battle is going to be the gatekeeper.
Yeah.
I wish we got a second pass at this on the DS when we had more buttons, because refining this formula. Oh, refining this formula with more buttons. Bring it back, Sega!
Bring it back.
I actually really like the fact that a few of Sonic's Frontiers animations, for some of his attacks, feel like they're nods to Battle. And actually, did you know, Sonic's down air in Smash comes from Sonic Battle. One of his only non-spin dash, non-generic non-spin dash moves, but semi-generic, but that is inspired by his Sonic Battle moveset. I think actually a lot of his basic moves are, not a lot, I think a few are, though. I don't think it's the only one. But yeah, Sonic Battle is referenced in Smash, so that's neat. I think Sonic Battle's decent. It has a long campaign with a hellish difficulty curve.
Yeah.
I have only beaten the game once, and it didn't actually feel that unfair to me at the time. It requires you to be more skilled than it probably should for a casual playthrough. But if you whack away at it enough times, it feels good. It's one of those things where I don't think it's a case of artificial difficulty. I just think they pushed it too far. But it's so fucking good. And the story of Battle. Oh. No, you know what? This one's going to go above Shadow. I'm sorry, the story carries it above Shadow. Shadow would have it for story, but Shadow's story is such a clusterfuck that what the fuck actually happens? Because it's literally elements of every story route. Sonic Advance 3. A lot of people say 2 is the best Advance game. I'm gonna...
Why do people not like
Duo character mechanic. You have a pseudo version of the Knuckles Chaotix tether as well. And when you're not playing as Sonic, you are slower than when you are playing as Sonic. I know, the thing that defines him as part of his character in a game with multiple characters. What a crime.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I had to readjust my sitting position, and that required moving the entire fucking table. I think Sonic Advance 3 is a really solid game. I think that it's a lot better than Advance 1 and 2, largely due to level designs. I think that visually some of them are a bit more generic than Advance 2, but I think the levels are more well-designed in Advance 3. And I think that the character variety, shaking things up, and letting you do tons of fun shit, I've always loved just running around and seeing what I can do where with different combinations. Sonic 06, I already spoiled where it's going. This game's a fucking dumpster fire, and I fucking love it.
It's a dumpster fire that
it's a dumpster fire, but it's our dumpster fire as a fandom, okay? And like, there's a lot of people that are like that when I say that Sonic 06 is objectively a terrible dumpster fire of a game, and they're like, "But I like it." So do I. It sucks.
Yep.
You know, like, this game is, by basically every objective metric you could measure it by, fucking awful. Just terrible. It is a broken, literally incomplete mess, both gameplay-wise and narrative-wise, and hell, some levels don't feel complete in terms of how they're designed.
Yeah.
Breaking shit is fun sometimes.
I would know.
Sonic and Shadow's gameplay...
I've broken this.
Sonic's gameplay is them toying with new formulas while using the adventure formula as a base. Shadow's gameplay is toying with, you know, toning down the things that people, you know, just reacted to with fucking... with just utter disgust for no reason. You know, it's like, oh, guns and cars in my Sonic game? No, in your Shadow game. It's a spin-off, you fuck. But they toned it down a little bit, but still kept the tone in his story. Well, actually, they kept it for also just the whole Adventure era, really. Kind of started with Adventure 1, and then kind of became Shadow's thing. Anyway, it has a lot going at its base. Silver's gameplay is a lot of potential. There are fun bits with just the physics shenanigans.
I still want there to be a Silver the Hedgehog game.
I do too. I want to see another pass at Shadow's formula. I don't even hate the idea of Sonic being Boost and Shadow being Adventure, if that's like the direction they wanted to go if they ever bring back multiple playables. But I also don't think that'll happen, because I think that genuinely Original to Character is a stand-in for Adventure gameplay.
Yeah.
Because they were like, there will be 3 playable characters and forces. And everyone's like, it's going to be Adventure Sonic, right? Because we know Classic is the second one. And then they're like, no. And then we get a character that plays a lot like Adventure Sonic would in a boost level. Oops. Anyway, yeah, I think Sonic 06 is Sonic 06 is definitively a terrible game. Doesn't mean you're not allowed to like it. I love it. I won't put it higher than this, but it is above it is above everything below Adventure everything Adventure and below for me. But I'm not giving anything that's good because bad any higher than it. All of it will go on the tier list below A tier. If not, some of it in B asterisk, which we'll see. Sonic Rush the first time.
Yeah, I'm fine with putting that in B tier.
Are you okay with below Triple Trouble, or would you rather above? Because I'd rather below, but I will give you this if you want.
I'm fine with below.
All right. Part of the reason that I don't like Rush as much, genuinely, if I played Rush first, I probably would put it above Triple Trouble. I played Triple Trouble after Rush, but if I played Rush before Rush Adventure, and before Colors DS, and before Generations DS, I played all 3 of those before Rush, and I think that if I had played it first out of the 4, I'd probably have it above Triple Trouble, but I didn't, and I think it's solid. I don't think it's. I don't know. We got Rush Adventure and
Never forget Eggman N-word.
never forget Marine.
Yeah.
Marine is
Still
such
don't-
an overhated character.
Yeah. Mm.
Oh, God, it's awful. People are just like, oh no, the child character is being a child. She's not
Oh
even...
no! How dare you?
She's not even
How
that bad
dare?
of a child character. It's literally just people don't like that character type sometimes.
Yeah.
And I guess we just hit a fandom that as a whole hates the character type. Do you all hate fucking classic American tales? Anyway, yeah, Rush Adventure's boat sections are all super fun. Every single zone in Rush Adventure is great. I like every boss fight. I like not every level, but every zone. I like playing as Sonic and Blaze and the way they feel just that little bit different, the same way that characters did in the Genesis games. It's so fun.
Yep.
Stuttering adventure style would make sense with him being introduced then, and because even in his Forces gameplay, he focuses less on boost and more on technical. Yeah, they literally just reskinned Sonic but made levels that felt more adjacent to adventure levels, which was cool. And then they gave a shadow level to Sonic in Frontiers. Sonic and the Secret Rings. Yeah, okay, this game's not great. I think it's a little overhated, but, I mean, it's not.
Yeah.
It's
Has a bunch of good music, but that's kind of a given considering
underrated
what we're
as
discussing here.
fuck soundtrack, though. Yes, if we were rating
Yeah.
if we were rating soundtracks, but we're not, and it's a first pass at a formula that I think gets significantly better because, again, I think every formula Sonic has ever touched, including Shuffle, could have worked. I think 3D Blast could have worked. I think Tails Sky Patrol could have been a good thing if they went for it. Here's the same game twice. This one has less content. This one has more content.
Yeah.
They're both decent. They're fun little romps. They have moderately okay multiplayer. Sonic Unleashed, the game that everyone said was terrible for 10 years. And everyone went, oh, no it's not. And now most people put it like up somewhere in here. I'd say like between 2 and CD.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I don't
fine
even
with that
hate the
placement.
Werehog stages. I hate that they're as long as they are, but honestly, it's not that bad.
If
I'd
the
be sitting
Werehog-
down for an hour to play anyway. Whatever.
If the Werehog stages were shorter and if Eggman Land wasn't like over an hour long, I probably would have ranked put Unleashed much higher.
Unleashed
but,
and Shadow are the only two games that have levels that you can spend over 40 minutes in and still get a top rank.
Yes. Yeah.
That's how you know it's a problem. Anyway, speaking of Secret Rings having its formula improved, I'm going to get skewered alive for this one if the Sonic fandom ever finds me.
I mean, I'm fine with that placement.
Yeah,
but
I know. Gotta go fast indeed, yes.
Yeah.
I think that Black Knight, it's not perfect. I love the idea of adding a sword for the motion controls. I mean, I know that was kind of a generic thing for the Wii. There were a lot of sword games on the Wii, and a lot of gun games too. I think that it works though. Sonic having a sword is a little bit weird, but it's like we had the established setting from Secret Rings of just something happens, Sonic go and book.
Yeah.
So gives you the perfect setting to do almost anything you want with Sonic that seems out of character, like giving him a sword. And I have played through Black Knight in full twice. Once horribly emulating the motion controls on a controller, but I mean, that was not as fun as playing it the first time, but that's less because I was trying to play it on controller and more because emulating the exact controls for Black Knight, they're complicated, and not that complicated because it was pre-Wii Motion Plus, but they're more complicated than a stick is easy to do, and so I was just like, it was not a great time, but it was a good time. And of course, my first playthrough, granted, when I was a kid, so if I split down the middle, I'm just like, yeah, this is a good fucking game. I love it, and it also has an incredible soundtrack.
Yeah.
It's also still on rails like Secret Rings, but you can control where you are on those rails almost fully. You can't go backwards easily still, but that's fine for 90% of circumstances.
Yeah.
You know what? Shadow Level probably would have made sense in Frontiers Westopolis because Sonic was there. Yeah, especially because we know cyberspace levels are, like, constructed from memories.
Yep.
Speaking of memories, remember Sonic Colors? It was a great fucking game.
Yeah, I agree.
Nah, this is going to be our gatekeeper in the Z tier. You've got to beat Colors to get in here. I mean, it's Colors. It introduced the double jump, which would not be properly refined into having its own button until Frontiers. But it introduced the double jump, which was fucking a fantastic addition. They figured out how to do boost arrow platforming in 2D and 3D spaces, I think, just really fucking well. And honestly, I don't think they've lost that in a boost game. Fucking Colors Wii is just, it's an incredible game. For some, it's peak 3D Sonic. For some, you'd swap Adventure 2 and Colors. For some, they like mashing the spin dash button and would put Adventure as the best game. Sonic is about skill, not button mashing. Dude, I've seen people that are like, boost formula is just about pressing a button. I'm gonna go play Adventure where I mash a button. I don't have a problem with if someone disagrees on where I have Adventure because they like spamming spin dash. And yes, there's an amount of skill to controlling it. There is in the boost formula with boosting too, you fuck. Like, if you think that boost is bad because you're holding a button, but you like Adventure for spamming spin dash as Sonic, just to defer to the original tier list once again, it's like Pip and Rarity. You're a fucking moron.
Yeah.
Sonic Generations.
Z tier, yes, top of Z tier.
I think Generations is the best Sonic game we've ever had.
Yeah.
I think that Boost Sonic feels the best that he ever has in... I think there are a couple of moments in Frontiers and Generations where Sonic feels slightly... and Forces. I know, kill me, I think. There are a couple moments in Forces where Sonic feels slightly better with Boost. And I think that Classic Sonic feels a notable amount worse than in the Genesis and Genesis-style games.
Yep.
But not by enough to drag the game down. Certainly not by enough in Modern Sonic's case to get past the fantastic.
Yeah.
The only bad part of Generations is that Time Eater is a god-awful final boss. Time Eater is the worst supersonic fight. The worst final boss, I would say, in the series. Off the top of my head. It's not fun. It's not. It's all of the problems with the supersonic fight formula and none of the benefits. We can use these ramps as ramps. I know different game, but there's a line like that in the Time Eater fight as well. It's like those homing missiles are gonna home in on you. It's like, yeah, okay, thanks, Tails. I think it's Tails both times. Well, anyway, Generations fantastic.
And also it's moddable too, so yay.
Yes, you can play as Mario 64 Mario. The game is technically possible as Mario 64 Mario, except for Time Eater.
Yeah.
Sonic Lost World. Sue me, it's a good game. Do we have Lost World 3DS on here? We probably do, with how... yes, we do. I'm just going to throw this one in here. Sue me, it's a good game. I played through the game. You know, I think that both games have some questionable bits, but...
The problem I have with specifically 3DS Lost World is that the special stages require you to turn your entire body in order to complete it.
I hate it.
Yeah.
I had a bit where I was jokingly saying like, "Oh, this is bad game design because it's not preservable on emulators." When I was playing through the game, I hope I played that off straight because I was really trying to. Because there were a couple moments that were really fucking like annoying, and I was just like, "Oh no, it's bad game design because I can't do it on not original hardware." No, I did actually appreciate the one boss fight that used the 3D effect well, although it's only if you have bad eyesight. But, you know, it was still a cool little effect. I guess, or if you're stupid. I fall into both categories. I'm gonna rank 3DS above Wii U, and I know that is a fairly popular opinion. Actually, is that no matter where you put them, Lost World is generally considered better on 3DS than Wii U. But yeah, I think both are really good. The screen burn from the Pure White Hub area. Understandable. Have nice, Dave.
Oops.
This is one of the mobile games. This is the original mobile game, if I'm not mistaken.
Sonic Runners, I believe.
Site.
A shame that it's gone now, so...
Sonic Forces! Because we're just on a roll
boy.
with me getting murdered by the fucking fandom.
Oh boy, here we go.
I can't put it above Triple Trouble, but I will put it above Rush if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Forces is a good game. Barely. Forces is a decent game. The levels are short. I wish they weren't. Classic Sonic doesn't feel great. Half his fucking levels are designed around it, so they kind of knew what they were doing going in. There's a couple auto-scrollers. That's annoying. Look, modern Sonic and original the character are genuinely a blast to control for me. Blazing through those levels is a fun time. And there are a few levels where there are genuine, subtle, but genuine core Sonic design moments where there is something to learn in the level. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, you can beat Sonic Forces by just holding boost. Yes, but you don't get to experience Sonic Forces by just holding boost. And I know that sounds stupid to some people, because some people think the only way to play a game is the fastest or most optimal way to play, and that's not true. And if you're one of those people, no, okay, the modern Sonic stage is not going to be for you. Yes, you can just boost through all of his levels. I think literally I think one of the solo modern Sonic non-boss levels, you can literally hold boost through. But you don't have to do that, and there are, even doing that on most of the levels, there are paths you can take to go faster, and the timing's kind of fucking tight.
Yep.
And I think that it's fun. Even the classic Sonic levels, I think some of them are annoying because classic Sonic feels bad. Some of them are fun.
Yeah.
And the CAC levels are good. I like them. And it's another one of those times where Sonic had a good template for a story, and then they just kind of went... So yeah, I think Forces is a decent game. I can't put it above Triple Trouble, so it's going to be sat in B tier. I'm happy with it being above Heroes. It's staying above Heroes. I'm okay with it being above Rush. I'm comfortable with it there.
Yeah.
This is
I'm fine
Team
with
Sonic
it.
Racing, and I can tell because it's the only one of the bunch that was released directly to PS4.
Yep.
I think it's better than Unleashed. 'Tis good. All of the racing games are gonna go high. Egg and Drift is probably gonna both go in like C tier, but all of the modern Sonic era racing games are gonna go high, except Free Riders. Team Sonic Racing is solid. It's a little bit overhated, partially because it's because it's not Riders, B because it's following all of the newer ones are following Free Riders, and C because it's directly following Transformed, which is going to go into high S or low Z tier. No, it's not better than Colors, but it'll go in a high S tier. It's a fun game. A lot of the courses are genuinely super fun. The story is just a stupid little fun to go through. If you want 100% it, have fun. That's a fucking hellscape. Sonic Frontiers. Z? I was gonna put it in like S, hovering near
top
adventure.
of S.
All right. I don't know if I'd put it over Colors. That's my big holdup. And like I think that Colors is the best gatekeeper we've defined so far.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can put it above Colors. If we were factoring the DLC, I would do this. I don't like the DLC. I still haven't gone back to it. I don't know. Seems like fun. Don't feel like fighting with it.
Apparently, the DLC gets easier if you set your difficulty to specifically easy.
Well, that
and I'm pretty
makes
sure
sense,
pretty sure
yeah.
you're I'm pretty sure you were playing on normal.
Yeah, I was probably playing on normal because I didn't change that.
Yeah.
Sonic 1
But that's not really
8-bit
for
system.
8-bit. That's not good game design because like
I mean, the game being easier on low difficulties is, that makes sense. But, like, having the game just literally do nothing to inform you of how to play the game and then dump you in and be like, all right, do a fucking speedrun trick.
Yep.
It's like if Melee forced you to wave dash to beat Master Hand. It's like, huh?
Yeah.
Sonic 1, the original.
I'd say same tier as Sonic 2 for the somewhere below.
I'm putting it in bottom of D, top of E. I'll let you pick.
Bottom of D.
All right, gaming. I think that it has, the Sonic 1 problem of the levels not being the greatest and, fucking... But, it's like, it's okay. It's Sonic Drift. Actually, I'm gonna put this.
Yeah, see.
I'm gonna put this there. Points off for being a mobile game, but I'll put it above Rivals because Rivals is also basically a fucking mobile game.
Yeah.
I like Sonic Drift 1, but Sonic Drift 2 exists, so fuck you. Hey, there's Sonic Drift 2. Fuck it. There's Generations 3DS right there. I'm gonna do this. All right, cool. Generations 3DS.
It's basically Sonic Rush if it was like Generations inspired.
It's not quite because it's okay. So Generations. Okay, so 3DS Modern Sonic, because I've played through Generations 3DS in full on my personal time. Generations Modern Sonic to me on 3DS feels like they were trying to create a hybrid of adventure, rush, and console boost Sonic.
Yeah.
I think that it is the worst boost Sonic has ever felt in any dimension. I think that Modern Radical Highway is not a well-designed level. A couple other levels are annoying as shit, but it's a good game. It's a fun run.
Yeah.
All of the classic Sonic stages I had a blast with. It was really only the modern ones that I had trouble with. You know what, though, actually? I'm going to put this... That's not where my cursor was. I'm going to put this... I'm going to put... Actually, no. This will go below Unleashed, I feel more comfortable with. But 3DS Generations, significantly worse game than the console version, but also a very different game from the console version, and I'd recommend it. It's a good time.
Yep.
Knuckles Chaotix, another underrated game, but also not great.
Yeah.
Underrated in that most people just, but I think that is wrong. I think it's better than Sonic Advance because I think the level design's not shitballs. I think it's worse than Sonic 1 purely off the tethers. But I also think the tethers simultaneously, much like the tethers in-game, they simultaneously are capable of dragging the game down and amplifying it immensely. Just like they can slow you down or speed you up in fucking game. The game was clearly designed for 2 players. Most people aren't going to experience it that way, and even with 2 players, I've heard, and I want to try it with you once we live together.
Yeah.
Even with 2 players, I've heard that it's not much better. And if you're not on the same page, I've heard it could be worse. But still a decent game, and I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Sonic the Fighters.
Literally just Sonic Battle, but 3D.
And
it came out before.
Yeah, well, and also a lot less detail because it's a fucking arcade game.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it below Rivals. Meh. The poopy version of Sonic 3D Blast. Okay, this one can just go in F tier.
I see.
Hey, did you know there was a Saturn version of this game? Sonic Mania, the best classic formula game.
Z.
Is this going above or below SA2? It's going above S3K, but
frick.
I'm not gonna hand it to Generations though.
Above Sonic Adventure 2.
All right, gaming. I'm not comfortable putting it above Generations purely because Generations has variety points. The other version of Unleashed. Sorry, I bumped my mic.
Whoops.
Honestly, meh. They're close enough. I like, as far as this tier list is concerned, I don't think they're distinct enough. I will rate the next gen version higher because it is better in most regards, unless you prefer your werehog levels broken up, in which case I guess, but flip them. But it's really the only thing. I was like, I don't know. Colors DS.
Yes, I forgot there was a DS version.
Oh, the DS version's fucking amazing. I want to put it above Frontiers. It's really fucking good. It is the Rush Boost formula. Genuinely, it is as good for the Rush formula as Colors was for the Boost formula. I just think that the Boost formula is that... I think the 3D Boost formula is that little bit better.
Yep.
Sonic Riders 1!
Yes, Z tier. Yes.
Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. And Sonic Free Riders.
If it wasn't tied to motion controls...
See, I knew I'd find one for B asterisk when I made these.
Yeah.
I think...
I'm assuming the asterisk is for, like, if the game isn't tied to motion controls. Is that why?
No. It's literally just the game sucks ass, but I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Free Riders. I think that genuinely it's the motion controls. Free Riders is, as far as Kinect games go, and this isn't a high benchmark, one of the moderately more functional ones in my experience.
Yeah.
That's not saying a lot, and it still barely works, but the course design is also a lot more open and a lot less technical than its predecessors. And I'll kind of go into just all the Riders games at once here, but I wanted to get to Free Riders quickly. It's just worse than the other two by a mile because of the controls and the constraints therein of the Kinect.
Yeah.
And the story's kind of just there. Zero Gravity, it adds a lot of complexity, and that itself isn't the problem. I think that the complexity it adds just isn't good. I think that a lot of the tracks are bland in comparison to Riders 1. I would say they are closer in design to Free Riders than they are to Riders 1. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being Riders 1 and 10 being Free Riders, I'd say they're like a 7. Just leaning a non-insignificant amount towards Free Riders. Not that they're bad. There are fun ones. None that I remember by name, unlike Riders. And also, Free Riders doesn't have as many... It's not as good of a soundtrack as either of the other Riders games. So...
Yeah.
Oops. And then Riders 1 is just a fucking gem. I consider it one of the best racing games of all time. Period. So, there's that. Flicky.
Why is this here?
Because it's technically a Sonic game. Dude, I don't fucking even remember this game, sure.
I played it. It's
Sonic
repetitive.
Eraser. What the fuck is this?
What?
What the fuck is Sonic Eraser? You going E for eh?
Z tier.
Fucking... Does that say Sega Shit Birds? Sega's Ohio Birds?
No, that's Sega Sonic the arcade game.
Oh, this one's... because that's fucking, Mighty and Ray.
Yeah. Who look like Sonic recolors in that picture.
Because they literally are, on the title screen, yes. This one, I'll give this one bottom of B tier. I haven't played it myself, but I've heard that it is solid. If you have a laptop and you're looking to emulate this game, use your trackpad. The game is designed for a trackball, and you are going to have a hell of a time. And if you can get your emulator to read the movements of your mouses as a trackball, use your trackpad. You will have the best time. That is what I've heard from literally everyone that has reviewed this game. I've seen 6 different ones.
Good thing you have a laptop.
I do.
So you can technically play it.
I will always prioritize having one over a desktop. Sonic Spinball 16-bit. Sonic Spinball 8-bit. Oh, who am I kidding? It's worse than 3D Blast. I think Spinball proper is better than 3D Blast proper. 8-bit Spinball is just everything about Spinball, worse, crunched into an 8-bit format that you might be experiencing via Game Gear. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine.
This is Z tier, obviously. No, this is the game where we have Sad AM Eggman.
I like Puyo Puyo. That's the problem. Like, okay, that's the problem. This is literally just, where do you rank Puyo Puyo in relation to the Sonic series? And you know what? I'm putting it above Zero Gravity. I don't think you actually have any... do you have any opinion on Puyo? Because if you do, I'll heed it.
Funnily enough, I have played this game on the Mega Collection.
That's how I played it too, but I just own Puyo Puyo Tetris now.
It's fun. I'm fine with S tier.
I think that as a Sonic game, it would be like in D tier at best. I'm not ranking this game off of this game. I'm ranking this game off of the game that it is.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair because it is literally just a Puyo Puyo game with Sonic shit thrown on there. If it has a high score mode, this is valid. Even if it doesn't, I'm still sticking with it. I don't remember if it has one. Sonic Jam. So that means a cool Origins open world. Is going to be on this. So that means Origins is on this tier list, right? Surely.
Was this made before Origins? Actually, no. Origins came out after, but before Frontiers, right?
Yeah, and we have Jam on here. I don't see Origins skimming.
I think the reason why Jam is on here is because
it has that tiny little open world.
I mean, I really like the open world, so.
But other than that, it is just worse renditions of all of the original games. Having said that, I'm going to put it above Triple Trouble.
Yeah.
It is... I've played it. I've seen what it looks like in comparison to the other games on original hardware, and I've heard testimonials of people that grew up with the classic games. It's slightly worse. S3K, slightly worse Sonic 2, slightly worse Sonic 1. I don't remember if CD's in there. With the cool little open world, which is genuinely cool. That's it, though. So, we'll put it top of B tier.
Sonic Jam again. Is that what it says?
Yeah, which version of Sonic Jam is... Because that's the Saturn version. Which version is this?
That's...
I don't know, so it'll just go right next to it.
I think it said Game Gear. I think.
No,
Game.com.
it says games.com. That's a watermark for the sample image they used. Sonic Pinball Party for the Game Boy Advance. I'll be honest, I've never played this one. Have you?
I've never heard of it.
All right, well, in E tier it goes, but it's probably better than Tail Sky Patrol. I am aware that it's just a normal... Actually, you know what? From what I've heard, it's just a normal pinball game. So... Fuck it. Sonic Chronicles. See, this is another reason that I have the F+ tier.
Ignoring the controversy, this is not a great game.
You know what?
In my opinion.
I like the story in this game. I'm going to move it up to E.
Yeah.
It's not a good game.
The story's good, but
all right.
Gameplay...
The gameplay's not great. It's probably the worst soundtrack this series has ever produced, and it still has solid background music if you ignore the fact you're listening to it for 90 bajillion hours.
I still want to believe I still want to believe the soundtrack was recreated from memory because they accidentally deleted the entire soundtrack.
You know what they didn't delete? Sega Superstars Tennis.
What?
I have played this game once at a friend's house, and I remember none of it.
Oh my god.
So I'm just going to assume that it's just going to be sat firmly in, like, I don't know, top of. I'm going to put it above Sonic the Fighters. It's probably worse than Rivals. Yeah. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. Clear Sonic Jam, doesn't clear the end of the Advance series or Shadow.
Yep.
All-Stars Transformed, however.
Yes, A tier.
Clears Black Knight.
8.
Does clear Sonic 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did I put Team Sonic Racing? I forgot. I lost it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I want to make sure that I don't have Sonic and Sega below it. Oh, no, I put it in... Oh, shit, I put it in A. Okay. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Cool. All right.
Oh my God,
I
there's
was
so
shocked
many.
when I was shocked when I saw these on here. I haven't played all of these. Mario and Sonic 1 for the Wii.
All right, how do you feel about Olympic Games?
Mario and Sonic 1 for the DS. Clears Sonic 4 Episode 1. Does not clear Sonic 2 8-bit. Mario and Sonic at the Winter Olympics for the Wii. Clears Sonic 4. Does not clear Tails Adventure. Winter Olympics for the DS. Had a legitimately fun story mode. I'm putting it above Lost World if you're okay with that.
Yeah. I don't really have an opinion on
They're
all
mini
the
game
Olympic
collections.
games, so
They're mini game
Yeah.
collections. I think that the original has the best events across the board. I think that genuinely Winter DS probably has the best events of the handhelds in the series. And it also has its little story mode, which is, it's not groundbreaking, but it's fun. It adds a lot to the game, especially single player, and I'd love to play through it again sometime, but it would be a lot less feasible to do emulated, so I'm just kind of waiting till I can do it on actual hardware again.
yeah.
I haven't played the rest of these except for 2012 on 3DS, so...
It's all C tier, maybe?
They're probably better than a mobile game. I've played this one. It is... Yeah, it clears those two. No, it doesn't. It clears Team Sonic Racing. Yeah, this one just, I don't know. They probably get better as they go, right? I don't know. These are on the Wii U. They probably suck balls. There we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, the new one. I've actually heard good things about the new one, so I'll throw it there.
Yeah.
Sonic Boom: Rise of Lyric.
Oh boy.
Sonic Boom: Shattered Crystal. Does not have any fun shit to break. Sonic Boom: Fire and Ice.
You would get Feis if you combine fire and ice.
Well, you'd either get water or vapor, depending on the heat of
Obsidian.
the fire. That's lava, not fire. Fire and Ice is a really good culmination of the dumpster fires that were Rise of Lyric and Shattered Crystal. It is legitimately a fun game that I recommend playing through if you have the chance to do it via any means available to you.
Unfortunately, that would be the last Sonic Boom game because Sega fumbled.
Because Sega fucks up once and they just go, everything about that gone forever.
Yeah.
Rise of Lyric has overshadowed Crystal that it is... You know what? Actually, this one's going to go in B asterisk. It's not Sonic 06 tiers of fun cuz bad. It has funny, dumb shit
Sonic
to do.
Boom, Sonic Boom just drags on way too much.
It's too long. The funnies, intentional or otherwise, are not as funny as 06. It's not as fun, intentional or otherwise, as 06. The story is significantly worse because it's not even trying to really have one. It kind of is, but nah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Shattered Crystal is everything wrong with Rise of Lyric, but in a worse game on more limited hardware with longer and worse levels. Why? How? What the fuck? Sonic Jump 1. 'Tis a mobile game. But
It's a mobile game.
what does it clear here? Yeah, the mobile games kind of just end up in C a little bit unfairly, because it's like, yeah. Clear Sonic Chaos. It's a fun thing to go through again. Sonic Jump Fever.
Sonic got the jumping mini games. Meanwhile, Mario got the running mini games. What?
Well, to be fair, Sonic has also gotten like 6 running mobile games. Sonic Dash, the original.
Okay, I have a bit of a story with this one. I tried playing this game on some poorly optimized Android phone, and it did not go well.
Oh my god!
Like, it was very buggy. It lagged a lot. There was one time when the camera just like hung up and like was just left behind. It didn't move at all while Sonic kept running.
That's fucking great.
Yeah, so if you play this on Android, you're not gonna have a fun time, but on iPhone, I'm assuming it's fun.
I love this game.
Yeah.
It's Temple Run clone, but it's a good Temple Run clone.
Yeah.
Sonic Dash 2. I've actually heard a lot of people say this is worse. I think it just clears the original. The original has like different characters you can play as, and they have slightly differences, I think. No, I'm thinking of Force's Speed Battle. Dash 2 was a Boom tie-in. I don't think Dash 2 is on the App Store anymore. I could be wrong, though. It was fun. It actually added some, not a lot, it's a fucking Temple Run clone, a moderate amount of depth to the game in path splits that changed your characters, and they were a little bit different in how they would work. And, you know, it was a Temple Run clone, but I liked it. And I got the haunted version of Dash. True. Forces Speed Battle.
I don't remember this one.
It is now just called Sonic Forces on the App Store and Google Play Store. They removed the subtitle when Sonic Forces went to shit. It's literally just Sonic Dash, but PvP. And the characters have legitimately different stats, which would be awesome, except for the fact that there are limited time event characters that are probably never coming back because they're crossovers. Which means that they are either meta and no one has them that missed the crossover, or they suck and they're not worth either grinding or paying for during a crossover. But I think the PvP adds a lot to it, and it's pretty cool. Sonic Runner's Adventure. The fuck is this one?
I'm gonna assume it's another mobile.
No, I know it's a mobile game. I just don't know what it is. I'll stick it between the Sonic jumps.
Yeah.
Sonic Olympic Games, because Mario couldn't make it, probably due to the pandemic, even though this game's not from that year.
Mario commits tax fraud, so like, no, actually, that's Yoshi.
Sonic Edusoft. Dude, it's fucking educational
Z-tier.
game. It's either gonna be a meme or shit. Wacky Words Sonic. Dude, I don't give a shit.
What?
Sonic's Schoolhouse. Okay, this one has some
Z-tier.
memes. This one has memes, so this one can go above Sonic Chronicles. The Sonic X Leapster game. Which was literally just... Wasn't it literally just solve math, see a clip of show?
Yep.
Cool. And then DJ Sonic the Hedgehog with what looks like a metal cheeseburger clinging to his hand. I don't know what the fuck this is. F tier.
Sure.
All right. Ignoring the metal cheeseburger, this is our Sonic Games tier list.
And if you disagree, you're wrong.
Yeah. Remember that the asterisk tiers they're bad, but they're here because fucking Morbius. And F+ is literally just 3D Blast because it's bad. It's not a complete failure. The Need for Speed games.
All right, this one
one's
no
okay.
input on.
This one's okay. I haven't played this one, but I've heard that it's decent, but it's also not a Need for Speed game. Hot Pursuit. High Stakes is good. Hot Pursuit 2. V-Rally 2 is probably better than V-Rally 1. Sorry, this was fucking... Yeah, this was High Stakes. We have fucking Porsche Unleashed. It's fine. It's probably worse than High Stakes. I haven't played Motor City Online. I'm just going to assume it's decent. Underground 1! I'm not putting in Gems of Need for Speed because Underground 2 exists. And is a gem of racing. Underground for handhelds. It's okay. Underground 2 and the Hot Pursuit games are like really the big ones of the early series. The rest are worth playing if you're interested, but they just don't have a ton to them. Underground 2 is where Need for Speed truly came into what we would go on to know it as. And it is a fantastic game with a little bit missing due to being a pioneer in its genre, but tons of vehicle variety, which is something that Need for Speed hasn't really seen to the same extent since. We've come a little close, but haven't really seen a ton of vehicle variety the way we did in Underground to the same extent. And a lot of course variety, but I mean, I guess that's most racing games have good course variety. It's a good time. It's a good time. Most Wanted. I'm going to put it above Underground 2. It is one of the best racing games. ever made. Has its problems. The raw driving and the course selection are both fantastic. The car list is fairly varied in the way that Need for Speed car lists have been ever since this game came out, but for the most part, I guess some more modern games are more supercar oriented, but it's less diverse than Underground 2's. The customization is less robust than Underground 2's, but the driving is much better. The police chases were brought in to the free roam, which is something Underground 2 introduced to the Need for Speed series. And, yeah, Most Wanted is one of the best racing games of all time. Playing through the game in full, I would recommend doing once, and if you're interested, maybe going back and doing it another time. You know, it's fun to play through every now and again. I've only played it in full 3 times in my life because it is pretty long. It gets tedious to play through the proper single player, but the racing is so good. It also has some of the worst, most egregious rubber banding AI you will ever see in a racing game.
I see.
But only sometimes. Sometimes it just is normal, and sometimes it just forgets to do that. But overall, great game. If you have a friend to try the game with, genuinely, I would recommend it. You and I are going to play Most Wanted with fully upgraded cars when we move in together. That is a threat. Speaking of threats of games we're going to play together, Need for Speed Carbon. Hot fucking take. I think it's better than Most Wanted. You don't have the ass-long tedium. The police chases are entirely optional, but if you want to do them, they are almost as fun and engaging. But I will say that if you're free roaming, Most Wanted has a better map. I think the race courses are better. I think the car variety suits my tastes a little bit more. The customization is a nice little middle ground between Most Wanted and Underground. It's not as crazy as Underground, but it expands quite a bit on Most Wanted, while also introducing auto-sculpt parts, which are really fucking cool. You get to mix and match around the dimensions of your parts. It's cool. You can make the stupidest looking racer you could imagine. I love Carbon. I think that the thing is, I think that Most Wanted, the way that it feels, Most Wanted feels like Underground and Most Wanted feel like their open worlds were designed to be open worlds first that had tracks put on them later. Carbon feels like a bunch of tracks were made and then they designed the open world. Also, canyon duels are a fucking awesome game mode. Oh, and also, Carbon is probably the best that dedicated drift cars have ever felt to me in racing games. Not that I think that every racing game should have it be super fucking easy, like it is in Carbon. Low floor, high ceiling, but it's, you know, obviously there's room for more traditionally skillful, but I'm not good at that, and when you do it poorly, I fucking hate it, the crew. I don't even want to say poorly, they just didn't do it great, and I'm not good at it, and it's not done to a standard that makes me interested. Unlike Grid Legends, which actually does have... Grid Legends is also a bit of an easier one, but it's harder than Carbon, but it's done in a way that makes me at least vaguely interested. We don't have the Most Wanted handheld version on this tier list for some reason, but we do have the Carbon handheld version. In fact, no. Let me just do this way. These clear the original. I think 2 is more fun than yeah, both. Pro Street also doesn't have its handheld version, which is weird. Like, why do these two and not Pro Street? Anyway, Pro Street. I know, controversial. Black Box having fantastic games. Pro Street, just a fantastic game. It is the first of 3 times that Need for Speed would come close to... Well, no, because the original game was trying to be simmier, but, you know, technology back then. But it's the first of 3 times that relatively modern Need for Speed was going to try to dip into the sim pool, and they wanted to start by dipping really lightly and making a simcade. This game feels a lot closer to Forza than a proper sim, and it's kind of supposed to not emulate Forza specifically, just that's the simcade-y vibe they're going for. A little more arcade than Forza. The sense of speed, Pro Street is the second best sense of speed I have ever played in a racing game. Spoiler alert, the other games on this tier list as well. It's also a closed track racer. And if you like that, some people have that being their determining factor. There you go. It is, I believe it uses real and fictional tracks, mostly fictional, but with a couple real. It's a great game. It has different, like, styles as well. If we factor in the DS version, the only major difference are the courses and the fact handling is adjusted for the DS. And oh my fucking god, it's one of the best racing games you'll ever play on a handheld. Pro Street's a fantastic game. Undercover is an underrated game. I'm going to slot it right between the Hot Pursuit. No, I'm not. I'm going to put it above Hot Pursuit too. I like it so much more. The map is emptier. There's not as much traffic, and it drives me fucking crazy. The cars... Undercover is also the last open-world black box game. It's the last game we get with the handling model Underground 1 introduced to us. It is the most refined, and to me feels the best. It is the best feeling game to drive in. Genuinely. I think Carbon has the best tracks. I think Most Wanted has the best open world. Underground 2 has the best car diversity, and Undercover has the best feeling handling out of just this entire style of Need for Speed. They're just fantastic games. I think that Undercover is easily the worst of its era. Technically, Black Box era includes Underground and Hot Pursuit. But of the open world Black Box era, I think that Undercover is the worst, but it's a fantastic game that deserves a playthrough. It also has a little bit of a story, and it's a racing game story, so it's like, meh. But it's entertaining. It's like, oh wow, that happened, I'm shocked. And it's like, wow, nobody realizes that I'm the spy. They're fucking idiots. But it's like, it's fun to make fun of, you know? It's a Need for Speed story. It's a little campy, it's a little stupid. It's fun to have the ability to poke fun at. And then we go to Need for Speed Nitro for the Wii and DS, which is basically the same game, but, you know, for the Wii or DS. And Nitro X, which is a remake that was put out a year later, I think also for the Wii. Might be for PC? Dude, I don't fucking know. From what I could find in my research, because I had never heard of this, it's literally the exact same game. So, the Nitro X will just represent the DS version in this case, I guess. Nitro for Wii, honestly, it's fine. Nitro for DS, though, I actually think I'm going to put just below Underground. I think the Nitros are both okay. I think the DS version is the significantly better way to experience this game. You're not bogged down by a boring cookie-cutter story with literal just basic bitch comic book characters, which itself isn't a problem. It's just that they're not written in a way that's entertaining or compelling, and it's not really trying to have a serious story, but it's just go here, do race. It's also not open world either way, and the DS tracks just feel so much more fun. Shift is literally a Forza / Gran Turismo competitor, and Shift 1 is pretty fucking good. It's a really solid sim racing experience. It's a low-level sim racing experience. Anyone can have fun with it. It's a good time. Hot Pursuit 2010. It clears Underground. No, I take it back. It's my favorite Hot Pursuit game. Need for Speed World. I should elaborate. It's the beginning of the burnout handling model. Even though a lot of people don't see it that way, that this and The Run were both with that handling model. People only see that if they don't like these games. It's also very high speed. I think this is the least diverse that the car roster has ever been post-Underground. It is just all supercars all the time. I mean, the low-tier shit are like high-end sports cars. So, you know. But, I mean, the tracks are fun. The open world, there's literally nothing to do in, but it is fun to drive around in. You can tell it's designed for all the crazy high-speed tracks. That's the other thing, though. It's all high-speed tracks. The most you'll get is a 90-degree A corner. There's not a single chicane, I think, in the entire fucking game. As the resident chicane hater, gotta have one somewhere in the entire game, man. Need for Speed World. Never played it. Heard it was decent. Shift 2. Play it if you can. It takes everything about Shift 1, amplifies it, and also has these weird fucking liminal space remixes of, like, random songs that were popular at the time that play while you're in the menus. I showed Ender a few of them, because what were we doing that I was like, this literally sounds like the Shift 2 menu music stuff?
I think we heard a vocals only version of Get Down with the Sickness.
Yes, that's what it was. And I was just like, it sounds like it would be on the Shift 2 soundtrack. And yeah. They're called Gladiator remixes. There's a few songs. Issues by Escape the Fate. That remix is why I listened to Escape the Fate, actually. Levitate by Hollywood Undead. Oh, there were a few others in there. They're all decent. They're like slow, dramatic, and they're only like one verse from each song, and I wish that there were like full versions. I know they'd be like 7 to 10 minutes a piece, but I want them. Anyway, music aside, the handling is a refined version of Shift. It would later be refined into Project Cars 2. I would say Project Cars 1 because it's Project Cars devs, which also means that it is the fucking Fast and Furious Crossroads devs. But Project Cars 1, not a good game on controller. But Shift 2 was the predecessor to Project Cars, and just fantastic. The Run, underrated game. Underground 1 and 2 had the same liminal space popular song menu music. No, Underground 1 and 2 had, like, weird renditions. It wasn't exactly the same. It was... because they were more normal. And then Underground 2 also had one song where they took a popular rap song and then rewrote the lyrics to be about Need for Speed Underground 2. Which is the one everyone fucking remembers. The Run is an underrated game. One big thing that I love seeing people hate on about The Run is story in racing game equals bad. That's a common sentiment in the racing game community, unironically. That's why you don't see a lot of racing games with stories. This, despite being different devs, takes a very similar... It is the black box approach to the Burnout handling model. It feels fantastic. It's not the best this formula would feel. We'll get to that in a moment. And that's going to be a fucking scalding hot take. But this is an incredible game that I recommend playing. It's actually a decent story for what you can do in the confines of a racing game. The tracks are, like Hot Pursuit, clearly designed around high speed. There is not a lot of variety. There's variety in the layouts, like in Hot Pursuit, but it's all high-speed sprint races. There's all point-to-point. There's no laps, no nothing in either game. And it's fine. It's fun. Actually, Hot Pursuit might have a couple of circuits, but it's really fun. The story is literally the only reason that I put this above Hot Pursuit at all. Otherwise, they'd be right next to each other, and I think Hot Pursuit would be higher. I just enjoy the run. The story, the missions, I think the courses are slightly better. The car selection is slightly better. There is slightly more customization. Everything is just that little black box touch, teeny bit better. And then EA murdered them. Leaving us in the hands of Criterion, Ghost, and then Criterion again. Everyone hates me when I say this. I've hovered over another tab. Most Wanted 2012 is a good game. Most Wanted 2012 is the best Burnout game. But I also think...
That's a controversial...
Well, yeah, because people hate it because it's called Most... Number one, it shares a name with what many view as one of the greatest racing games of all time, if not the greatest racing game of all time. Like, period. Not open world, not arcade. Like, there's a lot of people that would absolutely back up the statement, Need for Speed Most Wanted 2005 is the best racing game of all time. And for good reason. And yoinking that name for a completely different fucking game was a terrible marketing decision. Most Wanted 2012, I think, actually has a much more fun open world to explore in. At high heat levels, the cops can actually be a little difficult in not Most Wanted 05 difficult, but that was at its peak. That was a little bit too much. They can be a fun enough challenge in Most Wanted 2012. The sense of speed, I said that Pro Street has the second best sense of speed that I've ever felt in a racing game. Most Wanted 2012 is the best. Period. Pro Street and Most Wanted are the best senses of speed I have ever felt. Nothing has come close to these two games. And on top of the sense of speed, the speedometer helps because the faster cars in Most Wanted 2012, fully upgraded, have the fastest top speeds of any cars I've ever driven, and that only matters with a good sense of speed. And 2012 has the sense of speed to back it up on top of a moderately varied car list, on top of the fact that you're in a fantastic open world with plenty to see, not so much to do, and for the first time with this handling model, diverse tracks. There are low-speed tracks because there are some slower cars. My one gameplay gripe is the fact that the DLC cars, it's an EA game. If hypothetically you were to try to compete in a competitive Most Wanted 2012 setting, on equal skill, you're always losing to a DLC car if you're not in one, with exceptions of like the extreme slowest cars in the DLC that are like, there's like a Ford Fiesta, but even that clears most of the base roster, including things it shouldn't. But those DLC cars aren't that bad. They're fun to drive. There's a lot of them. And oddly, one thing Most Wanted 2012 has that a lot of games with the, I call it the burnout handling model. Some people say brake to drift handling. In a lot of games with this burnout handling model, cars tend to feel the same, which isn't just the handling model, but it is a handling model that makes it worse because, well, it's literally just how well they drift. Right, that's, you know, that's how they're going to feel when you're going into a corner. Most Wanted 2012 probably handles it the most tactfully and the most tastefully. The cars feel different. The cars feel weighty. The cars feel grippy or not grippy or lighter or heavier. You know, it's easier to lose control of cars that you should have an easier time losing control of. It's harder to kick certain ones into drifts because the fucking open wheeler's not meant for it. Duh. Like, it's really fucking cool, the way that they managed to take a handling model that feels like it shouldn't work and take it, and I'd argue that this is the Most Wanted 2012 does not earn its title in relation to the 2005 title, but in relation to everything since 2010, I think it's earned that title, and I think it's the best thing. I think that it is the best game we have had since Pro Street. I guess other than Shift 2, which I have, but no, I actually don't think that I can say that. I think it's the best. I think it is the best Need for Speed game since Pro Street. I think that string of 4 games clears Most Wanted 2012 by a lot. But I think that it clears the rest of the series by quite a bit as well. Need for Speed Rivals is a barely functional game that is basically just the good parts of Most Wanted 2012 were learned from very minorly, and the worst parts of the Run and Hot Pursuit were taken. Now, there were good bits of Rivals, but it was overall not a great game. They tried some things. It didn't work. It's fine. Need for Speed 2015. Hee hee ha ha. Funny reboot. Game bad. Everyone loved it at the time. Everyone hates it now. I'm going to put it above Hot Pursuit 1. At the time, I would also probably have rated it higher, but we've just seen this take on the Burnout formula done just a bit better and that's why I've put it lower. A lot of people are saying they've always hated it, that loved it when it came out, at least verbally, so, you know, that's cool. I think that it was a good step forward in that it was a step back in many of the right places, but it was also steps back in the wrong places, some steps forward in the wrong places, a little bit all over the place. Great experience to play through once or twice overall. I've played through it 3 times in full, and it's a good time all around, as long as you weren't playing within the first month. Fucking Amy in component parts was literally fucking borderline impossible. Anyway, that one trauma-inducing race aside, yeah, no, 2015 is a really solid game, and I would recommend experiencing it if you are interested in arcade racers and not bothered by the break to drift. Actually, it was the first game in the burnout handling model that added tuning, so while it is horrendously suboptimal, like genuinely awful competitively speaking, you can play through the whole game without ever drifting once. So, you can do that if you want in all of the console games. Except for remakes after this. All 2 of them. Speaking of 2 of them, here's one of them. Need for Speed Payback. I'm going to put this between Shift and Undercover. It is fun. Oh, also 2015 has like a, you know, shitty, campy racing game story, but it's a fun romp. Payback attempts a serious racing game story, and I actually like it. Much like I do with The Run. I think I like its story more than The Run, but I like it. It's not groundbreaking. Again, bounds of a racing game. It's a good time. The handling model is everything about 2015, but better. The tuning just feels smoother. The cars feel more different than they did in 2015. I'm not the biggest fan of the fact that you buy a car for one type of event and then you can't do anything else with it. And then not every car is available for every type of event. Most of them are available for every type of event. And then there's also one problem I have where the early tracks, some of them are blatantly not designed to be run on by fast cars, to the point where they are actively unfun to run on fast cars. But you know what? You can't drive a Formula 1 car on a track for go-karts, so... I was, like, genuinely pissed about that when the game first came out, but that was because I was trying to level parts up on races I was familiar with. And as my cars got faster from being slow cars on slow track, and I was annoyed because I couldn't, and it's like, no, that's a stupid fucking complaint. Oh, and also people are like, there's loot boxes for money. Yeah, go play the game for 10 minutes and get a loot box, idiot. You don't have to spend the $2. You can spend the 10 minutes. And it's cosmetics anyway, jackass. Just because it's EA doing microtransactions does not mean that it's strictly a bad thing. If $2 is worth 10 minutes to someone, let them spend it. Speaking of spending money to save time, mobile game. Mobile game. You know, I thought I'd end up with something in this tier down here, but I guess we didn't. Need for Speed Heat. I'm going to put this right above Payback. It's another take on a... I genuinely think that for a racing game, it's a good story. The course design is the second best I think that it's ever been with the burnout handling model. Most Wanted 2012. It's hard to top. The vehicle variety, you have a lot you can do with your upgrade pathing and how you tune your car. It's basically like Payback, except you choose what your car is going to be built for. So it's pretty cool. There's a little grid that tells you how good your thing should be on everything. And it's cool. It's cool that you can just choose to take any car, do what you want with it. It's fun. It is the most refined of the modern Need for Speed games. It is the only Need for Speed game Fluttershy has played. She got about a quarter of the way into the game. Yeah, headmate fact. Which has nothing to do with its ranking at all. Oops. But, yeah. Hot Pursuit Remaster. It's the same game, but it comes with the DLC, but they removed like 4 cars. Because licensing. It looks slightly better. and it is more accessible because it is cheaper, newer, runs on modern hardware. And that's literally the fact that it is newer enough that it is a generational difference, which of course, I mean, why would you do a remake on the same gen? But the fact that it's on a different generation entirely, you know, and that it is 10 fucking years newer is the only reason that it's above Hot Pursuit 2010. I would put the remaster below if not for the fact, just purely because it's missing those very few cars, but carried by the fact that a lot more people can get it. And last but not least, Need for Speed Unbound, which I've played about an hour of. And what I have played of it, slots. Right in between Heat and Payback. And I've actually heard a lot of negativity about the game, which has nothing to do with why I've not played it. I've just not been in the mood to play modern Need for Speed recently.
That's fair.
Yeah. But the handling's fine. It feels a little bit worse to me than Heat's does in that it feels kind of laggy. It feels weighty in ways that it shouldn't, but maybe that's just the cars I've driven, but it shouldn't feel weighty, but sure. But it's still good overall, I would say. I think it's a better experience than what I got out of my first couple hours of Payback. I don't know what the story's going to play out like because I'm not very far into it. We'll see as I go. But for now, it slots firmly in here. That's my Need for Speed Games tier list, gamers. I think we're gonna have to skip a couple of these. We're gonna skip these too.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Every Kart and every Mario game we're gonna skip. This one's the important one.
I think we're gonna have to save these for another time.
I mean, this one's easy. Every Mario Kart character. B for basic, bitch. Luigi's cool. Peach. Sure. Bowser.
Sure.
You're a legend. Koopa. You're cool. Yoshi. You commit tax fraud. Toad. Oh, where do we put Toad? Right above Mario. Donkey Kong Jr. D, because you're playing fucking Super Mario Kart. Wario. Probably commits tax fraud. Donkey Kong.
Probably.
Daisy. Okay, you're probably a sheep, but that means you're probably playing Mario Kart Wii. Birdo. Baby Mario. Luigi. Toadette. Yeah. Paratroopa. I forgot Paratroopa was playable. You are just a cooler Koopa main if you play Paratroopa. Diddy Kong. Okay. Bowser Jr. Skloof. Petey Piranha. King Boo. Waluigi. I made Waluigi in Double Dash, actually. Fun fact. It was Waluigi and Luigi because I liked... Or, sorry, no. It was Waluigi and Toadette because I liked the Golden Mushroom. And I liked Waluigi's Kart, so in my brain I had to play Waluigi, even though I could have just played any medium.
Yeah.
Actually, I also could have played any light combo, because one of the unlocks is any weight combo that's also above your... Anyway, Dry Boner. Rob. That's a Smash render. Rob means you're cool because you're playing DS, so you get points, but not above those three. Baby Peach, you're slightly more interesting. Baby Daisy, you're slightly more interesting than these two. Rosalina. I just have a soft spot for Luigi, Peach, and Daisy, and one more we'll get to shortly, just because of Mario Kart Wii meta. Dry Bowser. He's cool. Funky Kong. I mean, you're, like, genuinely... No, I can't carry him that high. He'll go top of A, because if you're playing him, you're probably sweating it out in Mario Kart Wii. The Me. Metal Mario. It's not worse than playing Super Mario Kart. Shy Guy. meh. Unless you're playing him because you're on DS download play, then he's up here. But is that the only time Shy Guy was playable actually? Shit, I don't know. The Queen Bee, which I think is a Tor thing, which means you're playing Tor. Wiggler, you can ride Wiggler as Wiggler. Sex gets him into S tier for sex. Lakitu. Baby Rosalina. They're just all together. What? That's just Sky High Sunday. There's no character there. Am I insane? Am I blind? What?
Yes.
Let me zoom in.
What are you
Oh,
insane?
it's Metal Peach. It's Metal Peach. Oh my fucking god.
Pink Gold Peach.
Yeah, whatever. Fucking Ballsack Brigade. I don't fucking know. I thought that was just Sky High Sunday I was looking at. I thought that was Ice Cream. Queen Bee and Shy Guy were playable in 7? Huh. I do not remember being able to play as Queen Bee in 7. Koopaling number 1. Koopaling number 2. Koopaling number 3. Roy's our boy, but that's the wrong Roy. Fucking Morty over here. The blue one. The crazy one. Furry. Furry, but cat. Lonk. Vilagger. Vilagger number 2. Pun. Inkling girl. Inkling boy. Hammer brother.
Yeah.
You're probably quirky in like, you know, the unironic fun way. I was like, I want to hang out with you. You seem fun. Monty Mole. Dude, you're probably an annoying little shit. Yes, Peachette. I mean, you know, just right between them, because law.
Yep.
Pauline. I don't fucking. You're probably a MatPat viewer. Solid B tier. Captain Toad. Okay. Dr. Mario. You are slightly less of a basic bitch. Dixie Kong. You know what? You appreciate the classics. That's fine. When the fuck was Nabbit playable? That's a Tor one. You know what? You know what? If you play Nabbit, you're fucking... You're either memeing or a gamer, and I'm okay with either one. King Bob-omb. Okay, this one's too funny to not put in high tier. Okay, but these next two, though.
Oh, no.
Fuck it. All right, you go here. You go here. Pac-Man. Pac-Man's Tor and arcade game exclusive, isn't he?
Think?
Yeah, fuck it. Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Pac-Man Ghost can go up here. Who the fuck? What the fuck? Dog.
From some series that I don't know.
This one I know what they're from. I just don't know the name off the top of my head. And this is just a fucking dog. Every playable Mario Kart character.
His ass should not be driving.
Well, yeah, we're gonna do this one some other time, I guess.
Yeah, save it for another time. This stream's been going on for long.
This
longer than
stream
it's supposed to.
has been going on for 7 hours, and I have not eaten.
You need to eat.
You're not my real dad!
Fine, starve.
Let me guess, no one is live that we can raid on YouTube. What a shock. I mean, we could raid Matt, but that probably wouldn't, you know. That would either not get noticed or not go well. Alright. How about Twitch? Who can we raid on the Twitch? Oh my god, because I'm streaming and just... Okay, it's fucking no one. Streaming and just chatting, and the first 3 fucking streams, I'm not even going to scroll down, are all 18 plus. So, chat, we're not raiding. let's just recap the tier lists really quickly here. We ranked horses. The top tier horses were Fluttershy, Sunset, Starlight, Discord, Rainbow Dash, The Door, Punk, Izzy, Cozy Glow, Misty, Lightning Dust, Scootaloo, Luna, Wiggle Kieran for the memes, Queen Chrysalis, Diamond Tiara, Tirek, Lyra, and Zip. In that order, and the rest of them are on your screen. If you thought I was going to read them all out, you are stupid. For the second tier list we ranked seasons of MLP. We did season 8, then 9, then 2, then 3, then 5 of the main series of G4. Then we ranked the Friendship Games movie. And then following that, did season 6 of the show. And the rest are also on your screen. Dishonorable mention, fuck you, Legend of Everfree. You should never have been made.
Yeah.
Don't say that to people, please. Only
Don't
say
say
it.
that to
Only say
people.
that to inanimate objects. Horse music. Go listen to everything in the good MLP music and above tier. Just do it. Coffee
Yep.
Horse over here is made to represent. There's a duet version of What More Is Out There. There's too many in this tier to read off, so fuck you. Sonic Games, Generations, Mania, SA2, S3K, Riders, Colors, Colors DS, Frontiers, Adventure 1, Rush Adventure. A lot of adventure games, huh? Winter Olympics for the DS, Lost World, Mean Bean Machine, and Zero Gravy were our top tiers here. The rest of the tier
Yeah.
list is as follows. The asterisks are games that are terrible, but we love them. And F plus is because Sonic 3D Blast is not quite bad enough for F tier, but not quite unbad enough to just be, ugh. You know,
Yeah.
it's not good enough for, ugh, but it's also not bad enough for. And then Mario Kart characters.
Yep.
Well, chat, I mean, you know, sometimes it's like the saying goes.